Our timing for what to anticipate. Bucky's, we could see heavier rain for you at 11:07. This is going to be just after, hopefully, that tornado warning expires. Then we're going to Tomball at 11:19. Tomball High School 11:19 as well. Spring High School, we're looking at 11:28. Six Flags Splashtown at 11:28. The Woodlands, which is under a tornado watch, not a warning. Woodlands area is 11:29. Spring 11:30, and Woodlands High School 11:30. So if everything holds together, it would be making its way into the Cypress area at 11:07, and then you can see as it moves to the east a little bit, we get to the Woodlands High School by 11:30 as we wait for this tornado warning to expire. So this is the primary area of concern, but it's really going to be the heavier downpours coming down. Let me see if I can see as I move that just a little bit. Let's check and see if we have any lightning coming down, because we already saw the heavier downpours coming down where we have our tornado warning. But let me get that lightning counter on. Let's see if we can kind of get a little, yes, look at that. Take a look at your screen. So that really intensified. I mean, we've been watching this behind the scenes, and I'm telling you, it just went like that with the intensity. So 306 lightning strikes. I'm going to zoom into where we are with that tornado warning to see exactly where all that activity is, where we're hearing that lightning, because it looks like it's right here in that cluster that we're going to see the most activity. And if you live in these neighborhoods or these roads, if your house is near these roads, these are the areas I really want to make sure that we're prepared and that you're weather aware and that you're inside, again, away from the windows as we plan for this tornado watch. This is going to be their 99 as we look at it going into the Cypress area. We'll continue to watch the heavier rain and the lightning, those lightning strikes now. And this swatch that I'm showing you right here where we have that tornado warning, it looks like we have 70 lightning strikes as it slowly makes its way to Tomball at 11:19, Six Flags Splashtown at 11:28, the Woodlands at 11:29, Spring at 11:30, and the Woodlands High School, if everything holds together, at 11:30. But heavier downpours and the lightning, it just seems to be 290 and 99. That's where we're having all the activity. Zooming in just a little bit tighter. Here we go. All right, here are the house names. I want to make sure right down to that neighborhood street, we are working to make sure you're prepared. Jack Road. If you live near Jack Road, I want to make sure that you are tornado ready. Just, you're probably hearing the heavier downpours, lightning happening right now at Katie Hockey Road. Howie Road, West Road, we're seeing it for you too. Sharp Road. That seems to be the area of concern of where at least the most activity, the heaviest downpours and the lightning. There we go. So Sharp Road, it looks like Sharp Road kind of makes a right into a left, but that's the area where we're getting all of the downpours. And then Katie Hockey Road, you're going to see it. And then we're looking up to the north right here, that Katie Hockey Road. That's where we have it. Peak Road, making its way slowly to that Peak Road, those downpours right there. But overall, it's that tornado warning that we're concerned about as we take a look at that. Taking a look at the total lightning strikes as we take a big view of just Houston area, we're looking at about 250 lightning strikes. So this intensity right now is building, and it really seems to be focused right near, obviously, that tornado warning, the Woodlands, just west of Bush. That's where we're seeing a lot of that activity. And the heavier downpours, gustier conditions, we had that potential, and lightning. But when I think about the warning, it's definitely Cypress. Look at that, 99, just west of that, we're seeing it. Yeah, that special weight. So Cypress, as we zoom in again to that tornado warning, that has now been, it's still looking at 11 o'clock, expected to expire. But you can see all that lightning coming down right now as we speak, and the heavier downpours. Now that white box that you're looking at, that's just a special weather statement, just saying that we have that severe weather, that potential for that severe weather. But as we get really tight into amount of rain, so that's going to be our primary concern. We want you to stay inside, of course, but really we're seeing those heavier rain throughout the area, starting up to the north. Here's another cluster. Let's look at that and see what rain's coming down in those gustier conditions, the lightning storms, and the heavier rain. So looking at this, Magnolia, Stagecoach, you're seeing it. There's some more heavier downpours. So up to the north, as we get down to your neighborhood street, We're looking at Montgomery, where we have, again, this now the red shades that you're seeing. This is actually a tornado watch. It's expected now to expire at 5, so that has been extended, and you can see that heavier rain coming down. This is Montgomery all the way into Magnolia. We have the lightning strikes, lightning counter picking up about 34, but let's get into those darker shades, because originally we thought we'd get a half an inch to an inch of rain, but it looks like these darker shades, as you know, they have the potential to produce heavier downpours. Not to mention, we have to think about how saturated our soil is from all the rain that we've had, the thunderstorms and just severe weather we've had the past couple of days. So with more rain, it now becomes a concern of flash flooding. So if you live up to the north, you can see as we get down to street level for you, you are hearing this is going to be Jackson Road up to the north. This is portions of the Gary area. We're seeing that near Sandy Hill Road. You're having the lightning strikes. Hale Drive North, lightning strikes for you. Again, heavier downpours is going to be Jackson Road. And as we make our way up to Spring Gary Road, we're seeing it. So this is the second area of concern, not in terms of it's a special weather statement, but just those heavier downpours as we make it our way to the south. You can see Todd Mission. They're getting that heavier rain. If you live on Rice Road, Joseph Road, ooh, like right here, it's just east of Joseph Road. We have that heavier rain for you too. Village Lake Drive, Magnolia, Gorse, that's the concern for us, the Karen area, and then Gary. So that's the second area we're seeing a lot of rain. 22 strikes up to the north. If you're just joining us, we have a tornado watch and warnings. The primary concern, again, is going to be that warning that we have in this red box. We want to make sure that you are tornado ready. We're having heavier downpours in an area that's already been hit hard throughout the week. And now we're adding additional rain and thunderstorms. So looking at our special weather statement, this white box and this red box, what we're looking at right here is just going to be that lightning counter. So we're at 88 right now. So the intensity really hasn't stopped. We're expecting this to expire again at 11 o'clock, but we are waiting for that intensity to die down, which it hasn't. We're now up to 90. Heavier rain, thunderstorms coming down, heavier rain, the lightning right there. Yes, Cypress 99, we're seeing that. And then we're going to see heavier rain just on the outer boxes of that too. So that's our big concern as you make your way out. We want you again to stay indoors. You can see Interstate 10 near Katy. We have heavier downpours coming near the interstate now. Not as heavy as up to Cypress, but still it's going to be heavy. Let me just pull that off real quick. Okay, it's going to be heavier downpours. Cypress, where our tornado warning is located. Again, we're now moving at 99 and 290. This is the a pretty major intersection where we're seeing the downpours, the lightning happening now. Yep, right there. Northeast Freeway, Grand Parkway South. You're hearing the rain, the thunderstorms. House Hill Road, Katy Hockey Road, West Road, Katy Hockey Road, and that's a long road. Pitts Road. Again, this is where the downpours are coming, the lightning, the gustier conditions. We have the potential for gustier conditions right now as we speak. And I just want to fast forward this and we'll go ahead and time it out again for us. So looking at it moving, all right, to the east. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we have our special weather statement and our tornado watch, which I'm hoping will expire here shortly. But in the meantime, I want to go ahead and plan that out for you so that we are all prepared at least for the next 30 minutes. And then we have more rounds of severe weather headed our way, or that potential. I think it's going to pick up around noon and really stick around till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour, and hopefully moving out by 4 o'clock. But for the next couple of hours, it is going to be busy for us. That potential more severe weather is right outside of our door, outside of our viewing area, but we're now getting that too. So Cypress, tornado warning. Again, this is until 11 o'clock. And then as we take a look, I'm going to plan out the next 30 minutes of where this lightning, the heavier gustier conditions, the more severe weather could head our way. So if you live near the Buc-ee's in this area, which is a very popular gas station, a lot of people out there. We're always out there for severe weather. 11:16, Cypress, this storm moving your direction at 11:17. Tomball, 11:37. Tomball High School, we're looking at 11:37. Spring High School, 11:52. And then Six Flags Splashtown, we're looking, if everything holds together, at 11:53. So this flashing lights that you're seeing, this is the tornado warning. Again, we want to make sure you are tornado ready. Is moving up to the north east just a little bit by Tomball High School, again 1137, Six Flags Splashtown 1153, as we continue to track that lightning, and it went from, and you probably remember this, 90 to 100. So that intensity, we want it to go down. That hasn't happened yet, and especially it's expected to expire again in the next 5 minutes. We'll see if that happens or they extend it, because we have this cell right here with the heavier rain, and then you can see just down south, Katy into the Wharton area. We have the line of showers, the thunderstorms. Not picking up as much lightning in that area, but we'll pull it up closer just to get down to the street name, because you're still seeing that heavier rain. It really hasn't. There we go. Okay, so looking at Orchid, you can see that right here, the heavier rain coming down East Bernard into the north full shear, just heavier rain coming down. So there's no special weather statement issued for you yet, but it just shows that intensity of the thunderstorms that we have. So not showing lightning there, it just really starts to pick up, of course, of that special weather statement, Brookshire, Patterson, the Katy area, and then where we have our tornado warning, you can see our lightning strikes. This is basically where all the activity is right here. So it's moved up just a little bit since we got on air at the 11:30 hour. So let's see. Yes, it's starting to slowly move to the north, and you can see that. So zooming in, you can see the heavier downpours again are going to be the purple shades, the lightning strikes, but I'm going to get down to the roads so we can get very specific hyper focus right there. Northwest Freeway, you can see it right there, and then Grand Parkway South, heavier downpours for you. Home Road, we're seeing that for you. This is our main concern. So Grand Parkway South, and then Southwest Freeway West, you can see that here, and then we're looking at Mason. We have those heavier downpours. We're also looking at the lightning strikes, which not as bad in this shot, at least not near the Northwest Freeway West. As we make our way up to Manson Road, that's not showing a lot of lightning, but it's just producing the heavier downpours in that area right where that tornado watch is. And then we were looking at earlier the hail to see if we can get the hail. There was a potential for some hail, and that was going to be at that corner of the tornado warning box. Okay, look at that. Okay, so this has changed just a little bit. So if you safely or your family can send us photos once this storm is over, we want to see that hail, because we have that potential pretty much now in the entire area. So this has actually grown in the last 15 minutes. So as we're looking for hail, that's going to be the Sharp Road, right where that lightning is coming down, that potential for a hail maker. We have the Katy Hockey Road, House Hail Road. We're hearing it right there. And then we have it at the Grand Parkway South. We have that potential for hail for us too. And then Cypress Wood, we see that too with the flashing lights. So this is expected to produce some hail, and we want to see those pictures as soon as you safely can send them to us. But for now, we want you to be weather aware. Again, we're going to get tornado ready away from the windows. Peak Road, that potential for hail for you coming down. So we had, again, hail, gustier conditions. I will tell you all morning we've been at 20-25 miles per hour. I think that it's going to be picking up, obviously, in this area where we had that tornado warning. We have about 2 minutes left, 1 minute left of this tornado warning, and then hopefully that will clear up, and then we have to watch those watches as well. Let's see if we can see any. So we look at that velocity to see if we're seeing anything picking up in terms of rotation in the box, or if it's just the heavier rain, the downpours. Yeah, you can see it's trying to make its way. Yeah, right now I think the story for us is going to be the hail and the gustier conditions, and again making its way into the Woodlands area, but that tornado warning is just north of Katy and just south of the Woodlands. And then for our northern areas, we have our tornado watch, and that's expected to again expire at that 5 o'clock hour. Originally expected at 3 o'clock, but now we're looking at 5 o'clock. So when I have the velocity on, I'm looking at the formation of what we have going on, and what I'm really just seeing is the lightning, the gustier conditions, and then let's turn on that radar so we can see. Did they just make a new one? Oh, let's go check that. This is live TV, so we'll do it together because it looks like we have a new warning out here. So We have the tornado warning expected to expire. Again, this is going to be at 11 o'clock, or it's expected to expire, but it looks like we have something new that just popped up. So let's see. Now moving on to tornado warning. Okay, so now we have we have the tornado warning, and this one is extended till 11:30. So take a look at your screen. This is Cypress and the Tomball area. We have heavier conditions. Let me turn off velocity. Let me get right to radar. There you go. Heavier rain, tornado warning. So it's moved just a little bit. So now we have Cypress all the way up to Tomball, which we were just timing out for us. So we have a tornado warning has now been extended till 11:30. As we go on to street level to make sure you and your family are safe and prepared. It's going to be, if you live in that Tomball area, we are now looking at Tomball High School, Tomball. We're looking at Klein, just to the south of that, and then those heavier downpours. Really, the activity, a lot of that activity, is going to be near Cypress Fields, where we're seeing that there, seeing it, the lightning right there. Cypress Fields, Cypress Mill Parkway, Cypress Mill Estate, Cypress Hot Wells. So looking at our counter for lightning, let's see what the intensity is, because earlier again we were at 90. Now looking at it, I want to see, it looks like it's picking up. It's definitely building as it moves north. We have 30 lightning strikes inside this box. So within our tornado warning, that has now, looks like it's been pushed just to the north just a little bit. So it's gotten a little bit of bigger space. Cypress Field, Cypress Mill Park, Cypress Mill Estate, Cypress, and just on the corner of Hot Wells. Now the areas where we're seeing the most rain right in this box is going to be right here. Okay, Mason Road, you're hearing that heavier rain, the downpour is happening now. The Northwest Freeway East, we have that pocket of rain and those thunderstorms. Looks like intensity, as I zoom into just this spot, is 18. And then moving to the east, you can see Lakewood, Cypress Field, Grant Road, and then we're going to move into Grand Parkway, South Road. This is new. This has just been added since we just checked it. So then we're going to have Grand Parkway Road, and then up to Tomball, South Cherry Street. You're now included in this tornado warning, which has been extended till 11:30. This is going to be Zion Road up to the north, East Main Street. We're seeing that, and then Grand Parkway East. As we make our way to the east, Dodwell Road right there. So this is what's been extended with that heavier rain happening now. Taking a look, see if we can see some of the gustier conditions here. The radar, velocity showing, there we go, radar, and then let's see if we can get just showing that right here. Okay, so this is the area of concern. Getting it to radar, see if we can get some numbers for us to see what we're producing in terms of the rain totals. I know that in terms of lightning, it's been going down, building with intensity. As we go out, zoom, we'll take a look at the big picture and show you everything that's going on. If you're just joining us again, you can see it's very active today. A lot of severe weather is going to be up to the north. And we have some watches and warnings. Looking at this view I'm showing you right here, we have about 490 lightning strikes. We're watching, we've been watching all morning since we went on air basically at 6 a.m. Just this line right here in the Austin area, making its way to us. And that's where we're going to continue to watch that heavier rain, the lightning, the downpours. We're going to time it out for you. I just want to turn on radar really quick. There we go. So we're watching this line right here, which I think is going to make our way into our area in the next couple of hours. But we have this line right here already giving us heavier thunderstorms, downpours, gustier conditions, and we even started to track some hail near the tornado warning area. So Huntsville, Woodlands, just north of the Katy area, you're the areas that we're seeing the heavier rain, the lightning, especially in the Huntsville area. You can see that right here, Huntsville, and just that pocket right here. As I zoom in just a little bit with those downpours. Okay, so if you live up to the north, Montgomery County, we have that tornado watch until 5, but you can see right here all the heavy lightning happening now and those downpours coming down for you. Lightning strikes at 54. Again, this is just north of the Montgomery area. The darker shades showing the heavier rains and then the lightning. We'll zoom into street level to see if we can get down to your street to show you exactly the areas that we're seeing the downpours and the lightning. coming in. If you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning and watch in effect right now until 3 and 5 o'clock. The tornado warning expected now to expire at that 11:30 hour. So we have another 30 minutes where we have these heavier downpours because it's just building. The intensity is not backing down. So up to the north where we're watching near that Montgomery County is going to be Lawrence Drive. They're having the heavier rains right now. The gustier conditions, Sarah Lane, you're seeing it right now as we have that tornado watch. And then we're going to see that Sharp Road as well having heavier downpours. Chick Lane, we're seeing it for you. Let's map out what's going to happen for the next 20 minutes as we wait for these to expire up to the north. So I think the primary concern again is going to be that flashing red light. That's the tornado warning, which has been extended to 11:30. Looking at that, it's going to be right here at that Tomball area, that 99 corridor here. The heavier rain just north of the Cypress area into 290 near that Buc-ee's. You can see it. This is where we not only have the heavier rain right now, but we also have that hail coming down. And I'm going to time it out for you because as we started, it's actually been extended up to the north a little bit. So where would we be going next? That's where else we need to prepare. So Tomball, you've been added into that tornado warning. And then just looking at it, let's see if we can get into the Woodlands area. Okay, so Tomball High School would be 11:10 if everything moves well. In Tomball, we're looking at 11:12 where we have those heavier downpours. But I really would like to see with that, just turning that off for 1 second, I'd really like to see Tomball into the Woodlands to see when we're going to have more severe weather. So if you live in the Woodlands area, we're just tracking the potential for heavier thunderstorms, gustier conditions, maybe that potential for hail. I know when we started the newscast off at 6, we had those wind gusts of 20 to 25 miles per hour. Now we're seeing that potential, those red boxes, tornado warning until at least 11:30, and this is really hugging the corner of Tomball, looking at that potential for the Woodlands at 11:58, and the Woodlands High School, you can see that right there at 12:03. So these will be the next area of concern. So if you live near the Woodlands, if you live near Woodlands High School, we ask that you are weather prepared, that you are away from the windows. As that heavier rain starts, you probably should be hearing it by now, at least that lightning. In that little box right here, we have about 5 lightning strikes, but a lot of that activity is going to be right here at the Tomball, Charterwood, Cypress area, 290, heavier downpours there, and that 99 corridor. That's where we're seeing a lot of that activity happening now. Looking at the big picture, you can see we have 2 different lines that we're watching. That severe weather again from the Dallas area making its way into us, and then the severe weather that we have right here, this line of showers. That's actually, look at the Huntsville area up to the north. You should be hearing the heavier downpours and the gustier conditions and the more severe weather. And then we can check hail because we were getting reports of hail, at least radar was picking up hail near that Tomball, Katy area. Yes, okay, so here we go. Oh. Okay, let me show you a live look. This is just getting in right now. I'm going to see it for the first time like you are. Take a look at your screen. You can see this came in from Quentin Lawton. We're working to confirm this, but it looks like, as you look at it, that tornado funnel. Again, this is in the Katy area. So as we take a look, we are under a tornado warning until tornado warning until 11:30. And in that area, we're also in a tornado watch until 5. But take a look at your screen. So if you live in this area, we ask that you become weather prepared. Because we're seeing those funnel clouds happening right now. And so that was Katy. We just got that in. So if you have any pictures and you can send them to us safely, we would like you to do that. But otherwise, as this intensity starts to pick up, we want to just make sure that we are getting right down to the neighborhood of the areas we want to be prepared. So taking a look at the watches and warnings, again, one time we had that special weather statement. So we just saw that picture, and that was in the Katy area. So, I mean, I'm not exactly sure where that was in the Katy area, but here is Katy and here is Cypress. And you can see right here, this is where that tornado warning is right now as we speak. And then looking at the downpours are the areas where I'm seeing the most activity. I really think it's going to be that Cypress area, that 290. 290, Cypress Field, here we go. Okay, so if you live in these areas especially, I want to make sure that you are weather prepared. Get inside, stay away from those windows. Lakeview, Cypress Mill Park, Cypress Mills Estate, Cypress, Fry Road, Northwest Freeway. This is going to be in the Cypress area that we're seeing those downpours and just the lightning. Up to the north, we're looking at School Road, Mason Road, and then we're going to look up to Grant Road. So these are the areas with the heavier downpours right now as we speak. And then we're looking at Fry Road, West Road here. We're seeing that again. So this has been extended now until 11:30. So we have about 20 minutes left. The intensity doesn't look like it's backing down any, but let's plan out for the rest of that warning where we would start to go next. Taking a look at that. And just the big picture right here, the lightning strikes, when I look at it at the big picture, the intensity just hasn't went down, and I see two different areas of concern. So we have that 45 corridor up to the north near the Huntsville area. That's obviously a concern. And then where our tornado warning is, where we have just showed you that. Again, we'll show it to you in just 1 second, that picture that we got in. Just waiting to confirm that that is our tornado, but that was in this area. We saw that picture. And we have a special weather statement in the Katy area. So again, we have several things that we're continuing to watch and track, but let's time this out for you. So tornado warning, Cypress, Tomball. This is the area of concern. Charterwood, you can see that. And it's making its way, that heavier rain, into the Woodlands right now as we speak. You can see that, the heavier rain. So timing that out, let's go all the way up to that 45 corridor for this one, just because of the intensity. And then we'll go look at the second one. So we have about 83 lightning strikes in the shot I'm showing you from Cypress all the way up to the Woodlands area. So again, one area we're watching is, as you know, the Buc-ee's. We expect storms, heavier conditions at 11:17. So that's going to be in the next 6 minutes. Tomball, 11:40, Cypress. 11:19, although some of you in Cypress are already getting that. You can see the thunderstorms. I think that's kind of the heavier place. Cypress into Charterwood. Tomball High School at 11:40. The Woodlands at 11:58. The Woodlands High School at 12:01. We're seeing that's what we're timing out for you. So if you live in these areas, we also want to make sure that you are weather prepared as we see the heavier downpours come, the gustier conditions, and as we're under that tornado warning, at least for the next 30 minutes, which has been extended, as you know, and for 30 minutes. So this is the area, the first area of concern, where we're seeing a lot of the activity, where we just showed you that cloud. And then let's go right to here. This is the second area we're seeing all the heavier rain. This is under a tornado watch, and this is until 5 o'clock. So there's not a warning up here. However, look how busy it is. We have those lightning strikes of 55. So just looking at the clusters of everything that's happening now, it looks like the busiest area here is going to be Montgomery. You can see that as it makes its way into the south. So let's zoom into here and see where those downpours and lightning strikes are happening. So if you live up to the north, here are other areas concerned. Again, we're under a tornado watch up to the north, not a warning, but still heavier rain, downpours coming down, and the lightning. This is going to be just south of the Montgomery area near Gary Road, and just east of that, you can see the heavier, what I'm looking for is just the purple, because that's going to show you those downpours, the heavier conditions, gustier conditions. As we make our way up to Gary, you can see it just to the east. The roads are a little bit too small. Okay, Martin Road right there. You can see it, Spring Branch Road. You're seeing the heavier downpours right now. Nicholas Road right there, that's where the area where you should be seeing or hearing the heavier downloads, but I don't see as much lightning with this as we are seeing with the one in Katy area there. So clearing it out again as we look at those special weather statements and everything happening now. We'll take a big look at the big picture. Looking here, so everything you see in red up to the north, that is our tornado warning, or watch, excuse me. This is a tornado watch, expected to stay that way until 5 o'clock. As I look at that as I take a look at the big picture, when we started, we were at 300 lightning strikes. Now we're at 410. And so what I'm looking at when I see that again is just going to be the heavier lightning strikes. The intensity is still building at a 408. So it's not going down. It looks like it's actually building. And that's probably why they extended that tornado warning in that Katy area into Cypress, into Woodlands. This is what we'll continue to watch throughout the day to see exactly what happens. Ladies in the back, will you show me that picture again? I would love to see that. We're doing this live and we want to make sure you're prepared, but we're going to give you just a live look at everything happening now of that we're getting in. Take a look at your screen. So this kind of, thank you so much. So this is that Katy funnel cloud that we're working to confirm that from the National Weather Service. But you can see right there the dark clouds as it comes down in Katy or near Katy. I don't know exact address, but just looking at our maps again, we have the heavier downpour. Okay, yes, perfect. Show me this too. Thank you so much. We're going to do this live. We want to make sure everybody is prepared. Take a look at your screen. Thank you so much for showing this. This is the Katy Freeway at Pin Oak. If you look in the corner of your screen, it's just showing you how dark it is in some areas. So it sets up the tone that yes, we are looking at severe weather. We obviously see people driving. They're not as close, but this is not the time to be on the roadways if you don't have to be, even though it looks dry in this shot, which is the 10 Katy Freeway at Pin Oak. You can see the sky setting the tone of everything that is happening now. So let's come back to the maps. Let's make sure we are prepared. We're going to just go ahead and reset as more people join us and that you are prepared. Of course, live TV, we're going to get this done for you. Heavier downpours, gustier conditions, and about 413 lightning strikes. So the intensity keeps building. This flashing light right here, this is a confirmed tornado warning. So we're confirming a tornado warning here as we work to confirm that tornado. That's probably the one that we've been showing you near Katy as heavier downpours, rain right here. So if you live in Cypress, especially that 290 corridor, this is the area I want you to avoid. And then just down to the south, those heavier downpours, Tomball, Charterwood. Looks like we now have 2 of them, if I'm correct. We have 2 of them, but they're in the same area. So Hot Wells, Cypress Mill Estate, Cypress Ridge, Park Forest, Cypress Fair High School, Charterwood. This is the area where we're seeing that that tornado warning had been extended till 11:30 up to the north, right there at that corner of Tomball, right there at the intersection of 99. We're seeing it for you. I'm going to pull up this. So this is just going to give us the street names. Okay, so Tomball, we're looking at Tomball High School. You're under that tornado warning, heavier rain coming down right now, that lightning making its way to you. It's not there yet. And then 1207, we're looking at that near Tomball. So these are the areas, those areas that we really are watching right here. Again, down to the street level, Park Forest up there. Let me zoom in right here. Perfect. Okay, so here we go. Grant Road. You're seeing a lot of the activity right now. Grand Parkway East, we have that coming down, and then it's making its way. Tomball High School is under that tornado warning, and you can see that heavier rain is making its way to there. It's not there yet, but definitely rain is coming down. I'm just saying right here is what I'm watching, right, is the heavier downpours, the gustier conditions, and then the lightning. As we move up to the north, Creekside Park, Auburn Lakes Retreat, the Preserve, these are areas right outside of that warning, but I would imagine in the next 30 minutes you could start to hear the thunderstorm, the lightning, the gustier conditions if you haven't already, as it slowly makes its way to you. Oklahoma, Creekside Park, Indian Springs, that's where we're seeing that. Not really tracking lightning with that, just that heavier rain, but it's going to be this box that we'll continue to watch right here with that. So that looks like, again, it's been extended since we came on the air at 11:30, 11 o'clock. All right, let me show you this. I'm going to go to a live look at the video of the tornado, or we're working to confirm that right here. Take a look at your screen. So thank you to whoever sent this in. You can see it's just showing you that, yes, we have those conditions. If you live in the Katy area, if you live in any of these places that I'm giving you that tornado warning, I want you to be tornado ready. I want you to be inside your house, away from those windows. This is a very dangerous an active weather day, and you can see that right there at the corner of your screen as it tries to produce that funnel. As you know, on the day after Christmas, we had 5 confirmed tornadoes. We are watching and tracking several tornado warnings and watches around us. So again, this is really serious. We want to make sure that if you live in these areas that you are weather prepared, because you can see that is just coming, that just happened, formed pretty fast. Not really raining in that photo, and I'm not really seeing hail, but this is off to the distance. You can see that, but really showing that our atmosphere is primed for that. So coming back to the graphics as that loops over, let's talk about the areas of concern. So this is, again, we've been watching the Katy area. That's where we're getting all the pictures in of the funnel cloud. And with that, we have that tornado warning, which is, the tornado warning is just north of Katy, but I don't know the exact street names that that's at. But you can see Katy up to 290 near Jersey Village into Cypress. This is where we have that tornado warning, although I'll be curious to see where those pictures are, what street that's on in the Katy area and just north of that. So heavier rain right now, Katy, Interstate 10 and 99 are we should. And then we get right to that box where that tornado warning is, and you can see that 99, here's that 99, that 290 corridor here, and then into Cypress, Tomball, Charterwood, these areas, these are the areas I want to make sure that we are inside the house right now as we speak, away from those windows as the heavier downpours. We don't want to be on the roadways right now. This is where we're considering that warning and the heavier rain slowly making its way up. There's 99, there's 249. This is where we're having the most activity. 49 lightning strikes just in this area right now as we speak. So a very active weather day right there. 249 Tomball and 99, we're seeing that. And then just that edge as it makes its way to Tomball High School, you can see lightning coming down for you. And then we have that. And then we have that tornado watch. Once we get out of that warning box, we have that watch till 5 o'clock, but I still want you guys to be prepared. So looking at that, again, it's going to be coming up next would be Indian Spring, Creekside Park, Northampton, Woodlands. That's what we're waiting for, just because we know that's a very active area. A lot of people live in that area, but although the line looks to be Oklahoma, Indian Springs, and up to the north there with heavier rains right to the corner here. And then the second round of rain that we're going to continue to watch, no tornado, there's a tornado watch here near the April Sound Country Club. It's not a warning like I just showed you down to the south, but we have heavier rain, downpour, gusty conditions, and then we have the lightning strikes happening now. New Waverly, and so it goes right up that 45 corridor where we're seeing that heavier rain, where we got a lot of that heavier rain earlier. So Huntsville, Pine Hill, you're seeing that rain come down right now. Phillips, lightning between Phillips and Pine Valley, and then down to the south into New Waverly. We have we have heavier rain for you too. Now again, this area is under a watch. It's not as severe as what we're watching to the west, the Katy area, but still it's picking up there for us too with the guess year conditions. So we've really been watching two different lines since we came on air at that 6 o'clock hour, and that's going to be that more severe weather. You can see it just in the Austin area, making its way from Dallas into our area. So there's Dallas right there. So that storm, when we started at 6 a.m., it was right there. And you can see by 11:22, it's moved to the south, bringing heavier rain for us, gusty conditions, and the lightning right near Tyler. And you can see up to the east, they're looking at tornado watches and warnings. And then you can see right here, this is the line that we're watching. And it really goes from El Campo into Sugar Land into Katy and then to our tornado warning area. So Interstate 10, and then lightning picking up there too. Here we go. Okay, so Katy, Interstate 10, Cypress Hill, 290, Jersey Village, really close. Even though we just showed you that Interstate 10, I didn't see a lot of rain on that camera, but we're seeing that lightning. Katy, 99 near Bunker Hill, Jersey Village, near 6, it's run parallel, so you can see 99 here. That's picking up, and then these two boxes are our tornado warnings, which are now at 11:30. They were expected to expire at 11, but then we noticed it's been extended to 11:30. We're working to confirm that tornado that we've been showing you. It sounds like we have one confirmed tornado, and again, that's going to expected to expire, at least that warning, at 11:30. So we'll continue to watch and track that. Still working on the street name to find out exactly where that's at, but I can just tell you by all the activity. Again, Charterwood, Tomball, 290, 99. This area is where we're seeing the most activity. And you can see that those lightning strikes, right now we're at 62 with the heavier, gustier conditions as well. And that rain. So I don't know if I can hook up. That's not going to show it to you. I don't know if I can pick up the rain totals yet, but you can see right here it's definitely coming down for us in the lightning. So that's our busiest area as we work to see if there's any hail with that too. So looking at the potential for hail, we're not ruling it out, but I'm not picking it up on a specific street level. But they just have the potential again for Cypress, Charterwood, and Tomball as that lightning right here, 249, 99. That's our most active place right now in that tornado warning. We have about 5 minutes left. And you can see, I wonder if they're going to extend that. The only way I can really tell that is by our lightning strikes. I don't know, we're at 61, so we went from 40 to 61. So to me, that says it's building in intensity and it's not going down. We want those numbers to go down. Perfect. All right, this is at Pitts Road. Thank you so much for that. Let me show you a live look. So this is Pitts Road. You can see right here in this corner of your screen that funnel cloud trying to form. Again, if you live near Pitts Road, this is the area of concern. This is where I need you to make sure that you're weather aware inside your house, away from those doors, as that tornado is very close. Can you repeat to me one more time where that street name is? Pitts Road. So again, if you're just joining us, this is video of Pitts Road. We're working to that confirmed tornado just there in the corner of your screen. If you live or work near this area, we want to make sure you are indoors. We want to make sure you're away from those windows. Let me take you to TransStar. Let's take a live look at that rain. You can see it's kind of changed the past 5 minutes from when we showed it to you. What we're showing you here, the Katy Freeway, is just really the atmosphere. So darker clouds, of course, and then the rain is slowly starting to come down. Interstate 10 freeway at Pine Oak, but Pitts Road sounds like the area of concern. And as we come back to the graphics and we take a look at the big picture, as we look at everything happening now, we're going to continue to watch for that potential for some hail, although it really looks like the weather story is just been that heavier rain that we have right now as we speak. I'm going to turn on radar and then we can map out the rest of what we need to do to make sure that we are prepared. When I have velocity on, what I'm looking for is just those hooks, those red and green hooks, to see if we have formation or trying to form. So I'm still concerned, again, as I look inside that tornado warning, it's still the same roadways. Grand Parkway East, we'll continue to watch that. If you live near Grant Road, that's an area where you're probably seeing the rotation or gustier conditions. Stablewood Farms, Cypress Fields, Grant Road up to the north there. Again, Grand Parkway East if you live near there. And probably gustier conditions right here, Cedar Creek Forest, and then Grand Park East as we make our way down to the Tomball area, which is in that tornado warning area. You can see some lightning coming down Tomball High School, in between Tomball High School and Tomball Road, South Cherry Road. I'll tell you, in the corner of my eye, I can see that. Yep, yes, okay, let's go to this. We're gonna go show you a live look right now at the Katy Freeway. Take a look at your screen. So this condition has changed, and you can see traffic going slow right now. So again, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning until 11:30. You can see that rain coming down, that gustier conditions. And I'll tell you, we just checked this interstate, I would say about 10 minutes ago, and it did not look like this. But now as we look at Katy Freeway, again, this is 10 west on the west side. You can see that rain coming down. And what I'm noticing, if you look in the corner of your screen, traffic is slowly starting to build in that area, or they're stopping for that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but you can see it's building, and that heavier rain is slowly starting to come down. So again, I don't want you to be on the roadways if you don't have to. I've been a traffic reporter for more than a decade. This is not something that you want to get on the roadways for right now, as that heavier rain comes down. And you can see those cars slowly starting to build as traffic builds on Katy Freeway as that rain continues to come down. So big picture as we come back to the maps. Thank you so much for those videos. You can continue to bring them. We want those live looks so we can be prepared for everything happening now. I was checking for velocity, so I was looking for the red and green to see if they're touching, but let me get back to radar, and then let's make sure that we can show you the heavier rain coming down. Lightning strikes in that tornado warning area were about 11, so that's good. We can get to the radar. There we go. Okay, so you can see the heavier rain is slowly starting to move outside that box, that tornado warning. So that tornado warning, if you live near Tomball High School, Tomball, Cherry Street, up to the north, places like Grand Parkway East, Spring Terrace, you're right on that line right here. And you can see that heavier rain is slowly moving outside of that box, some of the heavier rain. You can see that right here as it slowly starts to make its way to the north. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit tighter. Here we go. Okay, so that means you can see the heavier rain slowly moving out the line. Here's the line. The tornado warning expected to expire at 11:30. Let me see. I'll see in a minute if they extended that. But heavier rain coming from the Preserve, Oak Hill Estates into the Villa. You're hearing it or seeing it. It should be coming down for you. And then, oh, look, they extended that. So just as I thought. So just now, without even looking at the warning, I can see that they've extended that box. So let's take a look at that box one more time. Our lightning strikes, when we started, we were at 300. We're now at 432. That means the intensity has built with this storm. And it looks like to me, as I look at this tornado warning and watch, it looks like it has been extended, which it has. So we need to go over this right now as we speak. So let's see our warning. A tornado warning has now been extended till 12:15. So originally we were looking at 11, pushed back to 11:30. Now it's 12:15 and it's been extended up to the north. So let's go over the area of tornado warning. Everyone that I need to make sure is prepared right now as we speak. Let's zoom in and let's get this done for you. So heavier rain, gustier conditions, lightning strikes in this box. We are now at 120. So this intensity has not died. And in fact, it's starting to build. So here are the areas where we're seeing that, the 45. This is going to be, okay, here we go. The Woodlands, you can see that right here. Indian Springs, Creekside Park, the Preserve, Northampton. It's making its way into spring. 12:15 is expected to expire. So we have about 50 lightning strikes. This is just north of the Charter Wood area. I'm going to zoom in tightly. Grand Parkway East, you are now under, again, that tornado warning till 12:15. Grand Parkway East has really been the major roadway. Lacey Road, you are now under that if you live or near Lacey Road. Klein, Bellicera, Spring Terrace, Northampton Forest, Northampton, Five Oaks, Northampton Estates. You're probably hearing some thunder right now. The Preserve, up to the north, Creekside Park, Jagged Ridge, Heaven Lake Estates, Oak Hill Estates, heavier rains coming for you, Kerr Drive, and then that lightning coming near Ward Road. You're hearing it, Spell Road. These are the areas that we need to make sure you're weather prepared because it's been extended up to the north. That tornado warning now expected to expire at 12:15. As we look at that, and then making our way up again to the north, we're seeing it right here. This is going to be Indian Springs, the Woodlands High School, a couple lightning strikes near you. That heavier rain, or it's going to prepare to rain in heavier ways. And then right there at that corner, we're seeing the gustier conditions. And as we pull it up, can we take a live look at that traffic camera one more time near Katy? You can see the atmosphere. Again, this is Katy Freeway at Fry, so on the west side. Earlier, traffic was at a crawl. That rain was coming down. Slowly looks better from that screen, but as we come back to the maps, I just kind of wanted to see where we're at in terms of our interstates, because right here is where I'm picking up not lightning as much anymore, but just that rain. I think the lightning right here is going to be Cypress, Jersey Village, Katy, and then into the Woodlands, Tomball, Spring. We're having it there, and then looking at, as we plan it out for you, we're going to see right here. So looking at the Woodlands, closer or downtown to the Woodlands at 11:51, as we wait for that to expire on that 45 corridor, that heavier rain coming. And then the second round is going to be, again, Willis up to Huntsville, you can see here, and then some lightning as well. The red boxes that you see, if you live in the red boxes, that is that tornado watch expected to expire again at that 5 o'clock hour. But it's Woodlands, Tomball, Spring, heavier gustier conditions coming down for you with that tornado warning. It's been extended to 12:15. It looks like a lot of that activity in terms of thunderstorms is going to be Northampton, the Preserve, the Woodlands, Creekside Park, and then right there at the edge of 45, you can see just south of Conroe. That's where we're at right now, Northampton, and then 99 here, Charterwood, and 249. So these are the areas that it's been extended to, and then the heavier rains are happening right now as we make our way up into spring. That's where we have our tornado warning extended to 12:15, and then up to the north where we're looking at right here is going to be Willis. The heavier rain and the lightning here, we're at 39, so it's pretty much stayed consistent all the way up to the north. Those lightning strikes near Huntsville, we're at 17, so heavier rain coming down for you there too. So big picture is we'll continue to watch two different lines. I think it's going to start to get busy around right about 12 o'clock into that 4 o'clock like we anticipated. And now it looks like we're seeing that rain really coming in between El Campo and Lake Jackson. You can see it there as we make our way into Sugar Land and into the Katy area with the lightning, and then here we go into spring. So Tomball, Woodlands, spring, and then that's where we have a lightning. So this has changed. You can see that right where we had that tornado warning until 12:15, lightning strikes were now at 145. So it's building in intensity. It's not weakening, which is probably why they keep extending it right here. Tomball, Spring, the Woodlands, 99 right there, Charterwood. Zooming in just a little bit, here we go. So looking at the street names again, it's going to be Harper's Landing, College Parkway, Panther Creek, the Woodlands, Glenlock Road. Zooming in a little bit tighter there, you can see Northampton Forest. If you live near the preserve, that's probably our busiest, most active in terms of weather. It's going to be inside that tornado warning. The Pines, Root Road, just north of that, Dodwell Road, into Creekside Park, into Indian Springs, into the north. We're looking at Panther Creek. So this is where we have most of the activity. Lightning strikes about 25 just near Root Road. So if this is the area you'll want to avoid, obviously if you live near Root Road, Grand Parkway East or just west of that, we want to make sure that you are inside, again, away from those doors. As we prepare for this storm, hopefully it's going to move out in the next 20 minutes, but still heavier rain coming down near the Woodlands High School as we continue to have team coverage of that right there up to the north. As it continues to build, I think the most intense is going to be the Woodlands Bush up to the 45 corridor up here as we wait for that second line of showers, thunderstorms, that cell to come. So the flashing lights is the tornado warning extended to 12:15. That's our first concern. And then just north of that, near Huntsville, that 45 corridor, you can see right here near Willis, we're building lightning strikes here. We're at 122. So this is the second cluster, even though it's not under a tornado warning at this time, that could change just because of the intensity of it. So Willis, 45 corridor, Huntsville into Willis. This is the area where it's very active. I'm surprised we don't have a special weather statement for it yet. 45 near New Waverly and Willis. Take a look at your screen, those downpours coming. Those lightning strikes right there are looking at 76. We're counting about 76 active lightning strikes in this shot right here. So it's a very active area. The darker shades again are going to be those heavier downpours that we'll continue to watch. And then we'll see up to going back into that tornado warning, which looks like it has been now extended yet again. You can see that box. So this is the third time. We were right there near the Woodlands, but now it's been extended into that 45 corridor. So let's see. There we go. So 45 over here. There we go. Yeah, so Town Center, you have now been put into that tornado warning expected to expire till 12:15. And then right there, as we make our way up to that corridor, we're seeing it, the heavier rain. lightning strikes. As we get down to that street, newly added streets into this tornado warning is going to be right here: Harper's Landing, Windsor Hill, College Park, Mason Heights. And then right here, as we make our way up to the north, this is going to be foundations of Woodland. You're added now into that Sleepy Hollow Road. We're seeing that. You're now added into that tornado warning right here as those gustier conditions, winds pick up right now as we speak. And then just south of Grand Parkway East, Forest North, Bridgestone Lake, Bridgestone. We're seeing that right here with the heaviest right here. More downpours are going to be at Klein right here, but the lightning isn't as bad. And conditions on the Tomball Parkway looking a little bit better than when we started. That's the good news, but still we're not out of the woods yet until this expires. That downpour is going to be right there. This is near Klein Spring Cypress Road, right, and then we're looking at places just to the east of that with the heavier downpours. As I look at the big picture right here, we're going to get some Click 2 pens in for you, showing you the live activity. As we look, wow, take a look. We went from 300 from the shot to 600, so that intensity isn't going down. It's continuing to build, which is why they've extended that tornado warning near the Woodlands area, the flashing light. And it looks like, to me, again, it's going to be added streets, so we'll get those in there right now. The Woodlands, Tomball, Spring, Cypress, 45 corridor. So just looking at this box right here, this is building. This is 119 lightning strikes. Tomball, Spring, the Woodlands, and then right there at that 45 corridor, that heavier rain is coming down. But really, it looks like if you live in the Woodlands area, you should be hearing thunderstorms right now. I mean, our lightning strike box, in this box where we had that tornado warning until 12:15, we have about 115 active lightning strikes right here. Stone Mill Courts, the Woodlands, Town Center, Mason Heights. Zooming in right here and to Woodlands Parkway. Of course, Dodgy is here right now tracking the storm as well. How was it on your way into work?
Hey, I live on the southern side of town, so really it's a drastic difference between south and north in terms of these storms. I want to take you to that wide picture once again. We're tracking out two lines that have been moving through. That first one already pushing in. Going to take off those lightning strikes so we can get straight to the meat for you. That lightning once again represents the energy. If you see more lightning, likely a very feisty storm. We're looking at this tornado warning that has come across portions of Tomball. It now includes Spring, the Woodlands, even extending into College Park there. 99, 45 north, 242, those same roadways that many of us travel on are being impacted by this right now. Going to show you our velocity. Once again, these are our storm winds coming in and out of the radar. And when they're coupled together with that green and red, that is where we notice we have rotation. We have seen some pictures here coming into our Click 2 pens. If you're in a safe location, continue to send those in. If you're not in a safe location, if any of these neighborhoods, Bella Sarah, Dove Meadows, Covington Bridge, Crossgate Village, Rayford, you want to get in your safe place. Also into the Woodlands, this is your time to get into that safe place. And what is that safe place? Well, it looks something like a closet, something with no windows, the interior of your home on the lowest level of your home, because this storm is continuing to track your way. As we take a look at Grogan's Mill, you're also noticing that rotation coming your way. And it says there's a North Country Mobile Home Park. If you're in that community, once again, you need to be finding that safe place as well here as we continue to track that out. Trying to move that box out to get out of the way. As we head into Spring, once again, I'm going to dive into some of these streets here where you could be feeling some of those stronger winds. Spring, Stubner, Spring Hills, Imperial Oaks, Hannah Road. If you live near any of these roads, keep that in mind that you need to be in your safe spot. Stone Mill Courts, Gorgon's Mill. We're also seeing out to Research Drive Forest that this continues to track its way to you. Let's see if we can get a track on there for you. Zoom on out. Sleepy Hollow, this is going to be headed to you as well. The Woodlands, 1152. this is going to be in your neighborhood, and likely even quicker than that. This is moving around 31 miles per hour. We're also going to probably see some hail with this as well. You're going to notice that those winds are going to be changing up rather rapidly if you're in and around the woodlands. So I'm going to zoom in once again close to the woodlands to give you some streets that this storm is tracking along. It's going to come likely right over 45 there. So Mill Bend, South Mill Bend Drive, leading into 45 on the other side of Hannah Road. You want to make sure you're in your safe spot. Already going to be feeling those impacts right now across North Tranquil Path. If you are hearing this, you want to be in that safe zone. This path continues to move its way into Sleepy Hollow Road and Sleepy Hollow. Shenandoah, I would say get into your safe zone. Town Center there across Lake Woodland Drive, Research Forest Drive. You're also going to be in that storm's path. West Isle Estates also in that storm's path. Gosling extending into Timbers and Ponderosa Timbers Drive there. You want to get into your safe place because here in the next 10 minutes, less than that for some 5 minutes, you will be experiencing those strong tornadic winds. That storm once again moving at 30 miles per hour. And I want to zoom out to make sure we don't have any other likely cells developing. Look, we do have a thunderstorm warning that is now in effect. Just to the north. And Kathy, you have some new information for us?
So yes, we have been monitoring the situation. As you've been seeing here, Brittany Begley has been on air since 10:35 this morning, watching this severe weather as it rolls through the Houston area, starting in Katy and now up in the Spring and Woodlands area. Of course, when you get those alerts on your phone, take action immediately. Seek shelter. And as Daji has been saying, seek shelter in an interior room of your house. Make sure there are no windows at all. And of course, don't forget your pets as well. We do want to send you, take you to look at some video that we just received in on our website, click2houston.com. Paul Medica. This is the video that he sent us out in the Katy area. This is on FM 529 and Ellison neighborhood. That's the Ellison neighborhood there. Of course, as Paul is recording this video, you can see that funnel cloud there in the sky. It doesn't appear if maybe it touched down in that spot specifically, but this is what you're dealing with out there. And especially if you get those warnings, those alerts on your phone, take shelter immediately. Go inside your home and go inside a room. Daji said a closet, maybe away from windows. Make sure you have every family member with you, including your pets. But this is what we're seeing right now. This was in the Katy area, FM 529 Ellison neighborhood. Paul sent us this video, so thank you so much to Paul. Make sure you stay safe out there if you are getting videos, and send us more if you can safely get some more video or pictures wherever you are. Please take them, send them into us. This is very helpful to warn everyone else, to warn others in those areas as well. This is what we're seeing in the Houston area. Again, this was in Katy, just a new video that Paul sent to us, and we are continuing to follow this situation. We will continue to monitor our website as well. Daji, how's it looking over there?
Hey, yeah, so as we look at that specific image, you're going to notice with Katy there, that it looks like it is a funnel cloud. There's no confirmation that it touched the ground, but there was some rotation on velocity earlier. And you can see that with that spin there that it was trying to get together, but really we still do not have confirmation if it was an actual tornado and reached the ground at that point. From that video, does not look like it reached the ground, but definitely showing that the atmosphere is prime for some storms, especially as we track out this line of storms. So as we take you back to the maps, want to get you back into our most recent warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning as well as a tornado warning here across southeast Texas. And I think I'm on Brittany's computer. So let me switch over to the touch really quick. Sorry about that. There we go. That severe thunderstorm warning until 12:30 p.m. for San Jacinto. Once again, even though it is not a tornado warning, you still want to heed with caution because we are looking at some pretty heavy downpours and lots of lightning as well as strong winds and the potential for hail. Now, going back down to the south, just to the south of Conroe, as you head into Woodloch, Shenandoah, as well as into the Woodlands, the Preserve Spring, those are the areas that were under that tornado warning. And that velocity still holding together. I would like to put this in a place so we can see how it went over the last hour in terms of its pace. So this is continuing to get that loop in one more time. It's still holding together, but look like it's trying to weaken a little bit, which is a good sign for us. But in the meantime, everyone still be remaining alert. Once again, this continues to push its way to the north and east, now slowing down just by a tad bit, just under 30 miles per hour, going to be impacting, likely feeling those impacts already out to portions of the Woodlands. As you sit along Stone Mill Courts, you probably saw that cloud in the sky, that funnel in the sky, that tornado, if it has reached the surface. Imperial Oaks Boulevard, Rayford Road, you're also looking at that tornadic activity coming your way. Grand Parkway West along 99 leading into Lyric Road. This will continue to push in. Once again, it's a northeasterly track, so some of us might just be to the north or rather to the east or west of this, but it continues to track its way closer to 242. If you know anyone who's traveling there today or leading into Highway 105 just to the east of Conroe here in the coming minutes or so, you definitely want to say, hey, hold on, find that safe place, even if it's getting into a building instead of their car. As we zoom back out here, just want to make sure we're not seeing any other rotation with that system to our north. This strictly looks like strong winds out to Willis and just outside of Huntsville there with that severe thunderstorm warning. As we head into the city here, we could be seeing some strong winds just outside of the northeast loop there along Beltway 8 and 249. So keep an eye on that zone. For now, not warned, but just something to be mindful of, that this line of storms, as we take you back to your typical reflectivity, is seeing some feisty conditions. So I want to drop in on that out towards Jersey Village there along Beltway 8. Just to the south of Charterwood. If you're in this community, I would say also be on high alert. That includes Deco, portions of North Houston, continue to see that into Bammel. And once again, this is following the heels of a system that we're tracking with some rotation out to portions of Enclave Village, as well as in the Northwood Pines, Rayford, and now the heaviest of that rain continues to push out of the Woodlands, and still some heavy rain in the Shenandoah with that rotation continuing to push to the north and east. We want to give you a live look at Transtar right now. You can see that heavy rain is really kind of trying to pond on the roadway. It's definitely touching the tires as we take a look at that. This is at North Freeway and Rayford, so right in the middle of that storm system that is bringing in that rotation. And I want to see if we are seeing any rotation right there. So right in that general area is where that rotation is happening along 45 there, Rayford Springs, Northwood Mill Pines. You're going to continue to see this push out of the area to the north and east. So if you're traveling to the north and even to the east, this is going to be imperative for you to really be mindful of the situation. Even along 99 there, hitting into Porter Heights. Once again, this tornado warning is going to be lasting until 12:15 today. We are going to watch if this rotation sticks together. That's been the big question, and it has continued to hold together. It looked like it was weakening earlier, but we're still seeing a good indication that those winds are rotating around each other. So as we take a look here to our north, want to show you once again our other zone, and we're starting to see some slight rotation within our severe thunderstorm warning. That's why I said, hey, in the past few days, we've seen storms pop up quick and die down. Everyone, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, treat them the same, head inside, get to safety. This looks like it's continuing to weaken. New Waverly, you're noticing those strong winds and heavy rain, also seeing the out to Cold Spring as well. And this is coming once again with a severe thunderstorm warning. That rain is going to continue to push its way to the north and east. I'm going to put this out for you and give you a look at that entire line. So this is still touching. If you have any flights going out of Bush here, likely going to be delayed because of lightning with this line pushing in. We're not super soggy out towards Houston just yet, but that line, the tail end of it, will come our way. Starting to see some of that wet weather back through western portions of Fort Bend County, extending down through Brazoria, as well as into Matagorda, just to the east of Bay City. Want to get back into this northern region, once again, between 45 and 69. This storm's going to continue to track its way to the north and east. And this will, this will continue to bring in, once again, strong winds as it moves to the north and east, still around that 30-mile-per-hour movement with that circulation that we've been tracking out. And if you're in portions of, once again, to the south of Huntsville, New Waverly, Cold Spring, and to the north of Willis, you're looking at a strong storm. Trying to see, there's a little bit of notching there, might be trying to get something going, but at minimum, gusty winds and heavy downpours as well as frequent lightning. We're going to give you another look outside across Beltway 8 with one of our TransStar cameras. This is North Beltway 8 at Fairbanks. It is also looking very soggy there as well. And another interesting thing about today's storms, when we see that peak of sunshine come out in some of our other neighborhoods, that's actually helping these storms get stronger once that line comes through. So we did have a fair amount of dry time. We had some overcast and that sun came out, and that allowed for us to get that charge that we needed to see some of these storms pop. So the rain does continue to be heavy. Expect some slowdowns. Give yourself some extra space if you're driving on roads. If you are in any of these warning boxes, this is where we want you to continue to really heed that safety call that we keep saying. Spring High School, Six Flags Splash Town on the north side, Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion within the next 5 to even 10 minutes, so 12:06, we could see some of the heaviest and strongest of those winds coming with another cell developing just outside of our tornado warning. You're likely already seeing some heavy rain, but there could be additional wave coming in just out of the south there. So keep that in mind if you live in any of those communities or near any of those landmarks that I mentioned. Taking it back to velocity so we can check on that rotation. So as I mentioned, there looks like there's something trying to spin just to the south of our tornado warning here along 45 and 8, as well as 249 there, giving you that broad region. So that could continue to push on in. But look at this. Our rotation here continues to push to the north. That's still to 1215. That now includes once again, portions of Montgomery County. So the Woodlands, you have seen that rotation pass. I'm going to try to get some cities up here for us. This is really coming once again across 99, Sleepy Hollow, Porter Heights, get into your safe place. And then as we continue to see this push to the north, 242, Grangerland, get into your safe place. This will be headed your way. Let's see if we can zoom in, get some cities to pop up for you. Woodlock, I would say still getting your safe place. Four Corners just on the edge of that rotation that will be coming your way here as the storm moves to the northeast around 30 miles per hour. And once again, this is that intersection between Highway 99 and it continues to push. It's not breaking down by any means. So Highway 99, if you're traveling along that, as well as 242, you want to find that safe place. It might be a gas station. It might be a neighbor's home, someone that you know that lives in that community. This continues to press its way to the east, the north and the east, and it's going to come likely near Cut and Shoot along 105. That is just to the east of Conroe. So if you don't live exactly in the city of Conroe, I know there's many communities that lie outside of Conroe, many subdivisions. You want to make sure that you are finding that safe place right now before that rotation tries to lift to the north and east. That includes, once again, Granger Land, Wigginsville, Waukegan, Security, as well as Fostoria. Once again, all along 105 to the north and south, as well as to the east here, I would say start to find that safe zone. East River, Williams, Midland, and Splendora. I'm going to zoom back out because I think this storm continues to update. We can get a new radar loops in. We're going to see the likelihood once again coming across 242, and my concern here making its way just to the east of Conroe and to places like Grangerland, Security, and even coming just to the west of Cleveland to give you some perspective. We have some other information, Kathy, coming in.
That's right, Daji. We've been following this severe weather in our area since 10:30 this morning. And actually, Judge Lena Hidalgo, her office just sent out a tweet saying we will continue to monitor as this active tornado weather moves through our area. Please keep your alerts turned on. And as we've been seeing it all morning, tornado warnings just moving across our area. A reminder for you, keep your alerts on your phone. If you get that warning, please seek shelter immediately. Daji and Brittany have been saying it as well. Go into your safe space. That's a shelter, an interior room on the first floor, and of course away from windows, and make sure you take every member of your family with you, and that includes your pets as well. So we just want to make sure that everyone is informed. And in the Tomball area, there was a tornado warning that passed by as well. We want to talk now with Brooke Martin. She lives in the Tomball area, and they experienced it just minutes ago. Brooke, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We're just hitting 12 o'clock. Talk about, you know, what your family had to go through today.
Well, we were just watching a movie when we got the alarm on our phones, so flipped it over, you know, to the news. And at that point, the rotation was in Cypress, and we live just south of 99 on the east side of 249. So the predictions were that it was going to pretty much come straight at us in the Pinecrest neighborhood. So we went to a closet in our bedroom, and with our two dogs, me and my husband and the two dogs in a little closet, and just kind of wrote it out. It just got pretty loud, and a rotation, from what we learned, may have gone just a little south of us, but I'm not really sure yet. We haven't heard of any damage in our neighborhood or anything, but yeah, we stayed there for probably a good 20 minutes until it crossed over, and then all of a sudden it would just really clear outside.
20 minutes? That's a long time. How are you guys feeling in there?
It was pretty scary.
Right.
I mean, we've lived in the Houston area for close to 15 years, and I think that maybe there's only been one other time that we've had to do that where it was predicted to come really close to us. So it must have come really close. If it was near 99 and 249, just in the Tomball area.
Now, even from your closet, you, your husband, and your dogs, even from the closet, what did you hear? You said it was really loud. What did it sound like?
Well, the thunder was really loud. It was like a really loud thunderstorm and lots of rain. I don't know if we got any hail or not. I couldn't really, because we were, you know, in that inside closet. But you could tell when it passed over, because it just got very loud, and it got very loud, and then it was really quiet. And I was worried that meant there was a tornado, because sometimes that happens, you know, it gets quiet. So it was pretty scary.
Gosh. And so what time exactly did that happen?
I think it was right at 11:30.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
right at 11:30.
y'all just became in the clear. Have you gone outside? What does it look like now?
You know, it's not bad outside now. It cleared up really quickly. It's not even raining now.
Okay. Do you see any damage to the neighborhood or to your house? Hopefully not.
I haven't heard of any damage. I've been looking on the neighborhood Facebook page. I don't think that there is, but I'm not sure.
That's terrible. Have you been talking to your neighbors as well? Have they said anything?
A little bit. there were a couple of them outside. We went out to look around a little bit just to see if it had cleared off. Usually word will get around if there's some damage.
And so tell me how quickly you got the alert at maybe 11:30. How quickly did y'all seek shelter?
Well, actually, we got the alert. It was pretty close to 11.
Okay.
And it was about the time that the rotation was spotted in Cypress. And so we were just watching, we were watching the weather, and it just kept on moving closer and closer to us. And so we went in the bedroom and watched the news in there. And then when it got pretty close, we were taking shelter. We couldn't really tell whether it was going to be coming straight at around the North Point neighborhood, which is just across 249 from us. So I think it got pretty close. But I haven't heard that anybody saw, a funnel cloud or anything then. There was definitely rotation coming over us.
Now, a lot of times we say plan in advance where you would go. Did you and your husband already know that this is where you were going to seek your safe place?
Well, we have a one-level house, and so there's not a whole lot of places. I think we quickly talked about it. There's one little alcove outside our bedroom. We thought about going there, but then we realized there was another closet that was like an interior closet off our bedroom. And so we decided pretty quickly that that's where we needed to go.
Right. Even at my house, we have 3 kids, and so when it starts raining really bad, we all get to the first floor. And I've talked about this with my husband as well. You have to decide, okay, which closet is best, and what would you take in there? Did you guys take anything in there? I mean, you probably didn't even know how long you would be in there.
No, I mean, I didn't think about that. I mean, I took a blanket in there because the dogs like to lay on the blanket, but no, I really didn't. I didn't think about that. I did put a towel, like a big towel over my head at one point, just in case, there was stuff flying around.
Right. And that was my next, you mentioned your dogs. That was my next question. How were they? How did they do in severe weather like this?
They really did well. We've got 2 dachshunds, and one of them doesn't like storms at all, but I guess because he was with us in the closet and we had his blankets there, he did pretty well. They both did surprisingly well, actually.
I am so glad that you guys are safe. Do you have a message for other people who may have this severe weather headed their way as well? You guys got an alert and took shelter quickly.
Yeah.
What's your advice to them?
Well, I think, watching you guys do the weather, and it was very precise, where the rotation was, that really, really helped us to know when it was okay to, come out of the closet and, when to really be aware. So I think that was really big. And I also have my phone in the closet, and I was watching in there too.
Right. Stay
so luckily
weather.
we didn't lose power or anything.
That's awesome. I'm glad your family is doing well, and hopefully everyone in your neighborhood as well as where Brooke Martin in the Tomball area. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and please stay safe. We are continuing our coverage. Daji, how's it looking?
Yeah, it's not looking too good. We continue to see these storms fire off new warnings. Once again, thank you, Brooke, for that insight of what you experienced and saw out towards that Tomball, your Tomball neighborhood. Here's what we have going on right now with our current rotation. The National Weather Service continues to extend on that circulation that we've been tracking out here. This has been that zone that has continued to move to the north and east, and it's going to continue to do so. But now it looks a little bit tighter, a little bit weaker. So this is a good sign. However, if you are in Liberty County, once again, Liberty County has been one of our hot spots this week with severe thunderstorms. You have a tornado warning that is in effect until 12:45 p.m. That includes Splendora, Patton Village, Roman Forest, as well as Plum Grove along 69 there, 242. If you're in any of these communities, you need to be seeking your shelter now as this rotation continues to push closer to your area. As I mentioned, the great news is it does look like that rotation continues to weaken a tad bit as it continues to move away from the Porter Heights neighborhood. There we have another update on that radar. It's still holding together. So once again, if you're along 242 to the north, pushing into Huff Road as well as Fire Tower Road, you want to be seeking shelter. East Holly, Morgan Cemetery, Don Collins Road also want to be on the alert, even though this cell is to the south of you at the this moment, it is going to continue to push on in. This tornado warning also includes Cleveland. Want to head to the north here before we head back down to the city of Houston. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for New Waverly, and that is also including Cold Spring. You see those storms racing to the north and east. That is San Jacinto County. As we head to the south here, Bush, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's until 12:45. Kingwood also under that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at it. Humble, Kingwood, Tascasita, we're all in that. But the storm itself is sitting back towards the west here along 45. And this is where we have some of the heaviest of that rain. And earlier I was looking at this storm. It looked like it could have some stronger winds, could have some possible rotation, right? But it did not come out to be a rotation that would lead to a tornado warning, instead a severe thunderstorm warning. Gusty winds likely coming with these storms here across Westfield, Bammel, as well as into Candle Light Park Estates. You've been noticing that here over the last 20 minutes. We're going to try to zoom in a tad bit closer for you out to Hardy Toll Road, and to the east of that lies Aldine Westfield Road, as well as portions of Cypress Woods Drive. This is where you're noticing some of those storms continuing to track in your neighborhood with heavy downpours and gusty winds. So even though not a tornado warning, still something to take very seriously here. Gusty winds that could lead to some damages across places like Cypress Wood Lakes, as well as into Cypress Wood Drive there, continuing into Rayford Road. So we've seen that this line of storms overall, as we take a look at our bigger picture, has been coming, pushing its way steadily to the east. But these individual storm cells that we've been tracking out, especially that tornado warning, has continued to press its way to the north and east. Now I want to head out to our west here, just check in on this. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Washington County. So if you're close or live in and around Brenham, this other line of storms just to the west is going to continue to push on in, and as it does so, you'll be feeling some impacts changing quickly here across portions of Washington County. That's along 290, once again moving out of Giddings, pushing into Brenham, and even could see that likely into Navasota. As we head back to our main line that is a little bit closer to home, still tracking out once again that rotation. We have two tornado warnings in effect at this moment. One should be expiring here in the next 15 minutes across Montgomery, and then a second one for Liberty County. And we are seeing a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service saying a confirmed tornado here in Liberty County in terms of radar indication. So I want to go back to velocity for you here. And you can see that coupling still, I guess it didn't, it tried to weaken, but gained some more strength. Here's what I want to say. Splendora, if you are not in your safe place, you need to get there now. Patton Village, Roman Forest, all cities that I've called out earlier need to get in their safe place along 242. This is where we're seeing that rotation continue to press its way to the north and east. Midline, you're also in the line of that storm. Holly Lane, Cole Drive, Morgan Cemetery Road, pushing into Williams, Nimrod, Grace, Gladstone, and Ponder. If you can find a safe spot, once again, if you're at your home, that is the interior room in your home that has no windows. No windows. You don't want anything, if it does happen to break, to fall inside on you. So that's why we say interior, like a closet, maybe even a small bathroom on the lowest level is going to be very important to find. Fry Road, May Road, if you live in any of these, or along any of these streets here, Long Street, you want to find a safe place, as well as Plum Grove. Let's zoom back out and get a better look at that rotation for you once again on that tornado warning that once again is coming out of Montgomery County, pushing into Liberty County, and this is continuing to approach 69. So as you're traveling along, if you are traveling along 69 today, keep that in mind. Splendora, Roman Forest, Patton Village, Kiefer, New Caney on the edge of this. If you look back, if you're in New Caney, you probably see that storm there to your north and west, but hopefully everyone is inside and not peeking out that window. Now, as we head to the south here, out to River Terrace, Dogwood Acres, Pittsville, Kingwood, Riverside Crest, Humble Bush, this is where we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. There is some strong winds associated with this as well. So we'll continue to monitor that to make sure that situation doesn't change down there. But there are some delays. This does once again look like it is on the strong side in terms of those winds trying to get together, trying to form some rotation. So let us know if you're seeing any funnel clouds out there towards the Bush Kingwood area. As we continue to look at our radar here on the, once again, wide scale, want to check on our storms headed out to the west as well, because we have that second line coming in, and just want to make sure not doing anything too funky. Still, once again, trying to approach Washington County there. A severe thunderstorm warning for portions of north and western Washington County until 12:45. As we head on the southern side of this line, we are still looking at lightning across portions of Fort Bend, leading into Brazoria. We're also seeing that just outside of Angleton, trying to move into Lake Jackson. Along Highway 6, you'll run into just to the south of Sugar Land, heavy rain and lightning. Also seeing that into 290, just to the south of Jersey Village. We're also, once again, continue to see this tornado warning in effect. 69, it continues to move into Splendora, Roman Forest, as well as into portions of Cleveland. Once again, National Weather Service saying this is confirmed. We see that purple color inside a warning. That means it is confirmed. So there is a tornado on the ground right now. We want you to do everything to keep yourself safe. Make sure you have a way to continue to get alerts. Even if your TV drops out, make sure you have that phone. Kathy is with us with some new information.
Yes, Dodgy, we've been continuing to follow this severe weather since 10:30 this morning, and so now we want to just remind you, yes, as Dodgy has been saying, seek shelter. If you get that alert, and especially if you're watching us, seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the first floor of your house, in your safe place. Make sure it is away from windows, and don't forget your pets as well. As we've been continuing our coverage here, we also want to get out to our photographer Damon Sells. He lives up in the Klein area, and they saw some pretty heavy storms as well. Damon, do you have me?
Hey, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry,
actually.
it's exactly. Good afternoon. Sorry, we're bothering you on your off day, but tell us what your family was experiencing this morning.
Well, Leela and I, my stepdaughter, were out and about. We were getting the oil changed in her car, so we were at the Honda dealership right off 249, and there was a huge line of storms that came through, and of course, there was a lot of nervous people walking around the showroom, staying away from the windows. Came down pretty hard and heavy there for, I would say, a good 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. We just made it back to the house here, and all of our retention ponds are maxed out, full. I don't know how much rain we got. I'm sure Dodgy could probably give you a little more information on that, but we got a really good storm. The skies are still moving, dark. I wouldn't say that we were scared as much as, just cautious. Just listen to what Dodgy's telling you. Stay away from windows. Get inside the house. Get in an interior room. Right. That kind of thing. We stayed away from the windows.
So you stayed? Did y'all stay at the dealership while this was all happening?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We were there, and of course, when it blew in, the traffic on 249, you couldn't even see. I mean, we're right off the freeway. We're just on the other side of the feeder road from 249. You couldn't even see 249. I mean, it was coming down pretty good.
Did you guys all get the alerts on your phones?
Oh yeah, every phone in the dealership was sending out the alert and everything. We just got another one, probably 10 minutes ago. That there indeed was a tornado warning still in effect for another, well, I would think that it's about to expire, but I'm not sure. So, but we did get another one on the way home.
So while you were there at the dealership, what did the management do there? Did they all take you into an inside area away from windows? Because, you drive by a dealership, It's all windows. So how did they protect you?
Well, Leela and I just sat up next to the wall by the elevator, you know, a very secure wall. Right. We just stayed put, just kind of kept an eye on it. Of course, everybody was staying away from the front door, that kind of thing. I mean, it was coming down pretty good. The wind was blowing pretty good, and you know, they kind of just pulled the door shut, and everybody just kind of stood there, basically keep an eye on it.
Right.
I mean, it happens quick.
So when did you decide to drive home? And how far is the dealership from your house?
Oh, it's probably, what, 10 miles, 8 miles, something like that. It's really strange because as quickly as it blew in, it stopped. And right now we're in well, the sun actually peaked out just a little while ago, but it's since blown back over the cloud cover has blown back over. And the sky's moving around pretty good. I don't know if we're going to get another line of it or not. I haven't seen the radar since the first line that came through when we were at the dealership.
You did say retention.
Another one or not.
You did say the retention ponds were full there. Did you see any other damage in your neighborhood or in that area?
Not so far. I live near the Klein School District ag barn, and there are a couple of people in there checking on their animals and their barn accommodations for the animals. I don't know that there's any damage, but I can see quite a bit of activity in there. So I haven't been in there to see, but I'm not sure if they got any damage, but there are people checking on their animals right now for sure.
Damon Sales, our photojournalist, hard worker, and now he's joining us today on a Saturday. I'm so glad you and Leela are doing fine now. We do want to check in again with Daji, who is monitoring the severe weather in our area.
Yes, and you see on your screen there, we had some of those traffic cameras up. The rain is coming down heavy, but once that line moves through, you're probably going to have some dry time till we watch our second line come through. But first, I want to start with our tornado situation that is out towards Montgomery and moving out of Montgomery County, pushing into Liberty County there. You can see right over Splendora, we still have a good indication of rotation. So with this in mind, please, I keep saying the same things over and over again. You want to head to your safe zone. This tornado warning until 12:45. It is now 12:20. We're going to continue to see that move to the north and east. As we take a look at our velocity, I'm just continuing to look for small pockets of rotation to see if there's anything else that would likely pop. There looks like there could be some gusty winds out to Kennefic, just to the north of the city of Liberty. As you head into 69 here, this is that zone that I'm going to continue to really repeat myself on. And that's because I wanted to make sure everyone is in their safe spot. You can see that storm just bringing in massive amounts of rain, but what's under that rain are once again strong damaging winds that could lead to some scary situations, as we've had a confirmed tornado with this cell from the National Weather Service, meaning there was something on the ground. There was a tornado on the ground in this area here, moving out of Montgomery into Liberty. As we continue along 69 into Cleveland, I just want to make sure that everyone is keeping in mind that you know that something is coming your way. It may not come directly over you, but a close call is a close call. So Midline, East River, Williams, Nimrod, if you live in any of these communities, even to the west or even to the east especially, you want to find that safe spot. That storm continues to push its way to the north and east. Answorth also, I would say, get into your safe zone. Now to the south, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning across Kingwood, Pittsville, as well as Rivercrest. And it seems like the worst of that storm is back towards Kingwood. You can see some notching trying to happen there. That's where we probably have the gustiest of those storms. And you can see that that's likely where we have some of those stronger winds as well, trying to push something into a rotation, but just hasn't quite made it yet. This severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 12:45, once again including Kingwood, Pittsville, as well as into Humble. And let's head out to the north here along Porter, as well as Dogwood Acres also included in that. This little corner right here, want to zoom on in, Sorters Road there, Timberlane Acres. So if you're in that Porter community, city of Porter, wherever that downtown area is sitting to the west, you're in the worst of it along Sorters Road, and it's going to continue to move its way to the north and east. Now, just outside of that warning, we're still looking at heavy rain and lightning pushing into East Hardy Toll. We're also seeing that out to Bush there, and we're also seeing that into Greens Road. So it's, even if you're not in that severe thunderstorm warning, I would say remain alert, because this line is known to produce some rotation. As you head down into the city of Houston, just south, just to the south of Bel Air there, also looking at some heavy rain and lightning pushing along Highway 6 in the Iowa Colony. Want to give you a live look at one of our TransStars cameras here, where we are experiencing some heavy rain. This is along the 45 and North Greens Road. And 45 has been one of those spots where we've seen storms swing through today since the morning into the afternoon time. If you do have to be out on the road, make sure you know where. I've done stories before about saying, hey, if I'm driving, I know I have a long drive or even a short drive, where can I stop if something severe is happening? So hopefully you have that spot in mind as we continue to track out those storms. As we head to the north and east of 45, we're still looking at those storms pushing through Bush, now going to continue to push into Humble as well as Kingwood, and it looks like we could even have some hail there just to the south of 99, and that's a good indication that that storm has some good updrafts, if that is hail, meaning some very strong winds going into it. Riverwalk Drive, Grand Parkway, these are just in between two warnings, so I would still say in this neighborhood, make sure you are also staying safe and alert. That's just to the south and east of Porter Heights, New Caney High School, as well as New Caney just on the edge of that tornado warning. And we are still, once again, looking at those severe conditions through Patton Village as well as Plum Grove and Splendora. I want to take us back to velocity. This shows us that rotation, potential for rotation in some cases. So with our severe thunderstorm warning, we have some strong winds there, but not calling it tornadic just yet. Once again, we're looking at heavy rain, strong winds just to the north and west of Kingwood along 69 there. And we've been showing you those TransStar cameras with the rain just coming down. So be prepared for some heavier rain as well as stronger winds as that continues to pass across 69 and 494. That continues as you head along 69 to the north, and we are still monitoring this rotation here coming right now over Splendora. Splendora, your safe place is key right now. You're going to continue to see this push into Cleveland as well, and even into Plum Grove. This warning continues to get cut short in terms of the space that they're containing it in as it moves to the north and east, but still including Liberty County here as this moves to the north and east. Cleveland is one of our bigger cities out there, so if you're in Cleveland along 59, 105, you want to make sure you are in your safe spot, as well as Nimrod, Grace, Answorth included in this tornado warning. Fostoria also included in this tornado warning. Once again, going to give you a wider view of what we have going on in terms of our radar once again, because you may not be in that particular neighborhood and might want to know if anything else is coming. So out to portions of Liberty County, you're noticing some showers and storms there pushing their way to the north and east. They're going to continue to move around 40 miles per hour. So some of these storms are a bit on the fast side ahead of that main line, and we're going to continue to watch for those that start to burst out ahead of that main line, just in case they get a little spin on them. We're also noticing that wet weather continuing to push its way closer to Pearland. So along the Beltway leading into Highway 6 there as you drop south along 288, Arcola, Manville, also noticing that heavy rain as well as thunderstorms knocking on your back door there. That's going to continue to swing across 288 here to the east. Holiday Lakes looking at heavy downpours right now that soon come into Danbury and Liverpool, as well as Willcrest. And this will continue to push its way to the north and east across 288. As I mentioned, I think that's a good marker for most folks to know that you will see some storms coming your way. The question if they're severe or not, still up in the air in this portion, but they will at least bring heavy downpours and frequent lightning. As for Houston itself, we have missed, I would like to say, the worst of it for the most part. Right now, some dry pockets, but you might be picking up on some showers along 90. As you head to the south of Houston. And then as we head back into our zone here that was pretty active earlier, Cypress, you have some dry time right now. There is a line that we're watching back to your west. Jersey Village, also some dry time, but still looking rather unsettled here across Bush, Humble, as well as Kingwood. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning that does include Kingwood, Humble, and continues to bring impacts such as lightning, gusty winds, and heavy downpours across Porter, Timber Lane, Acres, as well as in Dunham, and also to seeing that severe weather trying to push its way to the east into River Terrace. Another wide view, I keep mentioning a second line, and we in fact have another severe thunderstorm warning that seems like it's been extended into Washington County until 1:15. So that includes Brenham there. That is going to once again last until 1:15, tracking its way to the north and east out of Giddings, the worst of that storm system, to the north of LaGrange, and this is moving really fast, near 50 miles per hour. See if I can get some more cities and roads to pop up. So along 290, 237 there. Once again, heading into Brenham, you will be experiencing some hefty rain here in just a moment. And I'm trying to see if we can get some cities to pop up for you. Across Brenham there. But if you're in and around Brenham along 290, keep that in mind. Now, as we head back towards Liberty County, you're going to continue to notice showers and storms pushing your way ahead of that main line that we've been tracking out. Still looking at this rotation pushing to the north and east. So let's see what it looks like now as we check back in. It looks like that rotation's trying to die down. Don't see a whole bunch of green there as you take a look at Splendora, Cleveland. But once again, this area out to Liberty County, once again moving out of Montgomery County, Liberty County, we did see rotation, some confirmed rotation there. So this is good news that we don't see a lot of green and red coupling together. That means we're seeing some improvements. We'll continue to monitor that for you if anything pops back up. Right now, I would say still stay in your safe place as we watch that storm system push its way to the north, because there's still rain and gusty winds with that, as well as with this system to the south across Harris County until 1245. So both of these are seeing some signs of improvement as far as severe weather goes. Now, as rain goes, you take a look at that, and it's still very, very soggy. Plenty of lightning across the area there. That includes Aldine outside of the warning, that line. And these, as I mentioned yesterday, were going to be a broken line. So you notice it's not just a straight line that's passing through. It's a bit jagged in nature, but jagged enough to allow for some spin ups, that's for sure. As we continue to look out towards Hobby Airport, also might be experiencing some delays there due to this line of storms that's moving through. So prepare for that if you do have any plans to fly out here soon. This line will continue to press through portions of South Houston. Pasadena, not too bad right now, but all of that red and yellow that you see continues to move to the north and east. Another wide view and what it's looked like over the last hour.
12:45, yes.
We have, if it'll play for me, there we go, computer. It continues to move to the north and east, especially these cells in our northern counties. That second line is what we're going to have some concern with, especially for our northern counties, because you can tell that it's so short in length that it's probably going to continue to lift and not touch places like downtown Houston, but could still bring some impacts across places like Huntsville, Conroe, the Woodlands, and we'll even keep an eye out for places like Cypress, where we've already seen some reports of tornadic activity from earlier this morning. So as we get a now look at that, I want to see if the National Weather Service has put out any more reports. So officially, their reported tornadoes that the National Weather Service is pushing out at this point is once again earlier out towards Cypress. That was around 10:55 a.m. and they're saying that it was sighted near 290 and Spring Cypress Road. If you were in those communities, please reach out to us to let us know if you're seeing any damage. Our other storm there is once again, west-northwest of Splendora. That was at 12:18 with that same system that came out of Montgomery County and continued into Liberty County that is now slightly warned. That was in Montgomery County at the time it was sighted. That was near FM 2090 in near Splendora High School area, and they said there were a lot of debris. So if you are once again in those communities and would like to share with us what you've seen in your neighborhood, please let us know. We still have once again this line of storms that continues to creep its way to the north and east. Going to zoom back in to the chunk where it has been the worst, which is now coming into Liberty County along 45 there. And we're just seeing this severe thunderstorm warning continue to get smaller as well, reduced. So this is a good sign that it's starting to lose some energy as it continues to press its way to the east. Want to get back to velocity for you to see if we can spot out any rotation. Looks like that rotation popped back in for Splendora there, just to the north and east of Splendora. So they're likely going to, wouldn't be surprised if they extend that tornado warning as it continues to track its way closer to 105. Try to give you a cross street, 105 in Oakdale. Answorth, if you're not in your safe place, I've said this earlier, you should already be there. That storm likely coming over you at this moment. Cleveland, you're on the edge of it, but still get in your safe place. Pelican also want to seek shelter as we continue to track out these storms moving to the north and east. Oakdale, you'll be noticing some of those storms that are now out to 494 along 69. That will likely come your way out to Oakdale. So just keep in mind, even though it might be a little quiet in your neighborhood, that these storms have continued to race and they're continuing to press to the north and east, making their way closer to 105 here once again in Oakdale. Going to try to see if we can get some smaller roads on there for you. But if you are familiar with this area, you want to know that it's going to be coming across Ballard Street, Byers, County Road 2222. And we're also going to be keeping an eye on Fire Tower Road as well. Pelican, even though you're not in that warning at this moment, you could see that warning extended. So that's why I'm calling out these names ahead to give yourself some ample time to prepare. It is Saturday. We try to enjoy the weekend, but when severe weather comes, we have to put a pause and put safety first. We continue to watch that rotation come out just of the south of Cleveland, once again moving away from Splendora, pushing into Ainsworth. Might be noticing some strong winds there at this moment outside of the heavy rain and lightning. Grace also experiencing some stronger winds. Once again, this is going to be coming to you here across Pelican. And Oakdale. And then as we drop to the south, we're still looking at that strong wind just to the north of Kingwood. And River Terrace, Dogwood Acres also experiencing some gusty winds. We're going to give you another live look outside. This is Highway 288 and at Belfort. So with our line of storms, once again, we have that to the north is where we've noticed some of the most severe storms, where we had the best energy. But there's still some active weather to our south. And that's what you're seeing there on those TransStar cameras, that it might just be difficult travel that some of us deal with as we head south along 288. This continues to move in closer to Alvin. Pearland, you're also going to see some of that rain continue to pick up. Manville along Highway 6. 35 just to the south of Hillcrest, also going to notice that wet weather intensifying. That extends down to Holiday Lakes and as well as into Brazoria, just to the east of Sweeney. It's going to continue to push east, and as it does so, anticipate those roads to get wet, heavy downpours as they continue to press to the east. Pasadena, showers, it looks like, with that rain starting to pick up a tad bit more. Also seeing that out to Galena Park as well as Channel View. And as you head just to the south of the city of Houston here, 90. As you head into Foster's Place, Golf Crest, Sunnyside there. You're looking at heavy rain continuing to press over your area, your community. Texas Southern University, seeing heavy bouts of rain and frequent lightning coming your way. Herman Brown Park, Oates Prairie, also seeing that into Beaumont Place with some rain that is on the light side, but we could see some of that the heaviest try to shift in just to the south of Beaumont Place. Taking us back into our zone here where we're most concerned with severe thunderstorms and tornadic activity. That is along 69 now to the east of 69, trying to push its way out. And as I anticipated, the National Weather Service extending that tornado warning that's coming out of portions of Montgomery and Liberty there, continuing to push it into Liberty County. And that's now until 1:15 p.m. That tornado warning staying in effect until 1:15 p.m. So let's dive in and let's talk about some communities here in Liberty County that could see some rotation coming your way. Along 105, 302, 321, excuse me. You're feeling the rain, maybe not the rotation just yet. Let's get you to velocity. And you can see that, I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit. Seems like some of this rotation from the storm out of the south where we had a severe thunderstorm warning, that energy's trying to combine, and then we have a little bit more rotation up here pushing just to the south and east of Cleveland, once again along 105, Highway 105. So this looks like it could be a rotation couplet in its own out to Answorth. I mentioned you should have been in your safe place earlier. Oakdale, you want to head into your safe place as well if you're not already there. Along County Road 2252. As we head to the south along 321 Carter Settlement, you are now under that new tornado warning that lasts until 1:15. And watching this rotation, potential rotation here, coming out of River Terrace, moving the core of it, moving just to the south of Plum Grove. So keeping an eye on both of those circulations. That are within this general area. So you can see 69 to the east and just to the north of 90 there in Liberty County, coming out of Montgomery County, that border line there, if you're familiar with that, you are looking at some extremely active weather. Let's take you back to your regular reflectivity, see if I can see any notches. So as we take a look at this, we still have that heavy rain There looks like there might be a hail core in there. Let us know if you're seeing any of that hail reaching the surface. Once again, hail is a good indicator that that storm has enough updraft, strong winds that's keeping that storm together. Not enough downdrafts to help the storm weaken at this point. And this looks like there could be some rotation within that for sure. So once again, our new tornado warning is now for Liberty County and portions of Harris County as well. That borderline where many of those counties meet at. So just trying to give you a gauge of exactly where it's kind of starting and pushing out of as you head to the south of Roman Forest. And we want to give you also, as you look at this radar, you see those reds, you see those oranges. Heavy rain is happening. So another live look here at the East Tex Freeway at Interstate 10. Even though we may not be seeing extreme, once again, winds, there are other impacts. We're seeing ponding and water pushing off the road. You want to slow down. Hydroplaning can happen in any instance, so keep that in mind. You see those cars going pretty fast. Please give yourself good distance in between other vehicles if you do have to head out. We're still watching this line push its way to the east. And we have another line that looks right now a tad bit shorter, but that could still come across some of our other communities, mainly north of Interstate 10 as we continue through this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, for Washington County until 1:15. That does include Brenham. So if you're traveling along 290 to the west, you could run into that, something to keep in mind. As for Houston, we're starting to see improvements the farther west you go. Looks drier out to Fort Bend, as well as in Wharton, even seeing dry conditions into the Woodlands there. But really, as we push into that northeastern corner of Harris County, portions of Montgomery County, as well as Liberty, this is where we have an active severe weather scene, mainly to the north of Kingwood. Kingwood, you're still experiencing lightning and heavy rain, as well as Humble. Splendora also experiencing that severe weather as well, with the heaviest and the worst of the storm trying to now move its way to the north and east. Let's take another look at our velocity here. I'm going to take these warnings off just so I can see a tad bit better and put that into play. So what I'm trying to gauge here is some of this is showing that we still have a good chance of rotation here. Might look like there's some rotation trying to get going just to the north of Hardin there. But really this cluster is what we've been tracking over the last hour. Has been moving and some of it decomposing and coming back together. And so that's what I'm kind of trying to see exactly what it's doing. We do once again have those tornado warnings on it, and they dropped the 245 warning, so now we just have this one to be concerned with. What makes it simpler in terms of all of the counties. So we can click around. This includes portions of Harris County. This includes portions of Liberty as well. And this extends until 1:15 p.m. That rotation still holding on tight there. So if you are in any of these communities just to the south and east of Roman Forest, you want to get into your safe place. That includes Plum Grove, likely experiencing high winds at this moment. Let's see if we can toggle some of those. It's not going to let me talk. Oh, there it goes. So around 50 mile per hour winds. And once again, that beam's elevated, so it could be a tad bit higher at the surface. And as we take a look at that wide view with our regular radar here, want to show you that that rain is still coming down pretty hefty across that area. But you can see that that storm is trying to get that notch in there. You can see that storm's trying to get that notch in there. So as you move once again to the south and east of Roman Forest, that's where we have that best rotation. On the northern edge of that, just mainly rain, but this will continue to travel to the north and east. So even if you're not experiencing the worst of the storm along 105 and 146, if you live in that corridor, you could be looking at the likelihood for some stronger winds and wraparound as we track out that rotation. Now, Kathy, I hear that we have some updates on some storm damage with some of the rotation that we've been tracking out throughout this morning and afternoon.
Well, that's right. We started our coverage at 10:30 this morning. We've been watching this severe weather just rolling across the Houston area. Reports of a tornado out in Splendora. Of course, all local agencies are also monitoring the situation as well. And now we have our Gage Golding, who is north of Katy right now. He's taking a look and monitoring the situation there, where he says he has found some damage to some homes. Hey, Gage.
Yeah, hey, I want to turn this camera around immediately, just so you know. We're north of the Katy area, just off Katy-Hockley Road. Vehicles tossed from the road into the canal here. But take a look at this as I kind of pull the camera back a little bit. It is windy, so I apologize if you can't hear me. This is a trailer and a truck overturned behind it, a home with its roof ripped off, the plywood ripped off, fences gone. I mean, entire chunks of fences gone, roofs, major pieces of roofs being ripped off. I want to walk over to this home a little bit better. But look at this. This is a big truck. This is a large vehicle that was absolutely overturned by the power of what I can confidently say at this time. And I know, Daji, I want you to chime in here. If there's something you want to see, please let me know. But this is very evident of a tornado. Let's take a look at this roof up here as I can zoom in a little bit. I mean, just absolutely dismantled. The man that lives here, thankfully, they were not home. I just talked to the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Nobody was injured. You look at this, and it is absolutely miraculous that nobody was hurt here. Can you imagine that? I want to show you the front side of this home right here. This family, beautiful family, lived here less than a year. Home destroyed. They're now going to be hunting for a new place to stay. It's incredible to see the magnitude of this storm. Even to stop lines here, throwing the ground. I want to walk a little bit over this way. That's the focus of this home, but that's not the focus of the storm, I should say. But it's not the only home in this community that had significant damage. We're going to walk up right here to this house. And it looks like we might be able to talk to these people. Daji, is there anything that you would like to see? Anything, any questions that you have? Or Brittany, I know you. Everybody's working very hard there behind the scenes. Look at that. I mean, just the roof.
Yeah.
Dismantled, essentially.
And how many, can you repeat maybe how many homes on estimate were maybe touched by that tornado or the winds in that community, Gage?
It looks like at least a half dozen, maybe more homes at this point were damaged by this. In terms of like significant structural damage like that, you know, I'm not talking fences. We're talking about structural damage, something as significant as that. So very
Yeah, and I can see there that it's already back on the clear side, and that's what the radar is showing too. But we have another line coming that could clip that area once again. Have you been able to talk to any of the residents out there about what their safety plan is now after some of that significant damage to maybe where the only place they have to go? Did we lose Gage? All right, we're going to get back to Gage, but want to get back into this tornado warning. Going to hold on these a little bit longer so you can get your bearings in terms of exactly where I'm talking about. So coming out of Roman Forest and Splendora, this is where we have our tornado warning. Once again, that includes portions of Harris County as well as Liberty County, and that lasts until 1:15 p.m. As we get a bit closer, I'm just trying to give you some more cities and communities. We know 105, 321 also included in this, as well as 146. That storm continues to press its way to the north and east, and it's moving close here to around 40 miles per hour. And this is an indication that it's going to continue to push to the north and east and bring in those strong winds as we have that rotation, which is somewhere around here. So want to break it down in that storm wind, not just the rain, but as we take you into our velocity, this gives everyone a better idea exactly where we are seeing our pockets of circulation. So pushing out of Plum Grove as you approach 321. If you're familiar with that area, that is where we are noticing rotation pushing in. That includes Carter Settlement, Macedonia, as well as Simmons Booth. And once again, this rotation right now sitting just to the south and east of Plum Grove, approaching Carter Settlement along 321, as well as Simmons Booth. If you're in those communities, you want to seek shelter. Zooming on out and trying to find some more areas for you here along 105. Sam Houston, Lum, Franklin along 105 to the north and south of 105. You want to start seeking shelter as you're also under this tornado warning until 1:15. Jacob Settlement also under that tornado warning. Trinity River Lake Estates, you're also under that tornado warning. Right now, the worst is to your south and west, but it will be making its way in. So zooming back into those communities to give you an idea of where you are. Grand Cane along 146 on the edge of that tornado warning. You're inside of it, but the worst is still to your south and west. So you have some time to prepare here. Get inside of your home, your business, wherever you might be. Get into an interior room on the lowest level with no windows. That's going to be the safest place. Moss Hill, as well as Merriam and Tanner Settlement, also in this tornado warning. As I zoom back to the south here, this is where we have that rotation that continues to press to the north and east. This is moving around 40 miles per hour, just a few miles per hour, under 40 to be technical, but it's moving rather quickly. And so that's why we're going to give you that extra lead time to get prepared. As far as rain and what you might be experiencing or expecting to come, the heaviest is still coming out of portions of Plum Grove there. So going to go back to some of those same neighborhoods that I mentioned earlier, but just talking about a different impact when it comes to this tornadic activity. The rain. Carter Settlement, you're noticing changing from moderate rain to heavy rain at this moment. A lot of lightning coming with that as well. Another reason you want to get inside. Lightning is very dangerous and can be damaging and deadly, and we want to prevent any injuries here today. Lum, Macedonia, you're also noticing that band of rain for Oakdale as well. Moderate to heavy, especially if you head in those reds, and that is to the south of 105. This is why we're saying, hey, our rotation is over here, but it's going to continue to push its way in. And as it does so, we're going to start to notice those winds increasing and the chance for some damage to happen on our properties, as we've seen what we had with Gage, who was out just to the north of Katy. As you head along 105 there into Franklin and Jacob Settlement, in and out of heavy rain as the storm continues to push into your community. That's once again along 105. Now I'm going to move to the north of 105, giving you some of those neighborhoods once again. Trinity Lake Estates, Sam Houston, Grand Cane. You are in a thick layer of rain there, heavy downpours, and also looking at some lightning strikes along 146. Would not be surprised if you're seeing some ponding at this time. And going to zoom out for you just a tad bit more to see what our storm's doing there out of the south. So we're still seeing that, once again, rotation right in about, let me use blue that'll stick out here, and that's going to continue to press its way likely to the north and east. So that's why we're really honing in on this area. Still heavy rain coming out of Kingwood there. That's going to continue to improve as this storm shifts to the north and east. Humboldt and Bush, we're also seeing some major improvements here as that storm continues to push to the north and east. Now, giving you another wide look of what else is going in around town. We have a new warning that has been issued. This is a tornado warning. This includes Brazoria County. Going to zoom on in. This is Highway 6, 35. That includes Alvin, just outside of Manville there. So if you're driving south along Highway 6, you want to find that safe zone. It could be a gas station, a friend's house, a business that you may ask that you can go into. We're seeing this pushing into West South Street, Parker School Road, as well as into Algola. And let me pull up that velocity on this. Once again, new tornado warning. This is to the south now, so the southern line's starting to try to get a little feisty. Seems like we may have some coupling. Let me see. Right about there. That's until 1:30. And our best rotation, best rotation 135, just to the west of 135. So if you were in these communities just to the south of Alvin, including Alvin, you want to get into that safe place. As you could see, some tornadic activity coming your way. Right now, likely once again south of Highway 6 for the strongest of the winds, and National Weather Service saying confirmed. So if I could have somebody see if we have any Click 2 pins coming in from that area, let me know. They're saying this is a confirmed tornado out across Brazoria County. Once again, this is just that rotation happening in and around Parker School Road, Hillcrest, South Street, Alvin as well. If you're in these communities, you want to make sure you are seeking shelter, as we do have a tornado out there that has been confirmed by the National Weather Service. And pardon me zooming in so much, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting everyone included. And here are some landmarkers in and around this Brazoria County area. So My Road, you want to seek shelter. Friendswood Road, you want to seek shelter. Algoa, you want to seek shelter. Even extending into Santa Fe High School area as you head down further on Highway 6. So this is intersecting portions of Highway 6 and 35 there. This is going to be important for you to seek shelter. Do want to head back to the north to see how our rotation is going there. And so, yeah, there we have it. That rotation still continuing with that tornado warning. Once again, this is portions of Liberty and Harris County. Now, I think it moved out of our western portions of Harris County, so solely Liberty County. With this tornado warning, it's been lasting quite a long time, coming now closer to 321 and just to the south and west of 105. So moving away from Plum Grove, if you're familiar with this area, moving away from Plum Grove, but continues to push its way closer to right over Carter Settlement, Midway Road, Blackwell Road. If you're in any of these communities, you should definitely already be in your safe place. If you are to the north of 105, get into your safe place. County Road 2252, 2252, County Road 2252, that is coming across Shoe. Sam Houston, Trinity River Lake Estates along 146 there in Grand Cane. You want to make sure you are getting to the lowest level of your home. That rotation continues to push its way to the north and east. Once again, approaching 105 and eventually approaching 146 here. excuse me, as we continue into your 1 o'clock hour. So within the next 5 minutes for some, as you head along 105, you need to already be in that safe place. If you're north of 105, I would say about 5 to 10 minutes coming your way. Going to check back on that rotation down across Brazoria County. This continues to ride 35. Highway 35 approaching Hillcrest. If you're in these communities, once again, safe place is key at this point. The National Weather Service confirming that there is a tornado in this community. Parker School Road, Hillcrest, once again, calling out landmarkers that will make sense to you at home. So if you hear them, just know this is your community. Or if you know someone there, just know that this is your community. As we head along Highway 6, even if you have family along Highway 6 out of Alvin pushing to Santa Fe, I would tell those in this area to also seek some shelter as this continues to push its way to the north. My Road, as well as McFarland Road, included in this tornado warning. This is moving northeast at 33 miles per hour. This storm is on track to continue to press to the north and east and bring impacts. Even though we're not in those tornado warnings yet, that same storm system could push in its rain and winds across Santa Fe High School, 118, which Santa Fe High School, you are in the tornado warning. So here in the next 10 to 20 minutes, Alvin, you're going to be seeing that in the next 6 minutes. League City, you have about 25. I'm reducing these times here as the system's moving, could pick up some steam, so just giving you a better lead time. Our system says 1:28 by the time the center of the storm gets to League City, but you could still feel, once again, some winds ahead of that. So get to your safe place, even though you're not in that tornado warning. If this stays together, it could bring some impacts out there. That also includes Webster and Dickinson as we head into 1:30, with once again the center of the storm pushing to the north and east, getting closer to 45. Once again, a confirmed situation down here, confirmed tornado across portions of Brazoria County. As you move out of 35, you can see that red and green coupling that continues to travel along 35, approaching Alvin, approaching Hillcrest, and making its way closer to Highway 6. Keep this in mind if you do live in that community. I want to zoom back out for you and get another check on our storm systems out towards our north. We're still looking at a decent rotation here across Liberty County. This is continuing once again to come across 321 and 105. This is moving around 33 miles per hour. So with that, we're going to continue to see these communities once again to the south of 105 as well as to the north feel the impacts of this rotation. I know these are some smaller communities, so we have to zoom in real close to get them to pop up. Macedonia, Lum, Oakdale, Midway, Carter Settlement, you should already be in your safe place. Coming your way into Franklin, Jacob Settlement, once again along 105 there. Sam Houston, Trinity Lakes Estates, also you need to be in your safe place. County Road 2252, you want to be in your safe spot. Zooming on in so those cities can still pop up. If you do live in any of these communities, if you live along 105 to the south or to the north, you are going to want to take shelter. That shelter looks like for us an opportunity for interior room. And there looks like just to This is outside of our viewing area, but still want to make mention of it. Harding, Texas. You might be receiving some of our weather alerts if you live there. That is a new tornado warning as we have another circulation developing, and that is until 1:30 p.m. So out to Harding, coming out of Liberty, there's another area of circulation, potential tornado developing. This looks like a really rural area, but if you know anyone who's driving today between 146, Highway 146 and 287, or Shepherd and Stour Lake, they could encounter that storm system, as well as the storm system that has continued to move out of the Houston area and into Liberty County. Zooming out, another look at this tornado once again across Brazoria that has been confirmed. I'm just going to keep bouncing around so everybody, no matter what side of town you're on, can get your fair share of information here right now. This is along Highway 6 and 35. And you can continue to see that pressing to, yes, the north there. So Alvin, Hillcrest, as you go to, once again, Highway 6, these zones are where I keep repeating that you want to make sure you have a safe place. If you know anyone driving, even into Algoa, Santa Fe High School, that intersection between 35 and Highway 6 is where we continue to see that rotation pushing through. And as I mentioned, this same storm system, as we take you to our regular radar, which many of us know, can easily view here, as this continues to approach, that same system will continue to bring more rain into places like Dickinson, as well as into League City, where it's already raining. A wide view of what we have going on in terms of our line. So once again, as we started many hours ago, this line was well to the west, racing to the east. It continues to push out to the east, and we'll start to see some relief across Liberty County as well as into Brazoria County. But this looks like it could stay with us even into Chambers County. So keep an eye on that. This does include portions of Galveston County, not the island itself, but as you head once again to the north along 45 there. We also still have that severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Brenham, and that line has continued to push through here, bringing heavy downpours. This is that next line that I think could still spawn some severe weather, but it's really going to depend how much sunshine we have seen in between, and the location of this line is positioned to the north, so it might likely impact places north of Interstate 10. We have an update from who, I'm sorry? Oh, Brittany has an update. Brittany, what are you looking at?
All right, so I'm looking at a couple different things. One thing we're watching and tracking just behind the scenes is going to be mobile homes. We're reporting heavily damaged and destroyed, brick homes with roofs completely removed. So this is going to be in the area of, we're going to get Porter Heights. So we've got several different calls on areas in Porter Heights, and I want to go over why Dodge goes to the street level, just the big picture of what's happening now. So we have a tornado warning down south. You can see this is a newer one, expected to expire in Galveston at 1:30. As we zoom in just a little bit tighter, you can see, take a look at your screen, look at all those lightning strikes happening now. So this is going to be the Hillcrest area, Alvin, Santa Fe. You can see it is very active. They just put up that tornado warning. Lightning strikes in this box, 120. So very active. We're looking at a lot of intensity. Again, this is going to be Hillcrest, Alvin, Santa Fe High School. You can see right there near 6. This is an area of concern as we take a look at the big picture. That is the newest tornado warning that has just been issued. As I take a look at the big picture, you can still see the areas that Dodgy was talking about too. This is going to be up to the north as we look at the second tornado warning. This is in Liberty, Texas. So this is expected to expire hopefully in 4 minutes. Lightning strikes, however, we're at 206. You can see that. So the intensity really isn't dying. So I'll be interested to find out if they extend this. But this is going to be Plum Grove. If you live near 321, 105, you can see the heavier downpours coming down, plus the lightning as we approach 104, or excuse me, 146. So this is the second tornado watch. Then just to the east of that, we're looking at that tornado warning. This is Hardin, Texas. So this, as we zoom in to look at the intensity of it, we're at 106. And as we look at at neighborhoods and cities, this is going to be Thicket, Bragg. You can see up to the north, just west of Oak Shade, and some light rain happening right now in the Warren County area. That's followed by just next to it. It's not a tornado warning, but it's still a thunderstorm warning really close to that tornado warning. Tyler, Texas, that's expected to expire at 1:45, and same story for Polk. So that's an area of concern. And a newer update is going to be Brenham. Take a look at this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is not a tornado warning or watch, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. And as I take a look at the lightning, I can see why. We're at 199. So that intensity is building in this area. 290 is the area we want you to avoid. This is where we're going to see heavy rain coming down. The lightning strikes as we look at that thunderstorm warning. This is going to be on 36 Gray Hill, Cedar Hill Road. You're going to see the heavier rain, Quail Run Road, Lange Lake Road, Old Mill Creek. You have the heavier downpours happening right now as we speak. So that is the additional one. Not to mention, those are our watches, our tornado watches and warnings happening now, but we still have very heavy rain. Oh, this heavy rain coming down too. This one, is this? Okay, so let's take a look at this one. Yes, so that confirmed tornado warning again, this is a concern for us, just the Hillcrest area. If you live near, this is going to be McFarland Road, Fur Road, Lily Road. These are the areas we're seeing those heavier downpours come down. And we're also watching that lightning, especially near Cemetery Road, as we make our way east to Avenue Q. So big picture just showing you, again, a confirmed tornado warning. This is going to be 1:30. I think a lot of just off the record, I mean, we can speak about off the record. I mean, just National Weather Service just talking about where they're headed and where they're concerned. A lot of people are talking about the area of Porter Heights. I'll tell you, not only are we getting reports of mobile homes that are heavily damaged and destroyed, but I will also say that there's been a conversation just about someone saying that they have family in the area and they're getting emergency service calls. And again, this is going to be in that Porter area near, I'm going to zoom and click, it's close to Yumpin Lode. I hope I'm saying that right, but Yumpin Lane. This is the area of Porter Heights that we'll continue to watch. It's about an hour away from here. Several reports of damage there as well. So big picture, again, you can see, I would say when we started, just for context, at 10:30, we were looking at this map right here. And with the lightning strikes and the intensity, we were at 300. We are now at 114 and lightning strikes are at 917. So this intensity is building as that second line makes its way to us, which is probably why Brenham right now is under that severe thunderstorm warning, followed by that heavy rain happening on 290. So if you live in the Brenham area, this is the area you're going to avoid with that heavy rain, 290, 105, as that downpours continue to happen for you, as this cell right here makes its way up to the College Station area. Our primary concern, however, is going to be that tornado warning right here. A couple of them that we're watching. Again, if you're just joining us, take a look at your screen. Expected to expire right now. Will that happen? I don't know. Take a look at that intensity as we zoom in again at 217, just with the lightning strikes. So the areas of concern with this is going to be, again, Blue Stream Street. This is Plum Grove, Grand Parkway. As we make our way up to 321 to the east, we're looking at heavier downpours. Jacob Settlement, Moss Hill, Franklin, 105, 146. As we make our way up to Caraway, these are areas under that, and it looks like just now it popped up. Did you see that? So that has now expired, and we're now moving to the east. So that's some good news, even though the intensity, I think, is pretty strong there in terms of the storms. That has expired, but this one has popped up. So what do we have going on here? That's that tornado warning. This is in Tyler, Texas, which is, I think, just a little bit outside of our area. But still, it's still showing you the intensity, the lightning strikes, the Wildwood area, Oak Shade. So now that that one is no longer an issue, or that warning has expired, I think it's really going to be about this right here, and this is down to the south. Again, a tornado warning. This one is confirmed tornado warning in the Galveston area. So let's look at these street names, because I want to make sure you're tornado ready. I want you to make sure that you have your radio, your cell phone on. You want to get to your lower level floors and stay away from the windows. Make sure to seek Shelter, Park Street, Lily Road, right here, South Tower Road. This is going to be right next to Santa Fe High School on 6 right here. Looking as we zoom into Thompson Road, Mustang Road, making our way up to 35, Shirley Avenue. This is going to be McFarland right there. And you can see those heavier downpours happening here, right here in the corner with that lightning happening now. So that's expected to expire in the next 15 minutes, but we still have all these showers just to the south of it as well. You can see Liverpool, that 335 corridor. Rain is slowly trying to move to the east. It just hasn't happened yet. So that is a cell that we'll continue to watch and track. As we take a look at the big picture, you can see as it's zooming out, it's going to be about this line. Can you see that arrow? This line right here that we're going to continue to watch. We started watching it this morning when we went on air around 6 o'clock in the Dallas area, making its way to us. And you can still see they're looking at flash flood warning, those heavier thunderstorms. And now what we're doing is we're just waiting for that line to make its way to us. And you can see it right here. This is going to be what we're watching right here in our neighborhood and just to the north of us as that one is expired. But still, look, the tornado warning expired, but we're still seeing that heavier rain. 178 lightning strikes on this shot alone as that tornado warning moves slowly northeast. That means we're watching Brenham just with heavy rain. No, that's tornado watch is until 5 o'clock, but we're not watching any warnings there, but we will continue to watch this one here. Again, this is the Santa Fe, Hillcrest, Alvin one. I will tell you on Click 2 Pens, what I was seeing was, and I just posted this not too long ago, a couple overturned cars. That's where our Gabe's at, I believe, and he's going to show you this. If you live near Katie Hockley, I hope I'm saying that right, at 529, we had the reports of the tornado touching down near Windward community. I'm looking at a picture. I know it's on our Click 2 Pens too, of just that overturned car. So we know that we have damage in that area as well. So again, what we're concerned with right now is not only the rain and the thunderstorms, but I think it's going to be this area to the south, the Galveston tornado warning expected to hopefully expire at 1:30. As we zoom in again, you can see the Hillcrest, the lightning strikes, Lily Road. This is going to be Canal Road, South Tower Road, Park Street, Cemetery Road. We're seeing that as well. McFarland Road, big picture. Showing you, let's see which way that's going to move in the next, I'm going to move, okay, so it's going to be moving a little bit to the east. So watching that, hopefully that's going to clear out soon. But if I did a track on that to kind of see, okay, not only do we have to prepare for Hillcrest and what's happening right now, but what do we look forward to, like who else needs to be prepared near League City if it moves that way. This is our track right now. Santa Fe High School at 1:30, League City at 1:44, Dickinson at 1:44, Webster at 1:46, and we'll continue to watch that right here to see if that develops, if they extend that tornado warning throughout the next 15 minutes, as intensity is still building there for us as we continue to watch that rain come down. So not only do we have that tornado warning, but we are watching heavier rain on that busy corridor of 45, League City, Webster. You can see that right here, Clear Lake City, League City. So this is the area we'll watch again for the next 20 minutes to see if that gets extended, that tornado warning. As we move up to the north, another area is just heavier rain. If you live in the Deer Park area, 225, as you right there at the 8 intersection, heavier rain. This is Southmore Avenue at Burke Road. You're probably, I'm not seeing thunder with that, but I am seeing those heavier downpours. I think a lot of the lightning right here is going to be in the bottom half of the map. Clear Lake, Dickinson, Santa Fe. You're seeing it come down, not to mention, again, it's going to be that tornado warning. So that's our primary concern right now. And you can see how long that goes, really, basically from the Freeport area up to Lake Jackson, making its way into Santa Fe, Alvin, and Clear Lake, and expected to go probably into the Baytown area if it all holds together. And if that happens, we're looking at League City at 126, Webster at 128, Clear Lake City 129, Johnson Space Center at 130, Lakeside at 131. So that's the track that will continue. Will it hold together? I don't know that answer, but we're going to be here until it clears. So that's the area of concern that we're going to watch. We also, again, have that rain. This is 225 Deer Park Lake as we approach 225. And then just some wide showers right now in Baytown. As we go ahead and look up to the north, we see Bush, and we see the 610, just that rain. So, Dodgy, I know you're continuing to track the thunderstorms and the tornado warning in that track. What do you have right now as we speak?
Yeah, some of those same cities that you called out, Brittany, they're in this track. So League City, earlier when I was on, it seemed like we were far away from League City, but now you definitely want to make sure you're finding that safe place. Even though we're not in that tornado warning, this is what we call that lead time, giving you time to think of where you can go to be safe, whether you're at home, on the road, or visiting family and friends. As we take a look at this, this box here, that also includes Dickinson here in the next 10 minutes or so. Johnson Space Center, Clear Lake around 1:40 p.m. Seabrook also will be feeling the impacts of this storm system that continues to turn and have that rotation associated with it. Heavy rains coming with this storm system, as we mentioned, but I want to get you back to that velocity just so I can show you where that rotation is. It continues to funnel its way to the north and east, and it stayed together even though it is looks small. That coupling is tight, so it's staying together pretty good. As we take you back to radar, want to give you a sense of hope here in terms of that line that we've been monitoring. So as Brittany showed you out through Liberty County, now it's simply just rain and thunderstorms still coming down with lots of lightning, so still be careful, but no warnings in Liberty County at this point. Even Harris County looks dry, and I've seen some click-to-pins with some rainbows, so that is a sign of hope that we are seeing a break between our next line, but that sunshine could also reactivate this line that's coming our way, so we'll monitor that. Now, I want to focus here across portions once again of Brazoria County, where we had this tornado warning now extending into portions of Galveston County there. This continues to move to the north and east, but we did see some reports in our National Weather Service from the National Weather Service that there have been damage across Liverpool. So something to keep in mind, even if you're driving and you're outside of that tornado warning here today, you could run into areas, roads, things of that nature that may be damaged. That in itself is a hazard, so take it seriously. As this and it looks like we may have seen this tornado warning extended as we anticipated, because that rotation still holding together, still has this purple inside of the warning, and when we see that purple inside of the warning, that means confirmed. So it's still something on the ground there as this continues to track its way through portions of Brazoria, out of Brazoria into Galveston County, and then likely going to touch back into once again portions of Clear Lake there, even included in that. So want to zoom in. Before we zoom in, let's see if I can get you another track on this. If it'll pop up for me, may not want to pop up, but we are going to be looking at some of those same cities as I mentioned: League City, Dickinson, Clear Lake. 45. This is a major, you know, as you head on the Gulf Freeway here, this is approaching the Gulf Freeway. So we want everyone along Highway 6. And if you live in between 45 there, you need to be on alert. Call your friends. Tell them to stay off the roads. This is a populated area as it continues to move to the north and east as we get closer to League City and pushing into Dickinson, pushing closer to Clear Lake as well as Seabrook. This new tornado warning, this is in effect until 2 o'clock. Right now, it's 1:25. That's still another 35 minutes for some of us here that will have to deal with being alert and having the potential for rotation to come into your neighborhood. Once again, this also includes portions of Galveston County until 2 p.m. as well. There is a confirmation that there is some damage as well as something on the ground in terms of tornadic activity. So giving you some more communities here as we zoom on in where that rotation is and where it will continue to go. Dickinson going to continue to press along 45, as well as coming across portions of League City, 146, Bay Cliff, San Leon also in this tornado warning. This rotation has been known to create damage. We have seen pictures of damage in some of these communities when that rotation started back across Brazoria County. So keep that in mind, please, as we continue to track this out. Santa Fe High School, Arcadia, all of you starting to get on the backside of some of that rotation, but I would still stay in that safe place until this clears a little bit further to the north. Zooming on out once again, Clear Lake, Dickinson, 146. And between Highway 3, this is going to be another area that we're going to have some concern. And let me zoom on out for you, making sure we don't have anything else popping along that line to the north. Getting you back here to our regular reflectivity. We're still looking at this secondary line. As I mentioned, we have some concern. With this pushing in, Huntsville starting to see showers and thunderstorms developing. Continue to see this move out of Brenham. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning out to Austin County. This we'll have to watch out for to see if it continues to press its way to the east, which it looks like it will try to. So I would say, Katie, still be on alert here as we continue into the next hour or so to see if that cell tries to stick together. I want to make sure we don't have any good indication of rotation with that. So we don't. So that's good news, but likely just some thunderstorms that we'll continue to watch out for there. Then as we lead back down to our zone here, we're still monitoring, once again, that rotation moving out of Brazoria into Galveston County at this point in time. And it looks like it could continue to push more east-northeast, so a little bit more slanted. But I would still say if you're in Clear Lake, especially in a Dickinson, you want to go into that safe zone. 45, Highway 3, League City also on the edge of this tornado warning that lasts until 2 p.m. I'm going to go back into velocity. Want to see what it looks like as we continue. Let's see if I can get a better... So there's still some rotation there, and that's going to continue to push in. Now we're getting close to the radar, so making it a little bit more scattered for me, a little bit more difficult to see. So I might change our radar here in just a moment. But in the meantime, just know that if you are in these communities, we are going to continue to see Dickinson, once again, getting the chance for that rotation to come right over you. 45, that Gulf Freeway there, as you head to the south of Dickinson, also going to be looking at that rotation. If you are away from 45 in some of these smaller neighborhoods to the east of Dickinson, as you head into 146, you also want to find your safe spot. We're talking about roads like Hughes Road, as well as North Humble Camp Road, leading into Baycliff there, and Gordy Road and Bayview. League City, East League City Parkway, you want to make sure you are staying weather alert at this moment. Find that safe spot as that rotation is likely going to continue to press to the north and east as long as it stays together. Now, if it doesn't stay together, great news, but we want to prepare for the worst because we have seen this particular cell create damage. Once again, be confirmed that there is something on the ground. Texas City Avenue, as well as California Street there, Hill Avenue, just behind Highway 3. You'll want to once again find a safe place. We're also seeing likely once again into 146. This is pushing into Galveston County. Going to zoom on out for you one more time so we can get a better idea of where that storm is at this moment. And it continues, once again, the heaviest rain associated with it still out of Santa Fe, and likely this is where we have some of our rotation. As this continues to get closer to the radar, I'm going to have to change this, see if we can change that radar site, because it's going to get a little tougher to see that clearly. You can see that those spikes. So those that'll make it a little bit harder to pick up on that velocity for us. So I'll go back here in a second and change that. But just know if you are coming across Galveston County, Gulf Freeway headed to the south, you will be experiencing some severe weather here due to that tornadic activity that has the history of creating damage in some of those communities. Still keeping an eye on this storm system back towards the west along Interstate 10, trying to give Sealy as well as Miss Katie some lead time. This is a highly, well-driven area along Interstate 10 in and out of the Houston area. So I would just say, hey, give it a second so we can see if this tries to push a little further to the north. That has been the trend here today. That's scooting instead of just strictly to the east. It has some of these storms continue to press to the north and east, which could slightly miss Katie. But in the meantime, just know that it could come your way. Still some showers and storms out to Roman Forest and Bush. Nothing severe warned at this point in time. As we zoom on out to the north of Huntsville, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Trinity. That includes Crockett. That is until 2:15 p.m. We're going to be watching that with that second line of storms that continues to travel to the north and east. A few spotty showers out through Conroe and still looking soggy through northern Liberty there as well. Brittany, are we seeing anything new in terms of damage here from the National Weather Service?
Well, let me take a look, because I'm looking right now while you're talking about Gulf Freeway, that 45, just to kind of see the atmosphere. I don't know if you can see that traffic camera, but happening now, you can just see the dark skies and that rain. When I look at National Weather Service and what they're saying behind the scenes, or to us to tell you, I think that really it's going to be that we're going to continue to watch some trees down. I think it's really going to be Porter, though. That's the area of concern. As soon as those calls came in, again, this is going to be, I would say, right here, Yumpin Lane. This is the area of concern, Porter Heights. We're going to continue to watch and track that. That's going to be in the northern area, but it's really, and I show you this traffic camera. Can we show you this really quick? This is 45 Gulf Freeway near Bay Area Boulevard. That traffic camera is just going to show you those darker skies. It's not pouring down there yet, but that's part of that. We have the tornado warning and a thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning again. It's going to be the Santa Fe as we make our way up to 6. The heavier lightning, Santa Fe High School. We have a team. I actually believe we have a crew headed that way to see the damage that we have in that area. And then League City and that 45 corridor. That's an area that we're watching behind the scenes with the traffic cameras. It looks dark. I'm not seeing heavier rain there yet. But as we move to the east, Clear Lake, Bayview, Bay Cliff, you're in that tornado warning again, and that's going to hopefully expire at 2 o'clock, although it has been extended both in time and space. So that's our primary concern right there. To the west, again, it's going to be Interstate 10. This is the area I still wouldn't avoid. We have a thunderstorm warning, 110 lightning strikes right here in this box. This popped up, I would say, when Dodgy was on air covering it. So this is a more recent development that we've had. So zooming into this and the heavier rain and thunderstorms, again, Newburgh Road. This is going to be Bailey Road and heavier rain in the gustier conditions, Yellow Creek Road into this box right here as we speak. So the thunderstorms, not to mention Brenham. Now, we were looking at this area, and earlier we did have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's no longer the case, and you can see those lightning strikes have moved to the north, I think, kind of fast. And you can see as we look at that, so Brenham, you're still going to get some rain. This is happening now, right now, as we speak on 105 North Park Street, Day Street, South Blue Bell Road, South Market. As we make our way up to the north, you can see the heavier rain, Prairie Hill, Early Wine Road, Sandy Hill, but the lightning has moved to the north, so this is going to be more of that 105 area, Allen Farm. You're going to start to hear, if you haven't, those thunderstorms, William Penn Road, Bluff Road. You're getting the heaviest amounts of rain in that area as it tries to make it all the way up to the College Station. And then that brings us to that 45 corridor we've been watching since we've been on air at 6 o'clock this morning. It's slowly moving Huntsville into Crockett. We still have that heavier rain, thunderstorm. That's expected to expire at 2:15. Not to mention everything that you see right there and right on your screen. That is a tornado watch expected to expire at 5 o'clock. Let me show you this. Oh, let me show you this, Transtar. Take a look at your screen. This is 45 Gulf Freeway at Holland North. Heavy conditions right now. That rain's coming down. Gustier conditions. You can see that camera. It is shaking back and forth as folks try to drive through that rain. But we do have a tornado warning in that area. I believe that 45 corridor. It's expected to expire at 2 o'clock as that rain comes down. You can see the gustier conditions as traffic slowly fights its way down 45 Gulf Freeway at Holland North. That's what we're watching and tracking, those conditions. And you can see it. Those cars, I wouldn't be driving that right now. Look at that rain. It's just moving, the gustier conditions. You can see it being carried over the road. It's got to be hard to see that is something I wouldn't want to do, especially, like I said, I was a traffic reporter for a decade. Those dangerous conditions as those cars slowly are trying to fight that weather. They need to pull over for there. Again, in that area that we're showing you right now, that is where we have that, I believe, that tornado warning. We have one. This is going to be that 45 corridor, League City, Dickinson. As you try to make your way down south, you're going to fight that heavy rain happening now with that dangerous conditions, this tornado warning and the gustier conditions as that camera starts to go down. So look at here, Gulf Freeway at Hughes Road. You can see those cars. They're looking underneath that underpass. So they're stalled underneath that bridge, or they're trying to avoid. I mean, there's probably really heavy rain. We do have that tornado warning. We have, looking at the box behind the scenes, 145 lightning strikes right now as we speak. So this is an area of concern. Then you're looking at Gulf Freeway 45 at Hughes Road as those cars sit underneath the underpass right now, and that rain comes down. Now the rain isn't too heavy, but I can tell you the rain combined with the gustier conditions, and we're looking at 6 o'clock this morning, we were looking at 25 miles per hour. So just seeing that wind whip by with that rain, you can see it's dangerous. He's actually trying to pull back right there. You see him or her right there trying to pull back away from whatever is going on in front of us. Either way, it's a dangerous condition. I want you to avoid the roads right now, especially with that rain. Those people on the side of the road, it's just a recipe for disaster. Not to mention, we do have a tornado warning that has been extended, not only with time, but with area as well. So it's going to be that Santa Fe 45 corridor, League City. As we zoom in right here, again, we're looking at League City right here as we make our way down that Gulf Freeway down to Emmett Expressway. We're seeing it Delaney Road, Brown Drive. The heaviest amount of rain right now, though, is going to be 2nd Street, Avenue J, Dickinson, Mary Lane. You can see it there, Cemetery Road, Avenue Q, Avenue L, and J. They're getting it the worst right now as we speak. And I think that's what our traffic camera was kind of showing you. It's just those dangerous conditions. Moving with that tornado warning, Bayview, you're also seeing thunder, lightning, rain, gustier conditions, which we saw on that traffic camera. So this is Bayview, Baycliff, Gordy Road, Clear Lake, as we make our way up to Bayshore Drive, up to 5th Street. Downpours are coming in this box alone. We're at 148 lightning strikes, so that intensity hasn't stopped. And even as we look at that big picture, we're seeing, again, when we started more of the tornado coverage at that, I would say 10:30, we were at 300 lightning strikes. As I pull out just a little bit, just for the intensity of all the lines of storms that we're watching and tracking, we're now at 994. So it's definitely an intense storm, and we're getting a little bit of a break here or there as it slowly tries to move its way. You can see up to the north, outside of our viewing area. We'll continue to watch those severe storms right here at Cleveland, that 49 corridor, 69. We're seeing it right there, and then down to the south, I think is our concern, is going to be right here, just electrifying storm. And we showed you that. Maybe we can get back to that other traffic camera, but we showed you the heavier downpours on 45 Hillcrest.
To take them into
oh yes,
I want my mic back up.
Oh yes, I would love for you to do that, to show them what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I see.
So we can see that red and green coupling that's right over Dickinson. This is a really bad situation right now. Sad to say that. We want everyone to take this very seriously, get into that safe place if you're not already there in places like Baycliff and San Leon along 146. I know we sound like a broken record here, but this is a very serious situation. This particular storm system has tracked over several counties and will likely continue to do so. Once again, this tornado warning encompasses portions of Galveston County as well as portions of Harris County, and we're going to continue to see this push to the north and east. So I'm just calling out San Leon here, Baycliff, Dickinson. If you're anywhere in this vicinity, we have some concerns for you, major concerns as that tornadic activity continues to move on through. We're looking at North Humble Camp Road, Hughes Road, seeing some of the worst of it right now, as well as Dickinson Avenue, Texas Avenue, and California Street. We mentioned some of these names earlier when it was just to your south, but just reiterating now, it is looking pretty feisty out there, pretty nasty. And this is our newest radar loop that just came in. Now continues to push its way through the town of Dickinson on that northeastern side. Once again, calling out some cities and roads ahead of that, so you can get to that safe place if you're not already there. Bay Cliff, Bayview, Gordy Road. In that community, you could see some of the impacts from this tornado and its winds. Still going to keep in mind, if this tries to pivot even a little slighter to the east here, Beach Drive could feel some impacts from that. 25th Street, as well as into Bay Shore, San Leon, and 2nd Street also in this tornado warning. So we just want to make sure we're covering everyone, each and every community here across portions of Galveston County. Once again, this is now past, as I zoom on out here, past 45. At least the center of it is past 45 and continues to push its way to the east of 45. You might still be noticing some strong winds on the backside of that, but the center of circulation continues to move its way to the north and east of 45. So Bay Cliff, once again, Highway 146, East Bay Shore. We're just trying to watch these slight movements to see if it's going to pivot a little to the north or a little farther to the east. So focusing here for now on Beach Drive, once again, San Leon, East Bay Shore as you get close to that Bay area. And then went ahead just to the due north of where that center is on the League City Parkway. Still remain weather alert here as we could see this touch some of those communities as it tries to creep in closer to 146. And just want to zoom back out to make sure we don't have any other warnings popping up at this point in time. So let me do a quick zoom out for you. Still looking at this particular cell. Once again, I mentioned Sealy and Katy could see some impacts from that, and then we'll continue to notice the wet weather pressing to the north of Huntsville there. Going to zoom right back into our zone here that has a cell that we have been tracking out. That tornado warning continues to be extended. Earlier it was only supposed to be for 30 minutes. Still up here till 2 o'clock. So we'll continue to watch out for that. Once again, extended out of Brazoria County, now pushing its way through Galveston County, and will be touching, and even some of that tornado warning touching portions of Harris County. So keep that in mind here. 146 is that highway that I have some concerns for as we continue to see that circulation lift to the north. And if you're in between Bay Cliff and Clear Lake, you also want to seek shelter. I mentioned this road many times. East League City Parkway, Gordy Road. We're also looking at the chance for that, once again, into Bay Cliff, East Bay Shore Drive. So that takes you all the way down there along the Bay Shore. Beach Drive, you want to be on high alert as well. Let's take you back to this regular radar so you can see where the rain is situated. We can see that California Street, Dickinson Avenue, looking at some heavy rain right now. We're looking at some of that lighter rain. So sometimes with these storms, the heaviest rain has yet to come, and then it comes all out of a sudden for what it seems like out of nowhere. But just know if you're in lighter rain right now, it is going to get potentially worse as that rotation will spin some of that rain into your communities along 146, and we continue to see that approach into Beach Drive, Atwater Avenue as well. North Humble Camp Road, South Humble Camp Road also want to be on the alert, but I do think our rotation here has been moving in a more northeasterly trend, and so that's why I'm keeping an eye on this particular area as we head through the rest of our 2 o'clock hour, and likely even extending that. Want to see what our lightning looks like. Still a decent amount of lightning strikes out there, just another reason to be indoors. And let me see if they extended this. Looks like it's going into the bay in terms of that warning. So it may, right now, some of you might own property such as boats. If they're not in your shed or a storage unit and they're still sitting on the water, now is not the time to try to go get that boat and try to make it secure. We are more worried about you as a person. So I would say stay indoors, but just know you might want to check that out afterwards, after the storm passes. That could bring some impacts across portions of the Bay Area there. As we take a look at this system, going to break it back down to your velocity, and we can see here that this continues to push. So it's pushing to the north and the east. It's coming right, and just so it'd be clear what I'm looking at. Looking at that, so as it continues to push to the north and east, it's approaching 146. So that's why I was calling out places like Bay Cliff as well as Highway 146. Even keeping San Leon in mind there. 25th Street, Beach Drive. This could still bring in some impacts, but the core of that circulation, once again, coming right over 146 at this moment. If you know anyone that lives just off of 146, call them. Say, hey, are you in your safe place? Make sure they have a way to get alerts here as we continue to track this out. Bayview, you're going to be on the edge of that circulation, might feel a strong wind impacts. Also going to see that out to Gordy Road as well. And I can see here from the sketching on the map, it looks like there could be some homes, some subdivisions in there. So keep that in mind. Going to see if I can get any more landmarks for you as you head into Avenue E, Grand Avenue. I keep saying Gordy Road, Bay Shore Drive there, Jackson Avenue, just off of 146, Palm Lane, Elm Lane. This rotation could come over your community. South Crest Street, Smith Street, also could see that rotation come over you. Vicksburg Road, you're just to the south of 146, so you'll see that come your way a tad bit closer here as this continues to track its way to the north and east. And right now it is 1:47 p.m. As of now, the National Weather Service has this going through 2 p.m. But as long as this circulation sticks together, it could be extended. Now this has hopped here. This is a newest radar loop coming into, so we're still seeing this approaching 146. I'm going to zoom into some of these neighborhoods just to the south. Avenue J, Avenue Q, Avenue R, Bowerman Road. You want to head to your safe place if you're not already there. You're likely seeing the worst of that circulation right now across Avenue L, Avenue N, Avenue Q, and Bowerman Road. San Leon Drive also likely experiencing some very gusty winds at this point in time as we continue to monitor that circulation. And then also looking back just to the south of 146, there is Storm Road, Gum Drive. Also want to continue to stay in your safe spots. So a bigger view here. Bigger view here as we take a look at your storm winds. So Brittany just changed the labeling on this. It still shows you that red and green, but towards the radar is showing you our circulation towards the radar and then away from the radar. And so that is what those storm winds help us identify if there's any coupling or circulation going on. And we'd see that touching there. So going back into those communities for you. We're looking at, once again, Bay Cliff 146. Try to pick back up on some of those avenues. Clifton Beach will likely be impacted here this afternoon. Avenue J, Avenue Q, Avenue R, Bowerman. Taking you back to your regular reflectivity briefly. Zooming on out. Everyone experiencing at this time a lot of heavy rain. And sometimes that rain because I can't see a strong notch within this. And it looks like they issued another. Brittany, am I right on that? Is that a new?
Are you looking at the, okay, so the confirmed tornado warning, the one down to the south? Well, let me show you this too. Even that 45 Gulf Freeway traffic camera kind of sets up the tone. It's in the corner of your screen. You can see it right there. That there's traffic on those cameras, but we're seeing that rain, those gustier conditions. Earlier, we saw people in this area near 45. They were pulled over on the side of the road. So it just kind of shows you the tone that we're dealing with. As Dodgy was just showing you, that 45 corridor with that tornado warning, and it looks like we now have 2 inside that same boxer. It's been extended till 2 o'clock, and that time has been extended, that time and space and the intensity. As we zoom into this box that we're concerned about, we're at 175 lightning strikes. So 45 looks, I'm looking in the corner like you're seeing it right there. It looks like an area I would want to avoid. Again, we saw people on the side of the road. We've seen those gustier conditions. It only takes just a little bit of rain plus gustier conditions, and you're going to flood out your car. Not to mention, we've had reports in the Katy area of overturned cars, and then really it's going to be the Porter area of our primary concern. Just looking at behind the scenes at all the weather boards, just talking about the Porter being just devastated by the mobile home area from an earlier tornado. That, and we're going to continue to watch traffic cameras 45 just right here, this area, just being on the lookout for a tornado. So 45, you're looking at it right here, Gulf Freeway. This is near Holland North. You can see that rain. Earlier we noticed cars sitting on the freeway. We had heavier rain, gustier conditions. It was really a dangerous situation. And what we continue to watch and track really is just going to be this box right here, League City 45, all the way down south into League City. You can see into Santa Fe, that heavier rain coming down. The lightning strikes in this box, we're looking at about almost 165. So it's that intensity that we're waiting to go down. And I think they're going to extend that because look just to the east of that, all that rain coming and the lightning coming down east of where the tornado warning is right now as we speak. And big picture, again, just for context, when we went on air around 10:30 with the first tornado warning, which it's already expired now, we were looking at about 300 lightning strikes. Take a look at your screen as the storm slowly starts to move north outside of our viewing area. We're looking at more than 1,000 lightning strikes. So what that tells me is that intensity is building, especially to the north. But with that being said, we are watching 45 corridor. The chats behind the scenes are checking 45 to make sure to see if there are reports of wind damage happening now. Maybe the reports of a tornado. That's what we're working on behind the scenes to find footage of. That's what the storm spotters are doing. I'm just telling you their speak because I believe in being transparent, because we're telling you as soon as we see it, and that's what they're looking for. And that 45 is not confirmed. It's just things that we're looking for in terms of storm damage. That's why you're looking at your screen. So that 45 corridor where we had that tornado warning expected to expire. Again, this is that 2 o'clock, so hopefully that will expire in 7 minutes. However, that intensity looks to be building just to the northeast, so it'll be interesting to see if that expires. Outside of that, which is our primary concern, I think the secondary one is going to be right here, a thunderstorm warning. Again, this is slowly moving from Columbus into Sealy. And we've watched that the past 30 minutes, and that thunderstorm warning, again, expected to expire at 2, and you can see it's slowly moving into a different area. The lightning, we're at about 28 lightning strikes, so not as intense as down south, but it definitely, we're seeing pour downs, gustier conditions. This is going to be near, as we look at it, Kruger Road. So Kruger Road Heritage Trail.
Hey, Brittany,
yes, of course.
Back onto that cell, back to the south and west there. And I think everyone, me and Brittany are going back and forth here trying to get read emails from you. There have been reports. One of our viewers sent in a lot of damage out to portions of Alvin, and that's coming from the same system that is now pushing across Bayshore Drive. If you're in this community, this is not a good situation by any means. Once again, I'm sorry to use words like that, but I just want you to take it really seriously that everyone that we've been saying safe space, that you've been in that safe place. This continues to come across Bayshore Drive, now pushing into the bay here. So this is could get real nasty. Once again, I mentioned this is not not the time to try to go save your boat or any aquatic property that you might have. It's just not the time. We're seeing that rotation very, very strong there along Bayshore Drive, and it has come once again as we look here at its pass out of Dickinson across 146 to give you some bearings, and continues to move out of this community. Might be seeing some very nasty winds right now across East Bayshore Drive, just north of H Street. Cliff Drive is seeing some of that worse right now as that continues to push out to the bay. Port Street, Avenue A, and East Bayshore Drive parallel to there, also still experiencing some high winds. 22nd Street, you are also noticing some very dangerous conditions at this point. Park Drive, as well as in the East Bayshore Drive, still looking at that rotation as it tries to push its way out towards the shore. Now, I mentioned earlier Clifton Beach, you're noticing some strong winds as we still have that wraparound associated with that tornado that continues to move to the north and east. We once again know that this has created damage all the way from Brazoria County, pushing through portions of Galveston County, and this just tells me that it's still looking pretty aggressive out there at this moment. I bet on this next loop that this will show this more out towards the water, but in the meantime, this is probably touching some homes or properties or businesses that are right on West and Bayshore Drive, leading into Park Road, Cliff Drive, Avenue A. Yes, I'm repeating these names just in case you miss it. So close to, once again, Bayshore Drive, right as you go, and there we got that new radar loop that pushes out into the bay. That rotation has pushed out into the bay. We're going to see if that water interaction will help it die down any bit. But once again, this is not the time to go check if you live right along Bayshore to go outside. I would still hold on tight, and we still have some high reflectivity here in terms of those winds, especially on the west side out towards Clifton Beach. Near just to the north of Bay Cliff there, as you get onto West Bayshore Drive, they're still showing some high winds off of that water. So for safety, because there could be some debris flying around, you want to give it some time before you go check that out. San Leon, once again, you might be able to see that storm from where you are. I might be experiencing some rough winds, but this is just still showing me that bright green, that there's still some very strong winds out there as that tornado, which now is probably classified as a water spout as it makes its way into the bay, continues to press its way to the north and east. And we have Bill Barajas joining us this afternoon. Bill, what are we getting into the newsroom in terms of maybe damage, what it looks like after some of these cells have come across communities?
Yeah, so we want to go right now to our TJ Parker. He's in Northwest Katy, in a neighborhood there off of Noel Lane and Beckendorf Road. And TJ, we understand there is a lot of damage there.
Bill, that is correct. As you had mentioned, we're just northwest of Katy in northwest Harris County, Waller County, just that line right there. And we had gotten reports of damage in this community off of Noel and Beckendorf. That is, yes, you're right here. And we're joined right now with Brian Cantrell. He's the emergency management coordinator with Waller County. We met him once we got here. Brian, thanks so much for coming on air with us. Can you just kind of give us a rundown of what you're seeing so far out here and what you're hearing?
Sure, thank you. This is one of our communities in northwest Waller County. Around 11 o'clock, they endured probably 80 mile-an-hour straight line winds. And what you can see, this is a community, a manufactured home community. You can look around, you can see approximately 20 trailer homes will have sustained moderate and severe damage. At this point, we're very fortunate that we can report that there has been no life-threatening injuries and also no death. I can't tell you how fortunate we are for that. So at this point, we're conducting damage assessments. What that will allow us to do is we're trying to calculate the cost and the loss and try to get some of these folks some assistance and help them recover back to some type of normalcy.
Yeah, we see the American Red Cross out here helping. You guys are out here, several other agencies. Looks like even the neighborhood is coming together to help. I mean, it is incredible to see that, you know, so quickly when something like this happens.
I've noticed the same. It's a very resilient community. They're already out cutting down tree limbs, working together, working with us, again, to try to get back to to some type of normal. We'll be here now. We'll be here in the future. Hopefully, we'll see some funding that we can pass along back to this community and get it back to the way it was before these winds.
Yeah, Brian, you've been doing this for quite some time. You know storms here in Southeast Texas, and also you know communities like this with these manufactured homes. I mean, these homes are so fragile. Can you talk a little bit about this and, you know, the importance of whenever you have these storm warnings, when we're on air talking about get to your safe place, how important it is, especially in these type of homes, to do so?
Right, and we totally understand these are vulnerable communities. These homes aren't built to the standard of others, and, you know, we have to pay very good attention to these areas and make sure we're here when these disasters happen and make sure we can provide those resources to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I mean, we're looking around here, guys, and you can see the damage that we have seen since we have been out here, and it's just truly incredible that nobody was seriously hurt or hurt at all in any of this. It's just so sad to hear about at least 20 of those manufactured homes being impacted by this storm.
Exactly, and you know, eventually these homes will be replaced. These businesses will get back to doing business, but not having any loss of life is incredible, and we're just so fortunate that that's the case.
With your expertise, Brian, and taking a look at the damage and what we know, what do you think possibly may have came through here? Just like an early estimate, I guess.
So we're working with the National Weather Service to determine if it was an EF1 or maybe an EF2. But right now, I mean, just by looking at the damage and looking at the direction of debris, it probably looks like you had winds at least in the range of 90 miles an hour. But we like to get the professional opinion of the National Weather Service to tell us exactly how of the wind. So yes.
Yeah. If people are watching right now, how can they get in touch? How can they get help if they do need some type of assistance after the storm came through?
Right now, we're grateful for the assistance of the Red Cross. They're out here providing assistance. These folks, I think, right now are well taken care of for now, but we need to continue to be here to help them throughout the future. We also have Texas Division of Emergency Management, which is on the ground. We're thankful for them. They're assisting us with doing the damage assessments, meaning how many homes were damaged or what's the cost and what's going to be the cost to replace. And that is very important because that goes into our state damage number, and then eventually it'll go into hopefully a federal damage number that will allow funds to funnel back down to these residents and get assistance.
Yeah, that is so important. Brian, thank you so much. I do appreciate you joining us here. Again, Brian Cantrell, the Emergency Management Coordinator with Waller County. He has been out here along with several other agencies working to assess the damage here in this community just northwest of Katy, guys. This is, again, Noel Lane off of Beckendorf. Again, you look around, it's just incredible. You see this damage here from whatever may have came through here, and it is just great to hear that nobody was hurt in any of this. But we're going to continue to stay out here, take a look at the damage ourselves, and if we see anything more, guys, we'll let you know. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that on-the-ground look. I'm glad there, once again, has been no loss of life in that community. We continue to look at all of our tornado warnings to be expired. We're still going to watch out for that rotation across the bay there as it moved out of that portion of Galveston County onto the water. So we'll continue to watch out for that circulation. But at this point in time, no active tornado warnings. Here's what I want to do. Give you a recap to kind of reset you, let you know what's coming and what is going on and what has gone on. So overall, right now, the National Weather Service is reporting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornadoes for today. Once again, that is notice that is from the northwest out to the northeast, and also including portions of that Galveston and Brazoria County mark there. So we are still going to have to get some surveys done to see exactly the strength. And to put this into perspective, we have been in a very active week here, and we are once again going to be grateful for the sunshine to come behind this, but there's still some rain to come this evening as we track out this second line. Want to put on our lightning strike, so we're seeing that push out towards Chambers County. Heavy rain coming your way, nothing severe warned yet out to Chambers. And then as we head back towards the north and west across portions of Cypress as well as Katy, there's a few thunderstorms there. Also not severe warned, which is great news, but may make it a little bit difficult for cleanup. These storms are going to pass along our second line that is also coming, and notice it's broken up here, not a straight line, a broken line that continues to push into Willis, Panorama Village, Ridge, as well as into eventually Conroe here could see some more rain and thunderstorm activity as we press into their communities such as Shepherd, Cleveland, Roman Forest, Kingwood. We had some dry time, but earlier this was one of those areas that were dealing with a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warnings. Now just our typical run-of-the-mill showers and storms. We'll continue to monitor those. When we see that much activity in the atmosphere, it's a good sign that it will be zapped. So I hope that is the case. But if we start to see some peaks of sunshine, could help activate some more energy. We'll keep an eye out on that for you. As we head down to the south here, once again, still some rotation out towards the bay there, but the thunderstorms are very ferocious as they continue to move out of the bay into portions of Chambers counties. Dickinson starting to see some improvements, however, also looking at some improvements back through Santa Fe. Want to zoom on in for you to get you some communities out in Chambers County. You could once again be looking at some very hefty downpours there along Oak Island. You'll continue to see that, as well as Double Bayou and Double Bayou Park. Anahuac, you'll notice a heavy rain continue to push into your area as that first line works its way through. Baytown on the lighter side with those showers. Another wide look once again, and we're finally starting to see some relief when it comes to the severe weather aspect. But I do ask everyone and urge everyone to still remain weather alert here as we continue through this evening, as we have these lines, broken lines, still translating to the east. The great news is once this batch back towards our west moves to the east, we are going to be done. And then we'll be looking at some drier conditions to come as we transition into the new week. But in the meantime, our northern counties here into Huntsville, Conroe, as well as Cleveland and Livingston, still looking at some rain and thunderstorms. Do want to touch out towards Trinity County there. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's until 2:15. Heavy rain, strong winds, and a possibility for some hail cannot be ruled out. Yesterday when we were talking about this, we thought the best energy once again was situated towards our east across Louisiana with that storm system, with that front that was pushing through. We got enough sunshine to really prime the atmosphere, and our temperatures have been really warm as well, and moisture, and that also helped these storms produce a decent amount of rain. So once again, just recapping here, we are no longer looking at any tornado warnings across our area. Now there's still our tornado watch that has been chipped away for many counties back towards the west. So Harris County, Fort Bend, Wharton, Washington, Brazoria no longer in that, Galveston no longer in that, but as you head into Chambers as well as into Liberty, also seeing that out to Montgomery County and even into San Jacinto and Trinity and Walker there, we're noticing that tornado watch in effect until at least 5 p.m. So we will see some improvements here as long as the storm system continues to progress to the east by 5 p.m., which we were forecasting yesterday. We should notice much relief on the backside and many dry days to allow for some cleanup here across southeast Texas. If you are now joining us, we have been receiving reports of tornadic activity all across southeast Texas throughout the last several hours. The National Weather Service putting at least in our area 5 reported tornadoes, and some of these were confirmed in the moment because we had great pictures as well as proof of damage. In terms of those surveys, that's what we have to wait for to see exactly how strong they are. In the meantime, as these thunderstorms continue to push across the Houston area, remain weather alert. I'm going to continue to monitor this circulation to make sure it does not hold together as it tracks across that water there into portions of Chambers, just to the south of Interstate 10. In the meantime, we just want everyone to know that there's still a chance for some strong storms to come your way. Right now, nothing severe, but we still have that tornado watch in effect for Chambers, Liberty, and into our northern counties such as Walker, as well as Montgomery, and even into Trinity until 5 p.m. Do we have any new pictures or damages coming in to the newsroom?
You know what I'm looking at behind the scenes, if you can hear me, the Alvin School, we're getting a picture of that storm damage behind the scenes. This is going to be I'm looking again at our national weather chat boards, and we're just getting word if you live near this area, it's going to be storm damage to the Alvin School. So we're going to work to get that up there for you. But you can definitely see that there's a lot of debris in the Alvin area. And now we're also getting reports of in Dickinson, people that could possibly be trapped inside of their RV. So there's emergency response happening right now as we speak in that area as they work to help those people. And I'm going to find out, hopefully behind the scenes, if we can get that intersection to see exactly where they're at. I know that Dickinson is showing not only that, but some just power poles down. This is going to be near Winding Brook Drive. So that's the latest information. I mean, this just came in at 2:01. So that's what we're watching and tracking. I think behind the scenes, again, it's going to be, if you live near Alvin School, you're probably going to see it at some point. Those trees down, the debris is down in that area as well. And I think when we went on air at 10:30, shortly after, I think actually 12:21, we really started to get those reports in of the Porter area, Porter Heights. That's where our crew is headed right now. That's where we've had a lot of calls. Behind the scenes, they're saying they've received a lot of emergency calls, and then our crew is headed out to that way just because there's a mobile home area in that area in there that's reportedly devastated. So that's the next thing that we're going to continue to watch and track and bring you live coverage, because not only are we going to cover the storm, but we have to show you exactly what's going on with that damage. And then at some point, we'll have a conversation about the insurance to help repair your house, because it's a full process, Dodgy, as you know. It's not only just the storms, but it's also getting you through that, and then the storm damage, and then how to repair your house. And it is a big process, like you said. This week has been a horrible weather week. We've had several tornadoes. And didn't you say with the storm report that we are looking at, how many did you say, Dodgy? Was it 5?
Yeah,
when you were
make sure
looking
they
there?
didn't add any more yet, but right now it's a count of 5 right now. And as you mentioned, we had a viewer send in some photos to me, some extensive photos of first responders out across Alvin. There was metal.
Alvin's, yes, big.
Yeah, you can see that metal twisted, so I hope we can get that on air to you soon so we can share those images with you. But this just goes to show you the strong winds that came along with some of these storms and impacting places where we live. And there was a school on there impacting, you know, how kids will maybe go to school as we get back into school after the holiday break here. So there's going to be a lot to think about. Once again, Alvin was one of those communities, and we saw that cell track its way all the way through portions of Dickinson and push its way out to the bay here. Now that is just some rain at the moment as we go into 2:15. As we take a look at the city of Houston, just some light showers out there. And I'm going to put that lightning back on so you can really see that it's still active in terms of rain and thunderstorms, but that first line continues to pivot its way out to the east. And now we're seeing this second broken line coming on through, bringing impacts across Huntsville and Livingston with pockets of heavy downpours, and also continuing to see that touch portions of northern Liberty County. Now, as we head back through the west side of town, Tomball, Cypress, and even here, don't worry. You might be saying, hey, we just saw some crazy weather. You're going to see this thunderstorm pass through, but right now it is not severe. However, we do have some lightning with that, so just stay indoors, watch them pass, and then go back out and assess what damages you might have here. Once again, this one north of Katy, out to Waller County, that we've seen cars flipped. And we had our reporters out there gauge. And then as you head into Tomball, there were also along 290 there in Spring Cypress Road. That is where we got one of those tornadic reports. And once again, no specific data just yet. The National Weather Service just as busy as they'll have to go back out to these communities and see if it was an EF1, 2, or whatever it might be. So just something to keep in mind. We won't have that information for several hours or perhaps a few days. So once we get that, we will relay that to you so you can know exactly what went through your neighborhood outside of just a tornado. So as we take a look at your radar right now, once again, we're continuing to see that line of showers and storms press its way through Chambers County. Just to the south of Interstate 10 is where we're noticing the heaviest of it. That continues to push on through. So if you're into Winnie, you're on the lighter side. Anahuac looking at heavy downpours. Oak Island seeing some moderate to heavy downpours, frequent lightning out to Double Bay and Double Bayou and Double Bayou Park there. We're going to continue to zoom on out along Highway 65 and 61 as you get into Interstate 10. You're going to continue to see that wet weather pushing to the east. Still some showers out towards Baytown and between Channelview, pushing into Baytown as well as Mount Bellevue, as well as the Cove. And then as you head into Galena Park, a few sprinkles, but really seeing some major improvements. Be interested to see what it looks like here across the Southwest Freeway if I can get my camera up. And we want to know, what you experienced here today. If you saw anything in your neighborhood in terms of tornadic activity, or even if you saw hail, we would like to know. That helps the National Weather Service put their report together and let us know how strong some of these systems were. Brittany, would you be able to see what the Southwest Freeway camera looks like? I just want to see what it looks like outside through a wide view. I know the roads are probably a lot drier here across the city of Houston compared to earlier today.
I'm pulling it up, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
But I will tell you, let's see. Yeah, I want to see the Southwest Freeway. And if you have those pictures, you can pop them up. We can look at them because I think we really have wanted to see some of that storm damage. But Dodgy, that does look better than when we started this newscast off again at 6 o'clock this morning, because we've been watching it. We were dealing with dense fog. So we are making progress in terms of the weather. You can see they're turning it to the side, still cloudy conditions, but we're slowly starting to see some sunshine, which is the good news, although we'll continue to watch and track the intensity of this storm. And if you have those click-to pictures, Frank, behind the scenes, we can go ahead and put them up. We'll show them for you. So take a look at your screen. This is what we're dealing with. I'm seeing this for the first time, but let's talk about it together. So you can see some downed trees right here. Look at, if we zoom out just a little bit, it looks like there's debris, maybe even a roof on top of those trees. So that's the first picture that we're watching, that we're getting in. As we click to the next picture, take a look. You can see more down trees, and this looks like one of the schools our team may be headed to. You can see again that roof looks like that's down too. The tree down. Let's take another look at the next picture, but really just that's the chunk. Okay, this is that Alvin school I was talking about. Take a look at your screen. Take a look at just the storm damage, the trees, the debris. I don't really see structural damage in this shot. Doesn't mean it's not there, but what I'm looking at is just that storm debris, the gustier conditions, the tree. So if you're going to be out in the roadways, especially later tonight, it might be hard to drive with just all that debris down. All right, let's see the next one. Again, we're seeing these just fresh, just like you, and that's fine. We are very transparent about exactly what we're seeing as it's coming in. We love to see this live looks because it sets the tone, not only with the map, but it actually shows us exactly what's going on. So our next picture is just probably going to show you some more of that storm damage. Okay, so that looks like, zooming in, thank you so much. You can see that we do.
Another tornado warning that was just issued, so that circulation.
Right,
here we go. That circulation that we just were saying came over the bay, tried to reduce itself, kind of picked back up. So I'm going to get you right back into radar. Oh, can you hit play on my computer for me?
Right away. Yep, just right away.
And so here's what we're looking at. Let's,
Is it playing for you? If not, I can.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, so here we go. We are looking at that same circulation that came out of Dickinson, continuing to press its way into out of the bay into Chambers County there. This tornado warning until 3 p.m. So right now it is 2:20. We have about 40 minutes as this continues to move to the north and east. This will once again bring some impacts as it moves to the north of Interstate 10. It's going to have a Double Bayou Park, Fort Anahuac Park until 2:30 p.m. Anahuac High School at 2:31 p.m. So this is in the next 10 minutes or so for some of us that will start to see the impacts of that tornadic rotation potentially. Winnie High School 2:46 p.m. This will be coming your way. This is moving fast. It could even come before that, moving northeast around 63 miles per hour. So if you're in these communities, once again, Anahuac, Double Bayou, as well as into Winnie, we want everyone to go into that safe place. You've already noticed the heavy rain, the lightning, and now there could be some rotation added to that could lead to some more extensive damage. Before we head over to Bill, just want to show you this velocity so we can see that rotation on there. This is giving us a good indication that it sparked back up as it went over the water. It looked like it died down a little bit and then it got itself back together. We'll see how it does when it interacts with that land interaction, because right now it's over water. But as it does so, once again, we're still going to be concerned for those communities out towards Chambers County. We'll be looking at the likelihood, once again, for that circulation to push on through. Anahuac, you're included in this tornado warning. If this pivots, and it just depends on the slight pivots, if that circulation pivots a little further to the north, you could be right under it. But really, the nature of the storm has been farther to the north and east, and that has allowed, once again, for some of those communities back through Dickinson to be impacted, now hitting out to Chambers. So anyone headed to Interstate 10 from Mount Bellevue to Winnie, I would say pause the brakes, find a safe place so you don't drive into this potential circulation that's going to continue to move maybe potentially parallel or north of Interstate 10 here in the next 40 minutes or so. That is going to be something that we need to be mindful of. I just want to make sure we didn't get any new warnings on the map outside of this one. This, once again, area of energy has had the impact of damaging homes from Brazoria County out to Galveston County, and now continuing to press its way into Chambers County as it makes its way out of the water. And it's still holding tight with that rotation. Just to give you another idea exactly what I'm looking at, that's the rotation that we look at when we see that green and red coupling together. We're noticing that we have some type of tornadic activity. Now, we don't have a confirmation if this is on the water right now. We don't have eyes out there. No reports just yet coming into the National Weather Service for them to confirm it either at this point. But there is a good indication that this rotation will continue to track to the north and east. Once again, I want to put another track on that if we can. Anahuac High School, everyone just please get to those your safe zones as this is trying to push to the north and east. Is moving close to 70 miles per hour here. Could be some possible hail within that storm system. That could also bring in some damage. So we're looking here in the next 10 minutes from some of those locations out to Anahuac that could be impacted by this storm system. Not yet on land, but it's going to try to make its way on land here. Likely on our next radar loop, going to be hopping the gate per se from land to water. So let's see if we can get you some roads if you're in these areas. What we've heard today is that there have been some RVs and campers that have been damaged. So that means we have people from out of town, maybe people just camping for the holidays. And since this is a bit more rural area, we just want to make sure everyone is getting these notifications. So if you know anyone close to Double Bayou Park, Double Bayou, Anahuac, just let them know, hey, this is coming right at you. We're looking at that at Smith Point Road, White Ranch Road. You'll be looking at some of those impacts there as well. Oak Island, you want to get to your safe place. Jackson Road, Job Wilson Road, Eagle Road, also inside of this tornado warning until 3 p.m. Going to zoom out for you one more time, see what that rotation is doing. Make sure we don't have any other warnings or anything like that. And we don't. This is our only tornado warning at this point. It's going to continue to likely touch portions of Liberty County. So let me zoom on in for you. So Nome and Devers was one of those communities that we saw yesterday, day before that we were impacted by, day before Thursday, excuse me. That we were impacted by. China, Ames, this potential rotation or storm system, I should say, if it sticks together, could be coming your way. So keep that in mind. as we continue to monitor this. But in the immediate, as for now, if you once again are in Chambers County, you are looking at that storm system trying to push its way inland, and we'll see if it holds together as it makes its way from land, from water to land. So Oak Island getting that safe place, as this could push its way to the north and east, as well as Double Bayou Park and Double Bayou. We're going to continue to monitor that, and I'll give you another look at that reflectivity in terms of our regular rain. Some of that the heaviest rain to the north of the circulation, so you're already experiencing that into Anahuac. And but the winds are what we're now going to be waiting on in terms of that tornadic wind potential as it continues to spin just out towards the bay there. Just out towards the bay. So let's zoom on out. Once again, Interstate 10 is this boundary that I'm concerned with, as it's a highly traveled road. If you know anyone headed towards Interstate 10, close to Winnie, just know tell them to pause. We have a tornado warning just to the south, and that could bring impacts for those traveling along Interstate 10 east here this afternoon over the next 30 minutes. Just want to make sure we're not seeing anything else pop with our second line. Looks like we have a nasty storm coming towards Tomball, but it's not severe warning, just heavy rain. Also going to see that continue to touch into spring. Channel View starting to see some improvements as the storm system lifts on out of there. Southern Liberty County, you're looking at rain and thunderstorms continuing to push on in. And once again, my concern here is that this could push into just the southern edge of Liberty County here as we head into the 3 o'clock hour. So just waiting for another radar update to see if this is going to continue to push its way closer to land, and is now touching land. So just to put this into perspective, this rotation came for quite a while. We can say this is Highway 6, even beyond that, it started with some strong storms and then continued to bring impacts across Alvin, Dickinson, and now has hopped the bay into Chambers County and continues to keep its circulation with it. Once again, our concern here is that it could be bringing in some damages here across Chambers for any campers or anything like that might be out there. That's what we have the concern for. Oak Island, we have been saying this, take this warning seriously. You could be looking at this coming over you. Gow Road, Rivers Road, Smith Point Road, Double Bayou and Double Bayou Park, West Bayshore Road, Eagle Road, safe spots now. And what is that safe spot? A closet somewhere in the interior, a bathroom with no windows. If you have a guest half bathroom, get the dogs, get the kids, everyone get into that safe space and stay there until this passes. If you are somewhere where you might be driving, find a building to get into and look for a room like that. Ask for help. This is not the time to not ask for help. You need to ask for help if you are seeking shelter. This continues to move its way inland with that rotation, and it's holding on pretty strong. It looks like it's a good bit of it is on land, but still some of that interacting with the water as it continues to move to the north and east. So once again, Oak Island, I really think if you're not in that safe space, you need to be there. This rotation, you're probably feeling some of the impacts from some of that higher wind right now that is coming your way. And this big cylinder that you're seeing is just a rotation tracker. So it's saying, hey, we have something here. Our radar is indicating us, basically yelling at us, hey, this is rotation. So really believing that this is happening across portions of Chambers County right now. Want to zoom back out to make sure we don't have anything else going on. We do, in fact, remember I said those storms were looking nasty back towards the northwest there. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that went into effect. This is including the Woodlands, Tomball, Spring, Cypress, as well as Bush. That is until 3 p.m. So let's zoom on in there. And you can see that includes 99 and 45. Brittany, and do you have any new information?
Well, I'm looking at what you're looking at too, just those lightning strikes of 45 lightning strikes right now near that thunderstorm. And you think about it, Woodlands was under a tornado warning and watch, and now we're back into that thunderstorm warning. So just to, you can see it, that Stagecoach to Cypress, we have about 47 lightning strikes happening there. Let me look behind the scenes to see what's talking on the boards as far as if anything new has come up. I know earlier they were looking at 45 corridor to see down south if anything happened there, but I think it's this box right here is what we're going to continue to watch and track right here. So we have lightning, heavy rain, Cypress. As you know, Christmas Eve got a lot of hail. Right now, what we're watching in that area, that 290 corridor, even Tomball, 290 and 99 right there is just the heavier downpours. And we have the rain strike right here. You can see the lightning strikes. We're at 45. So we now have this severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock. So heavier downpours, the most activity right now in this box right now is going to be the Grand Parkway East, our Self Road, near Jurgen Road. You're seeing the dense rain right now, the lightning, maybe even some gustier conditions. We're also, as we move to the north, you can see that downpour, the raids, the darker shades of red are just showing you heavier bands of rain as it slowly makes its way to Tomball High School, which we've been watching this area since 10:30 this morning. So this is not the first round of rain that you guys have received. And again, as we move up to the 45 corridor, something again we've been watching since 6 this morning, we're seeing heavier rain. Again, this is going to be for Spring Hills and Northwood Pines. As we make our way down, you can see the rain coming. So for context, again, as we take a big look at here at that lightning strike, at 10 o'clock we were at 300. At one point we were at 1,100 lightning strikes, so that was building that intensity, right? So now we're at 887. So the two boxes that we're watching, you can see even up to the north, even though we don't have a thunderstorm warning or any watches or warnings for Huntsville or Livingston, you're definitely getting that rain. You're hearing it, especially if you live near that 45 corridor. Walking down to the Woodlands, that severe thunderstorm warning, that's now in effect till 3 o'clock. You can see it. The heavier rain is just to the west of it, making its way down to Tomball on that 249 corridor. As we see those downpours, Jersey Village, some lightning for you. You're not under a warning or watch, but it's definitely building near that 290 corridor. And then really it's going to be this right here where we have that tornado warning that's popped up just recently, and we're looking at that until 3 o'clock. And take a look at the lightning strikes that we have right here. We're looking at 195, and they all seem to be hugging this line right here. So Eagle Road, you need to be taking shelter. Joe Wilson Road, also Oak Island. These are the areas of concern where we're probably seeing the most activity in terms of rain and thunderstorms. Fairview Road, as we wait to see if they'll extend that because of the severe weather, as we continue to watch that cell slowly try to move to the northeast. But all the activity with the lightning and then being intense, and the intensity is just building as it approaches that I-10 corridor, which Dodgy was saying is obviously hundreds of thousands of people take I-10 every day. So this could potentially be a dangerous situation. I've been watching the traffic. Thankfully, it's a Saturday, so it's not as busy as if it were a rush hour. But either way, it's still a concern as we watch the next 30 minutes to see if this tornado warning will make it up to Winnie and Interstate 10. Yes, Dodgy, you have something?
That you're tracking out right now. It looks like they put that purple on there. It looks confirmed. Like that is confirmed. So right once again, Oak, let me zoom in. If you zoom in, see if you can find that some of those communities out there. But
okay, perfect.
I'll clear my radar is a little bit messy right now.
I see it like up towards White Ranch Road, or right south of that, right? Smith Point Road. This is where we had that confirmed, where we're hearing reports of the confirmed tornado, correct?
Yes, and so
and just Smith Point Road, so just east of that is where we're seeing it, the purple.
Yeah.
And White Ranch Road. here and Smith Point Road as you're pulling it up too. I see your 3D.
Yeah, so yeah, Oak Island, once again, that community, I said it was coming towards you. Hopefully you made it to that safe place. Double Bayou Park. Also, once again, that's still, rotation still coming towards you. And as you were reading off some of those roads, let's see if we can get in, like you said, Smith Point, Rivers Road, White's Ranch Road. And I did something to my system.
Okay, I'm pulling it back up. It's been on for hours, so.
Oh, it might have restarted. But once again,
my graphics.
Okay, perfect.
All right, I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you're looking at that confirmed tornado within that tornado warning out towards Chambers County. Yep. That tornado warning is still lasting here until 3 p.m. We still have a good amount of rotation on it. If you, once again, in Anahuac, Oak Island. You
want me to take over for here while we do that?
Yeah, while my computer resets.
See it right here. Okay, so happening now with that confirmed tornado, we have a tornado warning. It expires at 3 o'clock. This is the area that we'll continue to watch and track. We can see the thunderstorm is actually, looks like it's moving to the northeast part of that tip, at least with the lightning that's happening now. 197 lightning strikes as that heavier rain happens now. And this one just popped up, so you can see where it's going to Monroe City at 2:54. As you wait, what we're waiting and watching with this is going to be, does it head to the Interstate 10 corridor near Winnie? That's the concern that we have. I know Dodgie's pulling up her computer right now to show you that for the rotation. As we track that out, 2:54 is going to be Monroe City. As a heavier rain coming down, or should be coming around near Winnie, and then we're going to time that out to see if that heavier traffic, if it makes it up into that area. That's what we'll continue to watch and track with this storm. And you can see, I know you said, Dodgy, look at that, 252 lightning strikes. You want to take over for that? Yeah,
okay. Like we said,
heavy intensity.
Yeah, the intensity is just amazing with this storm. It has traveled several miles, hopped several counties, and confirmed here that there is some type of tornado on the ground. Oak Island, looks like that rotation is now just to the south and east of you. Still stay in your safe place for now. Double Bayou Park, I've been saying your name for the last 30 minutes here. You want to make sure that you are in your safe place at this moment as we get a little bit closer into some of those roads that Brittany were mentioning, that rotation coming over places like Gow and Smith Point Road, going to continue to push its way into White's Ranch Road, as well as in Jackson Road and Fairview Road. And this, once again, tornado warning, we still have a good bit of time on it. And just outside of Sykes Road on the west side of Fairview Road there of that tornado warning. So everyone, if you're close enough, I would say get into that safe place, which is once again the interior room of your home with no windows on the lowest level. And this is this box here is just the south of Anahuac. If you know any family and friends in these communities, please alert them. If you know anyone who is traveling along Highway 65 close to Interstate 10, you want to also alert them to find that safe place. Now, they're ahead of the storm, so they still have some time, but we don't want that time to get away from them because this storm has been moving pretty quickly. It started off around 60 miles per hour, still in that 50-mile-per-hour range as it continues to move its way to the north and east. Yeah, moving around northeast around 51 miles per hour. So it's trucking along pretty fast. Once again, right now coming over Bayou Park and Bayou Park, that neighborhood. Winnie High School, you could see those impacts from this rotation as we head closer to that 3 o'clock hour. So if you live close to Winnie High School, just know that you want to make sure you are finding your shelter within in and around Winnie, just in case this rotation decides to stay together. I'm going to get ahead of that storm system now. 65, Highway 65 is what I'm looking at Interstate 10, trying to see if we can get any cities popping up here that are just to the north and east of that. Monroe City, you might be on the edge of that, but still keep in mind that you might want to get in that safe place as well. If this pivots just a little further to the north, could be touching you. Stowell, Fig Ridge, Sea Breeze, Winnie High School. If you're familiar with any of these communities, we're still ahead of the storm. This is the great opportunity that we can see it coming towards you. If it sticks together, you want to find that safety zone for yourself. As we head into LeBlanc Street, as well as into Canal Road, Blaylock Ranch Road, Fig Road, Van Ostrand Avenue, that South Van Ostrand Avenue, and Fairview Road. This is what you have coming your way. Going to get back to it. This is what you have coming your way as it continues to travel just to the north and east, making its way through Double Bayou and Double Bayou Park there. You want to make sure you are in your safe spot. This is a very serious situation. The National Weather putting that purple color in that warning, confirming that they have seen that tornado. So with that being said, please, please, please take what we are saying seriously and make sure you have a way to continue to get alerts just in case. We've noticed some power outages here, transformers getting knocked down across portions of Southeast Texas. So in case you lose power or anything like that, have a way to get these warnings to you and your family. This will continue to move its way to the north and east. It's still moving pretty swiftly now. 48 miles per hour, should be reaching in that Winnie area just before 3 o'clock, around 3:02. Some of these trackers saying even 250 and 259. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. Double Bayou Park. This is once again right now over you. The worst of the storm and that circulation is what you're seeing right over you. And once again, our circulation, our rotation tracker continues to show, hey, this is sticking together. This is sticking together, and it's really showed itself that over the last several hours. Want to get back to some of those communities that are closer to 65 at Interstate 10 to the north and east. This is where it looks like it's going to continue to track farther to the north and east. So if you are in Winnie High School, Stowell, Fig Ridge, Sea Breeze, you will start to feel some of the impacts of that storm system, but likely that rotation coming somewhere close to Winnie, as well as Winnie High School, close to Interstate 10. Please contact anyone if you know they are traveling along Interstate 10 just to the south of 65 or Interstate 10 headed east. Tell them to pause. No rush today. Want to make sure everyone is on the safe side. Want to take you back to that regular reflectivity so we can see some of what that rain looks like out there for you. What was that, Brittany?
I was just looking at another thunderstorm warning that just popped up till 3:15. You can see it in the Livingston area. Take a look at those lightning strikes. We're at 553 as we zoom in to this box. It's 234, but still you could see that severe thunderstorm, why that would happen. Why it would be happening right now. So that's that Livingston area you've been tracking all morning long. Take a look, 59 as we make our way up to the north. We have the heavier downpours near 287. So we'll watch and track that for you too. And I know, Dodgy, you were talking about how you're just concerned with I-10 and Winnie. So we're going to check some traffic cameras, see if we can pull that up to see, because it looks like that's slowly making its way to Winnie right now. So that's the latest one is right here. This just popped up in Livingston, expected to expire thunderstorm warning at 3:15. Heavier rain coming down. As I zoom in tight, you can see in this severe thunderstorm warning the intensity that we have. We're looking at about 199 to 200 lightning strikes right now as we speak, and the majority of them are on that 59 corridor, right between 59 287 near 190 in the Livingston area with that heavier rain. So that's something that we'll continue to watch as the majority of those storms are slowly trying to move out of our viewing area. We have a tornado warning just north of that, but that's not in our viewing area. We'll continue to watch the Woodlands. This is the second or third warning and watch we've had in that area with that downpours headed out right now, especially Tomball as we make our way into the Woodlands. You can see it right here, Northampton 99, the Preserve, Creekside Park, and then of course, this thunderstorm warning, which is our primary concern. And behind the scenes, we're going to check the traffic cameras on I-10 near Winnie to see the conditions there. We've seen poor conditions 45 on the south near Galveston, where we had that tornado warning expire. And let me check the board while I have you right now to see what we're watching and tracking. I know earlier we talked about Dickinson. This was just an initial report that there were people trapped inside of an RV. So police, fire, EMS all headed to the scene there. We're also going to continue to watch maybe the possibility of some hail. This is going to be more the northern area. And then if you live, this just came in at 2:31. So if you live, this is from a traffic spotter, we're hearing Bayshore and Grand Avenue in Bay Cliff. Not only do we have traffic lights down, but also reports of transformers on the ground. So that could possibly mean, and I could check that, Dodgy, while you're on air, we possibly could have some power outages with that as well. So that's where we're at in terms of storm damage. And I know that you're tracking that confirmed tornado and just what's happening. Will it make it, that warning, make it to the Winnie area as well?
Yeah, so like you said, this circulation is holding on tight. It definitely is, still has a lot of strength here as it continues to track to the north and east. I just want to give those a good lead time to get to safety now that that storm continues to move through Chambers County. Once again, Highway 65 and where it meets Interstate 10, which is where Winnie and Winnie High School, as well as Stowell and Fig Ridge are. If you're in this general area, you want to make sure you're in that safe place. You might be experiencing rain right now, but there is something on the way, that rotation associated with a tornado that has been confirmed that will continue to push in. So with that being said, anticipate you might see a brief break from the gusty winds that you're experiencing, and that should be that time that you really take this seriously if you're not taking it seriously right now. We want you to head inside to that safe place. If you know anyone along 65 that live in these communities, tell them safe place now. You want to seek shelter as well if you're along Interstate 10 there as it transitioned to 73. So here is a look once again at where our rotation is at this moment. The great news, as I zoom in, it doesn't seem, hopefully this is a rural area, White's Ranch Road, but if you are familiar with that, that rotation is right on top of you, coming out of Double Bayou Park there, continuing to move to the north and east. My concern here are for places, as I mentioned, like Fig Ridge. So zooming in, I'm going to zoom into each one of these communities to give you some street names. Canal Road, Bladelock Ranch Road. This storm could be coming in your way. You might notice, hey, it's not that windy right now, but that wind will be picking up. Fairview Road, Van Ostrand Avenue, Stowell, Winnie High School also going to be feeling some of the impacts from that circulation that we're tracking to our south. Right now we're on the northern side of it, not yet to come, but it is on the way. West Buccaneer Drive, if you're familiar with that or you live on this street, have a business on this street, head indoors. We're trying to give you as much time as possible. This storm continues to move pretty quickly as it tracks to the north and the east here. Let's see, and let's get a check on. This is moving quick. So, hey, I keep saying the same cities. I just want to reiterate, this is moving even faster than what it was. I thought it was slowing down in speed. Now it's moving around 56 miles per hour, so 60 miles per hour. They now have extended that thunderstorm warning. It does include Winnie High School, and that's until 3:15 here as that circulation just continues to push its way to the north and east. Going to continue to zoom into some of those communities. This is coming right now as we head into Fig Ridge and Seabreeze, and once again, Winnie High School, Stowell, along that Highway 65 and where it just touches Interstate 10. Everyone, if you're not in that safe place, this is the time time. We want you to know that this circulation has held on tight and strong, and it could be very dangerous and damaging to your property, but we want you to worry about yourself right now, and that's why we're saying get to that interior level of your room. Let me put that track back up for you. Yes, it's saying Winnie High School 304. Wouldn't be surprised if it got there even quicker as it continues to gain some speed over the last 5 to 10 minutes. You might also be noticing some hail out there as well as this tornado, potential tornado, continues to push its way through. And in fact, they still have this coming in as a confirmed spotted tornado, likely, as it has that purple. This is a very dangerous situation, y'all. So please continue to take these warnings very seriously. We are once again watching this track to the north and east. Going to give you some more communities to really keep in mind here as that rotation continues to move into Fig Ridge, Seabreeze, Stowell, Winnie High School. I would love everyone to be in that safe place with your animals, your dogs, your cats, the kids, everyone. Move into that safe place. Everything else can be restored if it does get damaged. We're watching that rotation once again push in. This new tornado warning continues across portions of Chambers County until 3:15 p.m. Right now it is 2:50 p.m. so we still have a little whiles to go here, but what we do know is that this same energy has come across several counties and continues to make its way to the north and east, and these winds are showing once again the signs that there could be damage throughout these communities as it passes through to the north and east. Want to show you our typical radar. As many of you know what that looks like, this just kind of gives us a better idea what that storm structure looks like and where some of the heaviest rain is. So right now, if you're in Winnie, it may seem like a typical rainy thunderstorm, even into Seabreeze there and Fig Ridge. But what I want to tell you is that once that rotation pops in, that wind's going to get going and it's going to be a whole lot different. So don't think of it as a regular thunderstorm. This is a tornado warning, and with an active tornado likely on the ground. As we zoom back out for you, just want to make sure we don't have any other additional warnings popping up. I will touch in on here to the north. Out to Spring in the Woodlands, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning until 3 p.m. Watch for heavy downpours, frequent lightning, as well as gusty winds. And then out towards Livingston along 59 there, including Shepherd, a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15 p.m. That also includes portions of Polk County, San Jacinto County, and that is once again encompassing 190, 146, where we've already seen some nasty weather earlier today and earlier this week. Now down back into our corner here where we do have that circulation continuing to fire off as it moves to the north and east. 65, Highway 65 and Interstate 10, that little corner there where it touches, this is where we have the cause for concern. If you know anyone headed east along Interstate 10 or 65, tell them pump the brakes. You need to find a safe place. This rotation continues to push on through. Going to take you back to our rotation tracker here as that storm continues to press its way to the north and east. Let's see if our timing has changed ever so slightly, but really you should already be in your safe place. It's still around that 50 mile per hour speed, forward speed, as it moves to the north and east. Once again, hail is also likely with this storm, so you might hear some things hitting your property as this comes on through. But the concern here, and notice how tight that rotation is. This is a good indication that it's not giving up at all. It's very tight and it's right over White's Ranch Road, continues to move to the north, east of White's Ranch Road. So keep that in mind. If you're in that neighborhood, you should be in your safe place if you know where this is. Winnie High School, this is a good reminder for you, even though you're not yet in the thick of it, that it is coming your way, as well as into Seabreeze. You'll feel some of those impacts. Fig Ridge, and then I'm going to zoom in and try to get some more roads here. I mentioned earlier Canal Street, as well as Blaylock Ranch Road. Garth Road could be seeing that rotation coming on top of you here as we head into the end of 2 o'clock. Fairview Road also going to be looking at that rotation moving your way. Let's see. Here's our latest update. Looks like it's shifting just a tad bit, but I would still keep my eyes locked on this if you are out towards, once again, 65 and 10 there. I'm going to put a loop on this just so I can make sure I'm getting that correct motion. And it's still right now looks like it's still coming in with that northeasterly track there. That rotation still holding very tight. That means we have a very good dynamics to keep that system together in terms of what I'm looking at on velocity. As far as our communities out there and our streets that we want you to be aware of if you are in any of these communities: Fairview, Seabreeze, as well as into Canal Street and Fig Ridge. These are where we want you to be in your safe zone at this moment, as well as in a Winnie High School. Brittany, what are you looking at as we continue to track out this line of storms that are pushing through?
Okay, I'm going to go over the watches and warning, but I want to make sure that we confirm this. We just got this in. The mayor of Manville is now saying that they have confirmed 1 death from the storms. This is Brazoria County, so this is the area we're gathering more information on how that storm, where they are located, but we have learned that this is now turned into a deadly storm. 1 person confirmed dead, again, in Brazoria County. So this is an area, the mayor confirmed that we're going to head out there to find out more information, find out exactly what neighborhood they lived in and how that happened as we continue to track the storms happening now. We went, I would say, about 15 minutes without any kind of warnings, tornado warnings, but now that has changed. Right now, as we zoom out, when we started this coverage at 10:30, I'm sorry, we had about 300 lightning strikes. We're now at 255 and we're at 1,000 again, so that's still building that intensity. So looking at the watches and warnings, here's what we're watching right now. We're going to see right here the tornado warning in this red box. You can see a lot of lightning happening here, but we have one. This is going to be Chambers, and that's now that tornado. We have a tornado watch until 5 o'clock, but we also have that tornado warning, which is the blinking red. That's until 3 o'clock. We'll continue to watch that as it slowly, and you can see it right here, make its way up to Winnie and that Interstate 10, especially with all that lightning just building with that intensity. We're looking now at 221 lightning strikes. Taking a look at the big picture, we'll continue to watch here. This is that thunderstorm warning expected to expire at 3 o'clock. This one is slowly looking better in terms of lightning. Earlier we were seeing, I would say maybe we're in the 90s, so we're now down to 62. So hopefully that is moving in the right direction. And as we take a look up to the north, we'll continue to watch and track Livingston. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. This one is, there's a lot of energy to this, right? We're looking at, as we zoom in, about 294 lightning strikes as lightning and rain right there at Livingston at 59. And then you can see more heavier downpours as the thunderstorms make its way from the Livingston area up to 287. We're seeing the heavier downpours, but overall, that's what we're watching and tracking in our area, Dodgy, immediately. And then, of course, up to the north, we'll continue to watch those thunderstorm and those tornado warnings as they slowly make its way up north. But that lightning, like you said, it started off at 300. Now we're at 1,000. This, as the mayor has, Manville already confirmed, this has now turned deadly. 1 person has died as a result of this storm. And behind the scenes, we're working to gather more information on where they live, the neighborhood, and how exactly this happened. But it just shows you it has just been a very busy day. Not only a busy day, Dodgy, but just a busy weather week. I know the night before Christmas and then the day after, and now all the storms that we're looking at right now as we speak. And the concern with that is the rain and the saturated soil, just making it more of a concern in terms of flooding as well. But of course, the immediate risk is the tornado warning that we're watching as it continues to build, and there should be some heavier downpours on Interstate 10 just west of the Winnie area. Do you see that on the corner?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can see that. And that rotation is coming into some of those communities that I called out. So if you're once again Fig Ridge, Seabreeze, as well as in a Winnie High School, Stowell, also looking at those that rotation coming right over you outside of the heavy rain, the gusty winds, as well as that opportunity for hail. Fairview Road, you're noticing once again, you're just on the leading edge of that rotation here. It is coming to you quickly. Everybody should be in their safe places. Blaylock Ranch, this will also be coming your way. And as I mentioned, 65, Highway 65 pushing into Winnie High School, Hayes Road, as well as in a Campbell, we'll be looking at some concerns. And I'm going to zoom out. I don't know if they extended that. Now this rotation looks like it's going to continue to go east northeast into Jefferson, Texas. So if you do have any family and friends out there, as for our area, we are going to continue to see this transition into Jefferson. But in the meantime, it has not made that transition. So we want you to still remain very weather alert. We know that this storm system has been producing some hail, and this is an indication that there's likely hail with this. We call this our hail path tracker, but that's not the only system that has seen that through today. There have been some other pockets of hail. Now the question of if all of that's reaching the ground in some of our storm systems that we've seen over the past hour, still a question mark, but likely happening in this cell with this tornado that is coming across Chambers County. As you take a look at your storm relative velocity, once again, this tracking out our winds coming in and out of the radar, giving us a better eye on rotation. We're going to continue to see that these storms along 65 and as you head into Fig Ridge, Seabreeze, as well as once again Winnie High School, we're concerned with some of that rotation impacting those communities. But really, it seems like it's been staying along White's Ranch Road here, tracking mainly due east. So it might be a north component to this. So that's why I've been calling out Winnie, as well as Fairview, Stowell, and Seabreeze, which I do think it still will touch some of those areas. But over the last few radar loops has been holding tight going east along White's Ranch Road. So if you're familiar with White's Ranch Road, just know that this is coming your way. In terms of our speed here, still keeping up that steam around 50 miles per hour as it continues to translate its way to the north and east. It will once again continue to touch places along as you head into Interstate 10 and Interstate 10 goes over to 73. That will be a zone of concern for travelers this afternoon into the evening, as this will cross 73 and continue to ride parallel potentially along Interstate 10, pushing into that next county, which is just to the south of Beaumont. So even family and friends that are not in our particular area here in Southeast Texas, you do want to let them know if they're farther in East Texas that there could be some rotation coming their way. Taking a look at our regular radar once again, we're still looking at that broken line. This was coming from our first line of storms, where we're seeing our tornado activity. That broken line of storms continuing to fire off severe thunderstorm warnings as you head into Polk County as well as San Jacinto County, and that is until 3:15 p.m. Now back to velocity as we see that rotation along Chambers County's tornado warning, which is still holding pretty tight here. So I've been calling out these communities all afternoon, or at least for the, I should say, last 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. That storm is looking like it's now pushing, making that more northerly turn here as you head into portions of Fig Ridge, Seabreeze. You're going to start to notice that rotation pushing on in. Stowell, Winnie High School still have some concerns, high concerns for you as well. Along Highway 65, also still have some concerns for you. So make sure if you're not there, this is your opportunity to get into your safe place. We've been saying this once again for the last 40 minutes or so. Fairview Road, this is coming over you at this moment. Canal Road on the northwestern edge of that rotation, but will still likely feel some impacts. French Road here as it enters eventually to the north of White's Ranch Road, I should say, also feeling those impacts of that system that tornado still churning away, and it could bring some damages. So if you're not in your safe place, please get there now. This storm is coming right at you across portions of that Chambers County borderline before you get into Jackson there. Fig Ridge, as well as Winnie High School, Stowell, if you're in those communities, this is your opportunity, likely your last opportunity to seek shelter, because as we continue to see that rotation on our newest radar loop, it continues to push its way to the north and east. With that being said, we just want everyone to know that we have been getting a lot of damage reports in, whether that be through the National Weather Service, whether that be through you sending in emails and videos or calling our newsrooms. We highly appreciate that. There have been many other storms throughout today that have spawned severe weather as well as tornadic activity, and now we're starting to come to the end of that. So we are almost done here with the worst of today, but this line of storms also coming through the western end of Galveston Island is going to be our last little bit for our southern counties, and then we still have that line to our north out to places, once again, into our northern counties. Here's another look at that rotation that continues to translate its way to the north and east. Fig Ridge, Stowell, I keep repeating myself, this is where it starts to get a little nasty out there. I should say a lot of winds are going to be coming your way as that rotation creeps to the north and east. Sea breeze, please, please, please make sure you're in your safe spot. This continues to ride along portions of Fairview Road, and now even Herbert Road. I would say if you know that location, make sure you're in your safe place as well, so you can get some more roads to pop up here. White's Ranch Road under the worst of that rotation at this moment. Going to take you to velocity so we can see it a little bit better as we dissect this storm. Yeah, so still pushing through portions of White's Road, headed east, getting closer to French Road and Herbert Road, getting closer to Sea Breeze and Fairview Road as well. Zooming on out for you there to show you exactly the bigger picture. 65, Highway 65, and where Interstate 10 come together in some sorts, or close by, I should say. This is where the storm will likely continue to track, eventually touching Highway 73 as well. As we review the history of this storm, this has come quite a long distance. It started out across portions of Brazoria County, brought some impacts out to portions of Galveston County, and then made its way into the Bay. And now this is where we have that rotation continuing to fire off out to Chambers County. So hops several counties, still bringing in strong winds and still holding together pretty tight here. And why we have that purple in that box is because the National Weather Service has some confirmation that this is a tornado, and that's why we want you to take this very seriously as it continues to come throughout these neighborhoods. So Sea Breeze, been calling your name out. You have that rotation over you at this point that continues to press here into French Road as well, still holding some of that rotation out to the eastern side of White's Ranch Road. Going to continue to move its way to the north and east. Herbert Road, if you live in that community along that or have any businesses or anything like that, want to make sure you're in your safe place at this moment. That green and red once again showcasing that we do have rotation going on. So keep that in mind, that rotation has held tight here at least for about an hour. Fairview Road, you also want to get to that safe place if you're not already there. We are talking about that rotation just a few miles away from you at this point. We have seen this storm system and its energy produce damage, and it continues to move its way to the north and east. Once again, this is going to, as it makes its way to the east, move into a different county. That county includes places like Nederland, as well as Port Arthur and Taylor Landing. So if you have any family and friends out there, just give them a heads up that they have something coming their way. That is not in our viewing area. They do have their own news outlets there, but it's always nice to have some extra help when severe weather is coming. Once again, that will likely be to the south of Beaumont. As we take a look at our wide view back to our radar here, just want to see where our rain is. We are looking at that once again line that is still fierce with lightning, and even our tornado has plenty of energy to work with as it continues to hold tight as it comes to the eastern edge of Chambers County. Zooming into the north, Polk, Texas, that's where we now seeing that severe thunderstorm continue to push out. So now we're starting to get our relief here back across southeast Texas, outside of Chambers and that eastern portion, as well as Galveston Island. There still looking at some nasty storms firing off as that line translates, as that line moves to the east. So into Kaplan, Bolivar Peninsula there, heavy rain, downpours, lightning, no severe thunderstorms, luckily for you. But as we head into, once again, Chambers County, sea breeze experiencing the worst of the storm at this moment. Back to our velocity. We can see that rotation coming across sea breeze and some strong winds to the north across Fig Ridge, and that rotation once again wide. So you're still going to feel that as you head into portions of Fig Ridge as well as Stowell. And Winnie High School likely feeling some impacts from that circulation, but the tightest of that circulation likely happening just close to sea breeze. So I hope everyone has found that safe place as this continues to press to the east. With that being said, giving you another view here and putting on our storm reports from the National Weather Service. Just want to see if they've added. So we still have 5 possible. I'm sure they might add 1, or maybe they'll classify that as the same cell. I'm not too sure since it came over water. But either way, we do know that we're finally coming to the end of that rotation out to portions of Chambers County, which is great news. And most of us are seeing clearing conditions, being able to see what has gone on in our neighborhoods. Now, this continues to push its way to the east, continues to move to the east of sea breeze. The worst of the rotation. Still stay in your home, still stay in your safe space. You're still too close to come out. If you're along French Road, you might be hearing some sounds. Might be hearing the heavy rain, the hail, as well as those stronger winds. Actually, the hail's probably a little further to the north, but yeah, you are experiencing that tornadic activity as it continues to move to the east. And this has been tracking for a very long time here across southeast Texas. As we take a look, we're still once again under that tornado warning, and we just have a few more minutes left as it transitions into a different county. That's Jefferson County until 3:45. So if you still know anyone traveling along Highway 73 here this afternoon and evening, even pushing into portions of Interstate 10, 347 out to Taylor Landing, even in and around Port Arthur, you want to let them know, hey, rethink your travel plans, wait till this storm passes, and then get on the road. We're going to continue to see this rotation push on out of Chambers County. And the National Weather Service should be allowing for this to expire. Likely still feeling some strong winds back through Fig Ridge, as well as Stowell and Winnie High School, probably still breezy there. Still gusty, I should say. But that rotation has now pushed its way to the east. And we're going to continue to see that move out of Chambers here in the coming minutes. But along French Road, might be still experiencing some breezy winds. Matthews Ranch Road now under that circulation. Russell Road, Shortcut Road, Runway Road, also under that circulation that continues to move to the north and east. Nederland at the end of 3 o'clock, around 3:40. this circulation could be coming your way, so something to keep in mind. And what we've seen here is that this has been keeping steam moving pretty swiftly around that 50-mile-per-hour mark, now even at 60 miles per hour. So this has pushed its way, that circulation, the best of it, into Russell's Road, Runway Road, Shortcut Road, as I mentioned earlier. As we head back towards Seabreeze there, we're getting on the back end of that circulation, so should be seeing some improvements. Please still stay in your safe zone as this continues to pass. Stowell. You're also noticing some gusty winds as well as Fig Ridge along Fairview Road. But the center of that storm has once again now continued to transition its way to the east. And now we're going to notice some improvements on the backside of this. I'm going to take you into our radar here. Make sure we don't have too much else going on. So this is our first line. I'll try to do it like that. First line that went through that caused several tornadoes to develop here across southeast Texas. This is a second line that continues to move through, that continues to spark several lightning strikes there. And that is leading to some strong storms. You see that white box, that's not quite severe, but there are some strong storms out to Cleveland, Splendora, Roman Forest, as well as Kingwood, extending back through just to the east of Bush. So probably still some flight delays there. San Jacinto County still under that thunderstorm there, and severe thunderstorm warning for San Jacinto County near Shepherd until about 3:15 p.m. Livingston, Goodrich under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15 p.m. and that just set to expire. So still have some lightning going on and some gusty winds. We'll see if we'll have any new issued severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's take you back down to Chambers County, where our tornado warning has since expired at 3:15 as we anticipated. And that's because, once again, that rotation continues to press its way out to the east. So to recap here, we have seen a line of storms, two lines of storms roll through. They've been jagged, they have been broken, but they did have enough energy to allow for spin-ups, creating tornadic activity across southeast Texas. As of now, the National Weather Service having reports of, in southeast Texas, of at least 5 tornadoes. We will not know the strength, path, width of those tornadoes until the National Weather Service goes out in the communities and surveys. This might take some time, maybe a day or so, as we continue to monitor the damage, as they continue to survey the damage. We do appreciate that everyone sent in your photos, and hopefully everyone stayed safe. As Brittany mentioned, there has been a report of 1 death out in Brazoria County. Unfortunately, we hope to hear of no more deaths and hopefully no more injuries either. We continue to watch our first line press its way into places such as Port Arthur. If you have any family members there, please call them. We're also seeing out to the very eastern edge of Galveston still some thunderstorms holding on. As you head into portions of, as you head to the east of Bush here, there's a line of thunderstorms that continue to fire off across Kingwood. Still seeing that out to Roman Forest and Cleveland, Shepherd. Not severe, but likely bringing heavy downpour and gusty winds and creating some ponding on the roads. But we are looking at, once again, a quieter afternoon as these storms continue to push their way out. This was associated with the cold front that we were tracking, and as that front continues to push to the east, we're looking at much improved weather. Unfortunately, once again, we have seen extensive damage. If you do go outside here today, remember to stay away from down power lines. Even if you have some ponding or flooding or anything like that, which most of that rain was quick, so we shouldn't have any extensive flooding. Stay out of flood water, so always something to remember. But we just want everyone to remain safe post damage here. Please call 911 if you need to for those emergency reasons, and make sure you're taking pictures so if something was damaged on your property, you have proof to put into your insurance. Brittany, do we have any new updates in terms of damage?
You know, I was just looking behind the scenes at Conroe, just some heartbreaking images coming in of some tornado damage. So still looking at that was from a storm chaser. So still working to confirm that. I know that just behind the scenes, like you were talking about, people emailing us, and we're getting reports of hail of a ½ an inch. This is going to be places up to the north. Willow Creek Ranch at 99. They're also just sent us an email saying we just had a downburst of a lot of hail. So that's what we're continuing to watch and track, other than, like you said, that the storm, at least it's moving to the east. Earlier we were watching that Brenham, I mean, for the majority of the day, the Brenham area, you can see that warning and watch has now expired. So at least, like you said, we're making progress as it slowly makes its way up to the northeast in terms of watches and warnings. A special weather statement was issued. This is going to be until 4 o'clock. That just is showing right here that we have that potential. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning or a watch. It's just below that, but it just shows you that we are watching and tracking some rain. We're making progress. Let's say that first, but you can see right here with the severe weather statement in portions of Liberty County. As I take a look at that lightning counter, you can see it's pretty intense. We're looking at 402 lightning strikes. At least, again, we're not a watch or not a warning. It's just a special weather statement to take it slow and to be careful, especially if you live in the area of Kingwood. You can see that the purple is a darker shade, so the heavier downpours, Mills Branch Drive, Kingwood Drive, North Park Drive. We can see that as we move to the East Grand Parkway with the heavier downpours, and then some lightning, especially that Cleveland 105 Oakdale right there, and then more lightning happening now with those downpours. If you live near Big Creek, you're under that special weather statement. Again, it's not a watch, it's not a warning, it's just saying that we have a lot of rain, thunderstorm, and again, we're still getting reports of hail and gustier conditions. So we are considering where we started at that 10:30ish. We're making progress as those storms move to the east. Again, the white box is just showing you the thunderstorms that we have happening now. The tornado warning that was in this section right here, the 10 and 45 corridor, that thankfully has now cleared. We are watching the intensity. If you have people that are traveling out of town or maybe coming from Port Arthur into Houston, I would avoid Interstate 10 right now as we speak, just because even though this is kind of outside of our viewing area, we're looking at just those lightning strikes of, as I zoom out, 243. So lightning strikes, heavier downpours, and then we have again that tornado warning expected to expire at 3:45. So we're keeping a close eye on that, even though it's moving to the east. The good news is that we are clearing out in terms of rain. As I take a big picture, a big look of what's happening, and you can see that the red that you're seeing on your screen, that's still a tornado watch, and that's going to be in effect until 5 o'clock for places like Walker and Montgomery. The good news is that it is moving to the east. So as I zoom out, you can see we're going to be clear for the rest of the night. We just have to wait to get this from Bush all the way up to the north, which is why they issued that special weather statement with all the lightning happening now. And then we'll continue to watch a severe thunderstorm warning in Hardin, Texas. If you live in that portion near Woodville, heavier rain, 287. We're seeing that with those downpours as it slowly makes its way again to the east near Woodville. And we will watch that. So big picture again, we're looking at that lightning. It's really coming over to the east side, and you can see that outside of our viewing area, the heavier downpours, the gustier conditions, the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're finally getting that break, and I think in the next 30 minutes, hopefully, that's going to clear out for us. With the exception, we'll continue to watch right here. This is the Winnie area, just with this this tail, but this really is outside of our viewing area as it makes its way to the east. We've gotten a couple behind-the-scenes emails just about the hail coming in. Getting word of New Caney showing, someone sent us a video, so we're going to work to confirm that as well. And the Bayou Mation subdivision, 517, we're hearing about just heavier weather there. Someone sent that into us too. So those Click 2 pins are a great opportunity to show us now that things have cleared for the most part of the storm damage that we have. Again, I think doctor's office on Loop 304 in Crockett. If you live in the Crockett area, the doctor's office on 304, that building looks pretty much demolished, or at least the ceiling and the roof damage is showing it there, as we continue to watch and track that. And then if your child goes to Alvin School, you'll see when you have time, maybe tomorrow, if you're out and about in that area, you're going to see a lot of heavy damage. It looks like just debris. We have some down trees. We'll also have some down power lines. So a couple of people have been reporting down power lines, including maybe initial reports saying Dickinson, an awning is down, and reports of possible power lines down as well. So those are things that we'll continue to track as these storms go out, and our reporters are across the field right now as we speak, listening to you and your pens, and they're checking that out. Earlier, we had reports of some overturned cars. That was, I believe, in the more of the Cypress area, so we'll watch that. And then the big one that everyone has been talking about, especially first responders and National Weather Service behind the scenes, is going to be that Porter Ridge area. I know that we had a mobile home demolished in that area, so that was one of the most popular, that was one of the most areas that a lot of people we were headed to make sure to see exactly what happened there. And then the mayor had also we know one person has died because of the results of the storm, and we're working to gather more information on exactly how that happened and what neighborhood they lived in. But big picture right now is that at least things are clearing up. Taking a wide view one more time, you can see we're not really watching tornado warnings in our area. However, we are watching a special weather statement until 4 o'clock. As I zoom in, that's going to be right here, that corridor of 69 from Kingwood all the way into right here to 321, those heavier downpours, the thunderstorms near Hiddo and Echo. You have the heavier downpours right now as we speak. This is going to be as we make our way up to Echo Lane, Magnolia Point Drive, Winchester, Bond, Trent Road. You're probably hearing the downpours and some lightning here in the Kingwood area. The big box shows you, excuse me, it's moving up to the north, Shepherd and into Livingston as we approach 146, 59, and right there at Goodrich, we're seeing the heavier rain as we go out, but at least lightning isn't as intense as it was. It really is moving to the east for us right there with that special weather statement. All the activity, as what Dodgy has been covering, and again, if you have family or friends, we still want to avoid I-10, especially that Winnie corridor into Port Arthur. You can see the heavier rain right here. Tell me one more time what you were saying in my ear. I just want to make sure I heard you. Okay, Bill, I want to get an update with you with everything that's going on with the storms happening now.
Yeah, Brittany, while you and Dodge keep us informed about what's happening right now and tell us what areas need to seek shelter, we are tracking the damage, the aftermath from these storms. We want to get to that breaking news that you mentioned earlier. The mayor of Manville confirming one person in Brazoria County has died. The mayor saying in that Facebook post, Mayor Dan Davis saying one life was lost due to the tornado/storm coming through Brazoria County. Please join me in praying for all those impacted. We do not know that person's identity or how exactly they may have passed, but we do have a crew on the way to try to get that information, and as soon as we get that information, we will deliver it to you. We have several crews out in the areas hardest hit. We want to go first to our TJ Parker, who is on Noel Lane and Beckendorf Road in Katy. We heard from TJ earlier. TJ, emergency officials there saying about 20 homes were damaged, but the good news there is that no one was actually hurt.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Bill. That is the good news, because when you look around here off Noel Lane, this community, these manufactured homes, as you had mentioned, 20 some of those had been damaged from that storm that came through here just several hours ago. You could see they're wasting no time getting to work here. These crews here already trying to get some of these limbs out of the way, but you could see the damage on some of these cars here. It's just incredible to see this, and again, just so grateful. These people are so grateful that nobody was hurt. Guys, I want to introduce you to Max Mencia. He lives here in this home that had some damage. He wasn't home at the time, no, Mr. Max, but you were at Walmart and you got the alert on your phone. Kind of walk me through again. You got that alert, and then what happened?
Yeah, I just got the alert, and then I just I don't think that it was that bad, because I mean in Katy, but that area, I mean, it wasn't rain, nothing like that. And then like 2 minutes later, I got a phone call from my kid. I said, Dad, hey, it's a tornado is going at the house. I said, tornado? Yes. One of those windows blowed already. The second window is blown, and then other than that, they just crying and crying. And I said, you know what, let's get out of here and then just go to the house. And I was driving, you know, like fast as I can to coming over here. And then right when we come into the street, and then we can go through because all the trees just fell on the street. And then we parking on the corner, and then I just come in to see my house, and then my truck and everything, how it was. And it was pretty bad. And then all my kids was crying and crying like pretty bad.
Your kids were still here at home?
Yes, at home. They wasn't home, yes. At that time, yeah, they wasn't home. And then, like I say, they was screaming and crying. And then, I mean, they don't know what to do, you know, because, I mean, that was pretty scary.
Well, I'm sure you were worried. You were worried as well.
Oh, yeah.
You were out at Walmart.
Yeah.
You were coming back home, racing back home. Walk me through what was going through your mind when you were coming home.
I mean, it's like, you know, but when you think about it, I mean, it's like a lot of things coming in your head. I mean, hey, my house will fly away, how my kid is, and then like I was, like I said, no, my mind was drawn out. Like, I got no say, like, I'm gonna think this, I'm gonna think that. Like, even right now, I can believe it, you know, what happened. So, look, but luckily I got a friend, family, and everything, you know, clean it up, all my stuff right here, and then we go through to this.
Yeah. Max, we're looking at some of the damage in your property right now. Can you kind of walk us through what we're seeing, what kind of damage that your property has sustained?
Yeah, that's my sister-in-law trailer.
With the tarp over the roof, right?
Yes, and then my father-in-law is right here, this trailer right here, and then I got a little house for my animals right here. They're gone already, so yeah, but mainly it's right here, and then the back of my house, the roof is gone too, so yeah.
When you look at this damage, it's incredible that nobody was hurt, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing. Nobody got hurt.
And you have a lot of family that live in this area.
Yeah,
you're all neighbors here.
Yeah, neighbor families. Yeah. Like I say, my sister-in-law lives there. My other sister-in-law is, you know, behind the trailer. My father-in-law right here, and then we live in this trailer right here. So we are all families.
Right.
Yeah.
We've seen the American Red Cross out here. What are your next plans? You said something about possibly getting a hotel room. What's next for you guys?
Yeah, we're gonna get like hotel room for tonight, maybe tomorrow night, and then the Red Cross, they offer like shelters and everything. But I mean, we're gonna go to the hotel, and then they're gonna call us and then walk through this thing. So I mean, you have to call the insurance and everything and see what's going to happen later.
Before I let you go, Mr. Max, I want to ask you, you were at Walmart, you got the text alert. You've never seen anything like this happen before.
No.
Kind of walk me through. You said you never really paid attention to any of those warnings in the past, right?
Yep, nothing at all. I just see the warning and said, it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. And today was the day. Right before, you know, the new year.
Mr. Max, thank you so much. I really appreciate you chatting with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So glad that you and your family are okay, and it looks like they're getting to work over here.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, we're going to start, like I said, cleaning up all this mess. Yeah. But I mean, we're going to fix it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank
Appreciate you. Yeah. So, again, this is in a neighborhood just northwest of Katy in Waller County. And, Bill, when we last saw you, I think it was a couple of hours ago, or an hour or so ago, we were talking to the emergency management coordinator here in Waller County saying that, yes, 20-some manufactured homes in this neighborhood off of Noel Lane and Beckendorf. So this is just northwest of Katy. They're still doing their damage assessment, still trying to figure out what exactly came through here. But we were talking talking to several people who were here at the time that this storm came through, and they said they saw some type of funnel cloud. So that is not anything confirmed. Of course, the National Weather Service will have to do that, and our meteorologists back at the station are definitely looking into that as well. But Bill, it is just so incredible when you look at this damage here that nobody was seriously hurt.
And the rebuilding process there starting for so many. Thank you, TJ. We do want to recap really quick. We have reports of 5 tornadoes in and around our area, 4 confirmed by the National Weather Service based on, they say, impact. We're told those tornadoes took place in Waller County, Montgomery County, Porter Heights area, possibly Liberty County, and another in Brazoria and Galveston County. Again, we have several crews out in the field right now. We want to go to our Gage Golding. Gage is in a neighborhood north of Katy at Barton Cliff Drive. Gage?
Community, a relatively new build community. A lot of people that live here have only been here for 2-3 years, maybe tops. I want to just kind of take you in right here. Look at this house. This is one of the most severe damaged homes right here. The wall here. Let's start with the wall. Let's punch in here. It's gone. Siding gone, just down to the studs. And as you look up to the roof, I mean, shingles aren't even a thing here at this point. The actual roof itself, the plywood roof, has been entirely ripped off. And as you take a look, that's kind of the story with a house on the other side of our KPRC 2 storm tracker here, the roof there. Actually, I was just up in that attic. It is clear and clean cut. Almost like it was, you know, an incision, right? The storm somehow taking this and just ripping it right off. But take a look. You see there's a lot of activity going on here. There are people up on the roof starting to try to start patching things. What was a beautiful thing in all of this terror and just chaos was the community from a couple streets over. You know, I was talking to them. They said, you know what, the guilt is real. We somehow survived this with no problems. We're going to come out here. We brought our brooms. We brought our garbage bags. And I mean, look, there's a garbage bag on the lawn right here. Oscar, to your left. Photojournalist Oscar Chavez working the lens for us. That's a bag right there that these people aren't even home. Somebody came and collected debris and put it in their yard. Just, you know, hey, this is what we can do. This is what a community does, is they help one another. And that's the beautiful thing out of this entire situation. You hear the hum of those generators. It takes you right back to hurricane barrel time out this way. Many of the folks that we spoke with here say this is tornado number 3 that they've dealt with here in the last year and a half. So you think about the derecho that moved right through this area earlier this year, and then there were some spin-ups ripped kind of before the barrel time, and then now. And of course, what we had a couple days ago too, they were warned up in this area. But take a look at these vehicles here. This was the area that several cars were actually 100% overturned. But these vehicles here moved by the storm. This is a broken window here, something going right through the window, and on the backside you can see it looks like it was just being taken apart by Mother Nature itself. And on the other side of this vehicle, look, a mirror's gone, mirror on the other side's busted, the complete back window's busted here. There's glass all throughout this vehicle. I mean, pieces of glass shoved the whole way up into the front of the car. Just kind of makes you wonder, how the heck did this even happen? When you look at the garage, just damage all over. I mean, garage doors and fences, we're not even thinking about that. We are light years past that point in the damage, but more so looking at how the force of Mother Nature moved vehicles. I think that's going to be a really big thing that the National Weather Service, especially with this storm here, is they're going to look at, you know, they kind of need those telltale signs. We were talking about that yesterday with the tornado that touched down in southwest Houston, but they're looking for signs to rate the wind speed. And whenever it moves vehicles, it flipped over a giant pickup truck that was already towed out of here. You have to sit and wonder, you know, how the meteorologists at the National Weather Service are going to look at this and then use that to be able to say, you know, okay, it broke these windows, it did damage to this roof, it tore this roof apart, it moved these vehicles. You know, it just goes to show the strength. And why I say that is because these things spin up so quickly. And I talked to several people here that say, I got the notification on my phone. Let's take a walk. I got the notification on my phone, and I didn't take it too seriously. Actually, the one lady said she was in the bathroom of all places. And she was like, I really didn't take it too seriously. And then whenever I started hearing the wind pick up and the rain pick up, that's when I was like, something might be going on. And it just goes to show how quickly this can happen. But look, this is going to be the sight and the sounds here for the next couple of days. Crews already out here working to repair these homes. And it just amazes me. And, you know, I've covered tornadoes, I've covered hurricanes numerous times, but it's just always amazing to see just how strong these storms are, to be able to rip the roofs off. Not talking shingles, I'm talking the roof, the actual wooden roof. Rip that off and then just toss it, take it somewhere else. And you can see, Oscar, let's move this way. Bill, if we have a couple more seconds, I want to show in one of the key indicators that says to me up in this power pole here, you see that's insulation from one of the roofs. This goes to show that, and again, an indicator that the National Weather Service is going to be looking at is whether this was winds that push all in one way, or if it was, you know, tornadic in nature, where there was that upward draft, that circular motion, right? That circulation, that upward draft. To me, that's kind of a big indication there, showing that there was some sort of upward movement in this storm. But hey, the beautiful thing, I know we talk about the gloom, the terror. This is a very sad day for a lot of different communities. A lot of people, a lot of families just after Christmas going into the New Year's holiday now have a lot to work around. 5 other tornadoes confirmed just 2 days ago. Let's not forget that. But the beautiful thing about this, and I keep on seeing it on social media, is the community coming together, people coming together, not just to look, but to help. You know, offering supplies, offering water, offering, hey, can I help clean this up? Let's just, without even asking, just picking stuff up and moving it to the curb. That's the beautiful thing out of this, and I don't want that to go unnoticed. As you know, in our darkest times, the community will always come together. But here in the Woodward community, just north of Katy, the cleanup here is just beginning. But the good news is that they have an entire community helping do it. Bill?
Incredible images. Thank you, Gage. And I agree completely with you about just the folks there. It happens every single time that we have something like this happen in our area. Folks come together, and it is beautiful to see. Okay, thank you, Gage. We talked about extensive damage throughout our area. Here's some of the damage from East Montgomery County. This was sent in by Montgomery County Judge Marquillo. He said in a post, quote, "Please pray for our fellow neighbors having to deal with the damage and for those hurt today," unquote. You see some of the damage there. That's just there in East Montgomery County. So folks throughout our viewing area dealing with things just like this. Well, again, we have several crews out in the field. We heard from TJ. We just heard from Gage. We want to go now to live images from our photographer, Michael Lemons, who is off of FM 1314 near Old Houston Road in Porter. One of the areas there hit extremely hard. You can see the images, just a bunch of debris on the ground. Looks like some manufactured homes there. We were also told that traffic was very heavy in that area. So if you can avoid that area at all, do so. This appears to be some sort of a storage facility, commercial facility, and you can just see it was basically ripped down, torn down by those winds, by this storm. So a lot of what we're seeing throughout our area. I think we also have some numbers on Center Point as we start talking about folks losing power. And we're taking a look here now at the Center Point outages. We're seeing nearly 100 outages near Spring Branch, and then nearly 100 in the Edo area as well. We also want to go back to some sad news, an update on that death reported during the severe weather. Officials in Brazoria County saying, quote, multiple touchdowns throughout their area, Liverpool and Hillcrest area specifically. 1 fatality, 1 person dead, 4 injuries, all of which are non-critical. Several homes impacted as well, at least 10 that we know of north of Road 191 is where most of that impact can be seen, and that was according to a post there from officials. Again, 1 person dead, at least 4 injuries, and we will continue to stay on top of all this as we figure out the real impact and damage from this storm. I want to go now to Dodgy and to Brittany, who have been covering this extensively. They've been on air for hours, telling us exactly when we should seek shelter. Dodgy, how are we looking right now?
You know, it's way better than what we were earlier this morning. And as we continue through this evening, we are looking at dry conditions building back across Houston there. Might notice just a few showers trying to pop here and there, but the main line of storms, that severe weather, has continued to pass. We are once again still under a special weather statement, which is sub-severe. You will see lightning with that across portions of Liberty County there and extending back through North western portions of Harris County, but this will continue to move to the east. So all in all, we're noticing major improvements through the rest of our afternoon and evening. Of course, we will bring you more updates on damages as well as any information we get from the National Weather Service on terms of strength after they do their surveys on the possible as well as confirmed tornadoes that we've seen across our area. We just want to say thank you for tuning in so we can give you these messages. And if you have any additional information, please feel free to contact us on email or call our newsroom what you saw in your neighborhood. We'll see you tonight at 6 as well as 10.